I don't know. Little man in black action over there. Both y'all. Well, you look like the man in black, and then Gil looks like the boy in black, like man in black wannabe. He's in training.
Oh,
He looks
shit.
like the person that comes to your door and is like, is like, "Excuse me, sir. Have you heard the good news?"
Oh, that
Oh,
man.
man.
You guys are like boosting my ego right now. Like I thought I lost that innocence look so long ago.
Aw.
But it's making me feel so good to,
Right.
hear that I
You
can pull off
do.
some scams if I need to.
This is the
you
choir
can.
boy side of Gil. Ah.
Are we gonna be up late tonight? I have something important in the morning.
Yes. Yes. I know.
Yes.
You got to make an exception this time.
I'm sure I'll be forgiven.
Ooh. Happy Parapalooza, guys. How you
Yeah.
guys doing?
Woo.
Ready.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, I hope so.
We are really ready for this.
We are ready.
Yes. Now I am stoked on it. We'll see how the evening transpires. This is gonna be a 5-hour long event, y'all. For everybody
Yep.
sitting at home, watching, tuning in. It's gonna be a 5-hour long event. We originally had 10 people scheduled to show up. There was a family incident with one of them, and so one of them did have to drop out. If you check your show notes on this episode, you can see who that was. But no big deal. You know what I'm saying? 9 out of 10. I'm here for it. That's totally fine.
It's pretty good
Yeah.
odds, actually. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
Seriously.
impressed.
A lot of interviews, a lot of people from all across the spectrum of different types of paranormal research, interest, entertainment, content creation, all over the place. And I think at the end of the day, as we've been like going through and making these lists and kind of reaching out to everybody and, getting their bios and all that, it is really awesome because it kind of made me realize like these are all our friends. These are our friends on this side of the community, right? So we do
Right.
beer, booze, and boogeymen to connect with the community, but now we're finally getting to connect our own tight-knit community with the community at the same time. And I think that's it's just totally in spirit. It's totally in line with everything, and I'm pretty stoked about that.
Here, here. Oh,
Touche.
here, here.
Here, here. Oh yeah, we haven't introduced the drinks yet, Kristen. Come on.
Oh, well, I mean, since I'm holding mine, I've
Go
got
ahead.
2 going tonight. I got to pace myself, okay? 5 hours
Double
that's a lot of
fisting.
opportunity. So, yeah, I got Sky Kraken by Fremont and an oldie but a goodie. This is becoming one of my favorites, Trickster IPA by Black Raven.
Hell yeah.
Ooh. Hell yes.
Joey.
Okay. I am starting with a beautiful Elysian Space Dust IPA, and this one's going to be really good. I also, for future endeavors, have some, what would you say, motivation for everybody to donate, I guess. The price points are going to change throughout the night, probably, depending on part of the night. And depending
Eventually
on
it'll
the,
be $1.
the agreements. Eventually it'll be $1. But for every, I might even change it up on myself right now. For every $25 donated, I'm going to take a shot of this. And if we hit our goal, I'm going to chug this on camera in front of you. And I will do it. I promise you.
Oh.
So
Oh my God.
this is the call to all of you. Every $25. Also, now let's save it till after we get done introducing drinks.
I
Go
guess I
ahead.
need to keep my phone in my hand for notifications.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. He's got the thermometer behind him too. He's gonna have to
Does.
keep track of it throughout the night. Well, that's gonna be a big finale there at the end because I'm gonna give away one of my hoodies, PGP wear. Yeah,
Nice.
Paranormal girl. Yeah. What you
Feel
got?
like-
You got Damien. You got some stickers and bookmarks and stuff, right?
We've got some B3 stickers I can toss out there, some Life Beyond 6 Feet stickers.
Yeah.
And for some nostalgia, since RKB Paranormal doesn't exist anymore, I have some stickers, I have some buttons, I have some pins, I have some silicone bracelets. So, and you never know, they may make a comeback one day. You never know.
RKB classic.
Mhm.
Yeah. Gil, you didn't play the video. Remember the video you had? Uh-oh, he's lost. Okay. Never mind. Oh.
Yeah. Shh.
Shh. Okay.
Well, Gil, what you drinking, bud?
Yeah, Gilly.
Oh, so for the evening, I've got this
What?
12-pack
hell?
of Voodoo Ranger. It's all 9.5, so we'll see how your tech crew goes.
Mm-hmm.
For everybody watching, he is the tech crew.
Mm-hmm.
This'll be fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
excited.
So,
Yes.
I don't know if I'll be drinking or not because I have to find a bottle opener. But if I find one here in a couple of minutes, I got Samuel Adams Oktoberfest.
Ooh.
And if not, I guess I'll be drinking water for the evening. I'll be the designated, whatever you want to call me.
You know, did you go to college? Did you have some college days? There were
No.
so many creative ways to open one of those not twistable caps. Like, gosh, we used to hit the end with a shoe. If you hit
Yep.
the end with the shoe, it's supposed to pop out, or maybe that's wine. Be careful.
Put it on the edge of a. Put it on the on the edge of
yeah.
something, and then hit your hand on top of it as I
Yeah,
smash the
just-
table with the laptop. Hit the head on it, and then it'll open the bottle really easily. So
It would
whenever
be
you, if
my
you
luck.
can't find
I
one.
would break the bottle. It'd be my luck.
Yeah. So
And then I'd be
Damien,
like gushing blood and,
while you were looking for a bottle opener, I'm gonna explain what's behind me right here, if that's okay
Yeah,
with
I'll
you
be back in
guys.
just a moment.
Go for
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So I don't know if all of you fine folks can see what is right behind me as it
Do you-
dropped one of the things off of it. But go ahead, Gil.
Yeah, do you want to tell them about the campaign and how the chart relates to it?
I really do. Thank you for reminding
Hell
me about
yes.
that too.
Hell yes.
So
I don't think
the
we've actually
campaign-
told them.
I don't think so either. This is our first one with the campaign open, I think, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. Well, everybody, we have an Indiegogo campaign going to get to the Night House. We're going to Hopkinsville, Kentucky to investigate it paranormally. Damien, our resident paranormal investigator, is going to take me, Gil, and Kristen on an investigation of the Night House, their first public investigation. And we have so many perks that we've added to this investigation. It's going to be a lot of fun. Kristen, you want to give them a couple perks?
Oh, a couple of the perks. There's definitely shout outs, of course, massive thank yous on one of our episodes. And depending on which level you donate, $5, just $5 will get you the ticket to watch the event. So it's not much. And I think it starts at our $25 level. You become a participant, one of our virtual investigators for this event. And I think that's just the coolest perk. And there's perks beyond that. You can actually join us. There's a perk you can actually join us on location. It's been snagged. Merch, pictures. I think we're doing pictures. You get some cool like paraphernalia from the show and from this event. Kind of unique and yeah, some really cool stuff. Check out our perk page on Indiegogo. I think that's it.
Yeah.
So for anybody tuning in that doesn't know what's going on, this is going to be an interactive investigation. That's the point. This is a full-on live stream event where folks are actually going to have the ability to direct us during the investigation itself. And I don't know. Kristen, I feel like you can speak to this. You can speak well to this.
What, directing us? Well,
Yes,
like,
give
what
give
does
him
that
some
mean?
evil
What does that mean?
ideas.
Oh,
Yeah,
evil ideas. I know, because I'm
yeah.
always like bagging on you, like throwing you under the bus, Gil. I'm sorry. I'm always like, yeah, so if you want to tell Gil to go down and sleep in the basement by himself, no lights, you can totally do that. So he says pick your favorite host. I say, pick the one you want to abuse and just send him wherever you want. But it's not even like that. Like no matter where you send us, anywhere on the property, you've got, I think, technically six levels to work with because there's a split basement. There's multiple levels to work with. The property is very, very large, and you're going to go along with one of the hosts, and you'll be their ride or die throughout the night and get to investigate. But like you're actually there from the comfort of your own home. What?
Yeah. It's
I
the easy part of
am.
it, honestly. It's
Yeah,
the easy fun
yeah.
part.
Yeah, it's almost more like tuning into a movie at home. Like that's kind of the thing. Also, this has like weird parallels to what is it? Oh my God, what is it? Fahrenheit 451, where there's the
The
long
same face me and
scenes.
Kristen both made. Like,
No. There's the long scenes in Fahrenheit 451 where, when everybody's kind of like locked into the dystopian future and they're sitting at home and they're watching the TV and they're like, should we go into the left room or the right room? And they both turn and like look at the person sitting on the couch through the TV. And then the person has to click on the remote and control it. So we're just trying to bring in the future, y'all. I mean,
That's
AI is already
Yeah.
here. Also, there was a challenge I saw in the chat
I
from Hair Force
saw
One.
that too, but I want to know what you mean, Air Force One.
All right, Air Force One.
By
I will.
drink that OT.
He says, I will personally give you $5 at a time to drink that OT. $20. The last donor will let you kill that thing. Explain.
Are you talking about the whole Evan Williams bottle right here? Because $5 is a little bit much. I guess he's no. You know what? He's smart. He's bargaining.
He's gaming it.
Oh,
I like
okay,
this.
Okay.
Smart. He's a genius. Yeah.
Can we, Hair Force? Can we get a ratio to cost? You know what I'm saying? Like, can it be like 2 shots for $5, or a shot for $5? Or
I think a
like,
shot
let's
for
go
$5 is fine.
Let's
I
go
can
with
do
bar
that.
prices.
How
Maybe
much do
like
we?
a
Hold on a second. How much do we
shitty bar.
need? Let me get into that before we start bargaining. How many shots I'm taking for a dollar?
No. We need about 1,000. Oh yes, please get into the chart. We got about 7 minutes before our first interview starts.
All right, I'll make it real quick. Somebody donated apparently, so I got to take a look at this real quick.
Ooh, yes. I'm glad you're keeping an eye on that. Was that you? Okay.
Oh my God! They donated. I think it was at 125, so $30. So I guess I'm taking a
Nice.
shot. That was real quick. I said
you
at
set that
25
rule.
donation, I will take a shot.
All
I
right,
have to
buddy.
try this sometime. Like next time I'm at a bar.
Dang, he already
be
got
like-
me down. So, Hair Force, I'm taking a shot, buddy, just because you already donated. So this is the first shot of many tonight. So it's gonna start.
Cheers to Hair Force.
And somebody just, oh my God, someone
Cheers.
$10 and $25. So here we go, guys.
All right.
I told you I would do it,
That
and
bounces.
Oh,
It's like a
man.
shot and a
I
half
keep
each.
my promises.
We should have prepped
So-
some like shot music that we have to play every
Yeah.
time.
I also have my Coca-Cola, Mexican Coca-Cola to
I think
Wash
this
this down,
first
so-
one should be.
There
if
we
I'm
go.
puking by the end of the night, this is a good night for us. All right.
Ooh,
Shot down.
this is gonna be a
right.
rough night, my friend.
The roughneck guys.
Really rough.
But thank you, Air Force One and Risk It for the biscuit. Let me start off and
Yes.
explain this chart because it is also in the shape of a beer glass and a shot glass, which was part of this. So we are not at 1,025 anymore. We had 2 donations and we're at 1,055. Let me make sure I'm still good. Yep, we're at 1,055. So we're trying to get us up to 2,500. This is going to pretty much pay for everything we need for the paranormal house, get us all together. It's going to come with some awesome perks. So, as I said, if we get to 2,500 at the end of the night, the bottle's going to be gone anyways. So I will go out and buy another bottle, and Gil will actually film me downing a bottle.
Can we
Tomorrow.
follow you down to the corners? Oh, okay,
Yes,
tomorrow.
yes.
Oh.
No, well, I mean, we're not gonna do it tonight.
Because like
but
maybe we
by
could
the
do it
time
like
it's
live
done-
action. Like if you finish it tonight, maybe you could take like a webcam with you, and we'll see you walking down the street, and just
Yeah.
like,
well, actually, tomorrow. Okay, I will make this.
The
promise.
investigation starts now.
Yeah, if we hit $2,500 tonight, tomorrow morning when I wake up, which will probably be tomorrow afternoon, Gil will come with me. I'll go pick up. Well, I'll Uber Gil to my house to drive me and him to the liquor store or store of some sort. Sunday, so it's closed. I guess I'm doing this Monday. I will buy a bottle and then I will drink it all.
you're gonna need
So
the
if we're
money
at-
that we make to buy you a new liver.
Yep.
So
$2,500.
So since I just joined in, did I miss a shot?
Yep.
yes.
Okay,
Yes,
then
technically, there's a half a shot owed to risk it for the biscuit. By the way.
We're not. No. Only full
Whoa,
shots. That's
whoa,
the
whoa,
goal.
whoa.
No, because then
Whoa. Quarter
Hey.
shot. How about a quarter shot?
I'll take a quarter shot. Hold on a second, though.
Okay.
So
Come
we're
on.
gonna do one
we
This is gonna be
just-
one shot. I'm gonna make marks so that I remember what happened in the morning.
Another $5 just came in.
Sweet. Creeping up to that next
Let's-
25, buddy.
Okay, I guess I'm doing a
Aw.
half shot on this. I love. Hey, you
She'll
know
do
what?
Half a shot with you.
I'm with you on this. So we're at
Oh, risk it.
1,055.
Thank you, risk it.
You're the
Thank
best.
you, Hair
You're
Force.
So supportive. Yeah,
I love
actually,
anybody
let's,
that helps encourage my friends to do evil things. That's
This is what I resort to.
Tammy.
Okay.
All
All right. Cool. Thank
I'm
you
very
guys.
upset.
Here's a half shot, and already feeling it. Feeling good. This is probably not even a shot glass. Okay. This is. Yep.
All right, risk it.
Here's a half shot. Ready? 3, 2. Gone. Coca-Cola. All right.
Man.
All right.
All right. Hey, just want to say, hey, real quick to our chat. We've got a few people in here. Of course, Risk It and Hair Force. Thank you guys. My buddy Mike. He is also a podcaster, Extreme Paranormal. I think you're
Hey, Mike.
coming back. I hope you're coming back. Melissa for the Booze podcast. They're hanging out down there.
Aw.
Yeah, we'll be talking to them later.
Yes.
And I might be missing somebody. I'm scrolling through real quick, but yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for showing up. Partay. We're approaching our first guest.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
They've just been waiting patiently.
They're
Very
just like,
upset
God,
about
just
this.
drink already.
So I had some paranormal stuff happen to me this week
Mm-hmm.
while we're waiting for our first guest. So I was laying in bed, and I was not asleep. And I was listening. I had my earbuds in, and I was listening to the Gateway. What is that called? Gateway tapes. You know what I'm talking about? Where they, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Gateway tapes to try to fall asleep. And I'm just laying there, kind of relaxing. And all of a sudden, I felt like I told you about this, Damien. I felt like what felt like if you were to take like the skin of a palm and just slap it right down onto like a naked foot, right on top of my foot. And I sat up. I was sure that Lee had like kicked me in bed
Oh,
because
shit.
it was just that hard. Nobody was there. Both of my cats were sleeping. He did not kick me. I don't know what that was. But that was a paranormal thing that happened to me this week.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't have them that often. So I like to, write them down, report on them.
Mm-hmm.
I got my bottle
Air
open.
Force One. Thank you so
Yay!
much, by the way, for dropping in a few more
Sky.
dollars. He is.
Oh,
Killing it.
he just wants
Yep,
to see.
he just did another
kill that
5.
thing. Thank you.
I popped my bottle open and it spewed everywhere. So now I got a mess to clean up.
Perfect. Are we ready for our first guest, guys?
I
Oh,
think
yes.
so. Whenever
Absolutely.
they join in, we're just waiting for them.
Oh.
Yes. Let's see here. No, there. joining via cell phone. So
Okay.
Nice.
yes, and Jason, if you are watching the live stream, feel free to shoot me a text. I included it in the email, or just hit us up in the live chat if you're having any issues.
Yeah. Issues happen on these lives. It's just kind of the way it is.
That's not bad. I've never had Oktoberfest.
Ooh, what kind is that? That's a wheat beer, right?
I think so.
It's
hearty
pumpkin
and
spice
smooth.
for people from Tennessee. Let's see. Hair Force. I can already see it now.
Damn.
I'm gonna need you to send me in the chat 2 or 3 emojis that you want to use to like announce any payments that have come through. I was trying to look for an emoji of hair and then like an airplane or something like that, but I can't find it. So what are your preferred emojis?
That's the question we need to be asking. Yep.
Do they have any just like wig emojis? Oh,
I can't find one.
I mean, Risk It for
found
the
some-
Biscuit gave him the king emoji.
I saw that.
That's
wow.
Is that what you
High
want, Hair
praise.
Force?
King
All
hair.
right.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're getting. All right. That is
Oh.
going to be...
We got
Somebody-
Dragon Paw in the chat. Hey.
Yes.
Good day, sir.
Damien, are you keeping track of the donations and so I don't have to keep refreshing the page?
Yeah.
Sir, you're the one with the chart.
Yeah, I guess I should keep refreshing the page. It's like not working sometimes, so we are doing great, guys.
You
People
just
have-
crashed Indiegogo.
Yeah, it just went through.
Oh, Jason, or he says he's trying to get in, so Jason should be along shortly. Yeah,
Gotcha,
he's
gotcha.
awesome. I've known Jason for a really, really long time, like
Yeah, he
basically
was-
since the start of my show. You've met
And,
him, right? You've had him on your show.
Yeah, he was. I had a last minute cancellation, and you suggested him, and I hit him up, and
Yeah,
he was a pretty cool dude.
Oh, he's fabulous. He's over in your neck of the woods too.
Yeah, just a few hours east.
Oh, y'all got to do a hunt together.
I know it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what about you, Ghost Magnet? Have you had anything weird happen this week? You always got weird stuff. Yes, you did. Wait, you were talking about something at work.
I don't remember. I know my wife was telling me the other day that I think it was what night? I don't remember what night it was. It was Sunday night. She was telling me Monday she was home by herself, just her and the dog, and our TV's one of those TVs where if it's not playing anything for a few minutes, it goes to like a screensaver. And she said there was a screensaver of like some pink flowers, and our dog just started staring at the TV and started growling at the TV. And I'm like, I was like, why the fuck would she be growling at some pink flowers? And then it clicked with me. I was like, there's been a couple of nights where they've all been in bed, and I'll be sitting at the kitchen table, the TV's off, and she's just staring at the TV. I don't know. I'm like, I don't think she'd be staring at herself, but for her to growl at the TV where there was like pink flowers on the TV, and my wife's like, she goes, I think there's been something hanging around all weekend. And
Whoa.
I don't know if it's, the person we think we've interacted with a couple of times, or if it's somebody was just kind of dropping by and saying, hey, but was growling at the TV with some pink flowers on it.
Huh. And your dog's not normally reactive, is he?
She normally
She-
does not do that. No, only time she growls or reacts if she actually hears something like outside. So
Yeah, I don't know. I'm visualizing like that scene in Poltergeist with the little girl just like up on the TV.
and she said she stood there and watched her and listened to her growl at the TV for a good 5 minutes. And like
Oh
she had to
man.
like pretty much say her name and kind of pop her hands together to kind of get her
Mm-hmm.
to like snap her out of it. It was I wish I would have been home because I would have been trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I'm like, why would she just
Yeah.
be growling at the TV with some pink flowers on it, which didn't make any
Yeah.
sense.
And like you would think like, okay, well maybe it's a reflection, but there was actual like a visual on
Mhm.
the television. Maybe she
Yeah.
just hates pink.
Maybe.
Hates it. Yeah.
Hey, some people
Maybe.
do.
They really do.
Some people hate pink like that. I mean, that's how I am with like green, honestly.
Why do you hate green? What?
Just kidding. I don't.
This
mind
conversation.
green. Green's not a bad color. And for all those who like
and
green out
burning.
there, it's you're great. I do want to say about, and this is gonna connect in a second for whenever our caller comes on, about the 5 love languages, because this is gonna connect in a second. So because Kristen and Damien are giving away, they're giving away physical. I gotta find it again. I had it. They're giving away physical gifts, which is a part of a love language. Right now, I'm giving an act of service. I'm drinking for you guys. And Gil is giving words of affirmation. So we're all trying to give you at least 3 of the love languages that hopefully you can receive. Right? As a beer, booze, and boogeyman. That's what we're trying to do for you guys so that we can go and donate. And so you guys donate and we can go and paranormally investigate for you guys in Kentucky. See? Didn't it connect a little bit?
And Joey can be in the basement.
Yes, that's the goal. That's the
I've drunk with Joey enough to know where he's at right now. And I'm going to ask that there's a small
Okay.
hold on donations for
What?
no, never.
I
There
made it.
is.
Oh,
What's happening?
What's up?
Jason.
What's up, buddy?
Wow.
How's it
Welcome,
going?
bud.
Hey.
Good.
Awesome.
I didn't want to message you anymore. I was like, no, I don't want to mess with his app.
No, you're fine. It was I had to do the permission for apps, this and something else, and I'm like, okay, I think I got them all.
How the
I
heck
did
are
my
you,
best
man?
in the email, bud.
Oh, it's good. No, it was me not doing the whole app thing, but we got it.
Well, thank you for doing all that.
Welcome. Thank you all for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and thank you for being our very first, our inaugural guest on our inaugural
I appreciate it.
Parapalooza. Hopefully it's a yearly thing, yearly celebration.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that. It's such an honor.
Gil, I forgot what the lineup of like how you want to do it, but should he just start introducing himself and then maybe we can get into one of his stories?
Yeah. So I was
that it?
thinking, generally for the evening, and this is loose. I mean, this is a drinking show. Come on now, we can be pretty loose about it. But yeah, if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, what you're involved in, and then it'd be really awesome if you shared a personal paranormal story. And if we got time, and if you want to, we'll open up the lines and take some calls from the viewers.
Yes, sounds great. I'll introduce myself. My name is Jason Pfaff, and I'm with Lost Souls Paranormal Detectives out of Knoxville, Tennessee. It's myself and Craig Hoffner, is the other co-founder, and then we have our tech guy, which is Brandon. He just joined us probably about 6 months ago or so, because we were looking to add a little bit to the team and bring some people in that had some experience, but not necessarily within the paranormal. We kind of want to reach out a little bit and do that. And we started 2007. This is our 17th year. We just formed an LLC last year for our paranormal business. So, we're pretty excited about that. I don't know. I haven't heard of many in Tennessee altogether, or as many as other states, but as first time doing it, it's been a roller coaster to say the least. because it's you're in a fine line between, is it religious, is it not, is it scientific, is it this? So they ask you all those good questions, and you can't really answer them because you know you don't really have the answer. So,
Yeah.
but we started that up, and you know, we just been out going to places, and you know, like yesterday we had this great opportunity at the Mayberry Hazen House here in Knoxville. It was built 1863, I believe, maybe off on the date a little bit. But we had a big photo shoot out there
Nice.
with Modded Misfits and Johnny Kaufman Photography. Had some models come in from out of state, and you know, just kind of shared like the history and like our passion with them. You know, the haunted locations, and you know, all this stuff is like the stuff in the house, because it's a working museum, but everything is original to the house.
Nice.
So, you know, they got a little bit of the paranormal plus, you know, a great photo shoot at the same time, you know.
Oh,
So
that's cool.
we're trying to mix that in a little bit and do something a little different.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you've grown quite a bit. I was telling the guys before you got on that I've known you since the start of my show back then, and
Yeah.
gosh, I don't remember. I didn't
It's
remember
it
you
it
had been at it for so long.
right, yeah. It seems like I pretty much I've known you forever, it feels like, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, because you know, podcasts and stuff like that. So you know, it's great to, you know, have of course have this opportunity, you know, and it's you know, it's great to, you know, get to meet people, like-minded people like myself, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Jason,
do you
when I had you on, you told me an amazing story. You told me a couple amazing stories. We've got around about 20 minutes until we got to
Okay.
get our next guest on. Do you want to regale us with your awesome stories?
Yeah, I can. Trying to think of a good one, or really a most recent one. We were we were at, this is the most recent one. So we were at an undisclosed location, and I can't say the name of it, you know, on the air. But we had some people that were, it wasn't where we were at, but it was a different spot from yesterday, and we had some people out there and everything, and it was like we toured the house, and you know, people were like, think I'm sensitive, but I'm not. I'm not really sure, you know, and this and that. And, you know, and I'm trying to experiment with this a little bit just to see. And then these are people that I kind of know, but I don't really know.
Mhm.
So, you know, I know the history, the lores, all this stuff. And, you know, so we go, and I just want to see if if people that have abilities really have abilities. You
Right.
know, they say they have abilities. I'm curious, you know, for my own, you know, research. And so we go to this place, we'll check it out and everything. And it's like some people were just very, very like, I don't feel nothing. I don't feel this is nothing. This is, I don't have anything. Then I got a few people that I was wondering if they were going to pick up on some stuff. And, you know, of course they did. And it was really cool because when I was talking to him about it, I heard in my ear, you know, you're talking to the right one, you know, and that was surprising. And it was just that affirmation of just like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, you know, I know you all are here. They don't necessarily know. So, you know, it was one of those like moments of sort of clarity that, you know, I could give them affirmation of like, hey, you know, you do have gifts. You need to work on them, and, you know, and all that. So that was my most recent one. But
Oh,
the hearing and stuff has got a lot more clear and better, um, you know, over the past couple of years. You know,
It's
I've been
improved.
in a lot more, and, you know, a lot more stuff that has really come into play as far as my beliefs and my spiritualism and stuff like that. So, it's kind of just balls into one, I guess, for me. And as I'm doing this, I'm starting to see more people that are starting to change a little bit. You know, they're starting on their journeys
oh,
and stuff, which is really cool.
right on.
But that
I,
was that was my latest experiences, you know, like as far as hearing. And, you know, and it was kind of weird at first, but then I was like, a second, you know, and it was like, okay, I know what I heard.
so
You know, because it
you're
was
actually hearing it like
hmm
audio.
yeah, audible,
Oh,
yeah, with my own ear. And I get that sometimes, you know, on investigations and stuff, but when you're in the middle of the day and it happens, then that is even better, for us,
Right.
Yeah.
for me.
That is wild.
It's always good when
Yeah.
you can get stuff during the day. That makes it
Oh,
really
yeah.
that much more intriguing.
It is a
Mhm.
lot, and it's definitely, just a different, side of it that a lot of people don't really think about.
For folks that are generally, let's say, like non-intuitive, right? Or they're not touching, they're not as close to touching the other side as folks like you might be able to, right? Um,
Right.
what would be, I want to say documentation. What would be the ways in which somebody like that would come closest to it? I'm not saying there's a shortcut, right? But I am
Right.
saying that, like,
Yeah.
out of 17 years is a long time to be dedicated to a
It's
practice, to a field, and so
it's a long time.
we need more time, damn it, already. Like, to chat with you. I'm like, we've got this investigation coming up, right, at the Night House, and uh for Joey and I, totally, it's our first time. And D-Boo's is the old hand
Oh,
at
yeah.
it. He's good, but we're going in fresh. We don't know.
Yeah.
What would you recommend bringing? What would you say is the most credible, the most legitimate? Any advice, I guess, is what I'm kind of throwing
I
out
would
there.
that's a good one because that's a really good question. If you've never been on an investigation before, it can be kind of like it can be really exciting, but like terrifying at the same time. So you don't know what to expect. But as far as equipment goes, a camera is great. It don't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be, preferably like Polaroid or 35 millimeter camera. Polaroid seems to be a choice now of people that are going back to Polaroid pictures for investigations. So those are two really good inexpensive things. Plus, if you want, you take some dowsing rods, definitely auto recorder, and that's really all you need.
Mm-hmm.
4 or 5 pieces of equipment, relatively inexpensive, and you're good.
Hmm.
And have you noticed anything? I would say with I don't know. I've read a lot lately around, like, different types of substances and how they can affect a situation,
Mhm.
right?
Right,
So caffeine. Have you noticed, for
right.
instance, if you're up all night and you're drinking coffee during an investigation, maybe you don't hear anything, maybe you hear a lot. Alcohol, just across the board, any sort of things where, I guess I'm looking at that. I'm looking for that learned experience of kind of like, it took me 15 years to realize that the Monster Energy drink I drank along the way, like, made it so the night didn't do nothing
Right.
until it started to wear, like something like that, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, my game plan, and as it's grown over the years, but for me doing it so long that what I do is a couple of days before. I mean, even though I got to work and got family stuff to take care of and this and that, but a couple of days before, I will just start mentally shutting my mind down and slowly going into the paranormal investigator mode. Like it's just a very sort of it's almost like a methodical way of okay, I've got an investigation in 2 days. I'm blocking that out. So, okay, I got work today. I got this, da 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 da. And it always keeps creeping up, with 48 hours and we're going to be traveling to somewhere, whatever.
Yeah.
And used to, it was like, I need 15 5-hour energy drinks. I need a 6-pack of monsters. I've got 4 or 5 packs of
Yeah.
smokes. I'm like, I'm going to be as nicotined and, monster energied up as I can get. And like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
said, 2 hours in, I'm like sitting there nodding my head off, like going, okay, where am I at and what's happening? And I think a lot of people do that though, that first go into
Mm.
investigations, but the less medicated you can go into it, I think the
Mm-hmm.
better.
Hmm.
And um, if you do choose to go to somewhere that you investigate, under an influence,
Mm-hmm.
don't do anything like don't take any like, acid or any kind of
Yeah.
crazy
Woof.
stuff like that.
Can you
And I've
imagine?
heard of people
I
doing
kind
this
of want
though.
to take
they'll
some
come
acid
from-
now.
Yeah, they'll. I've read stories of this, and
Yeah.
they'll take
Yeah.
take a drop, and they'll go to like this haunted forest, and stay there all night and just
Oh,
do
God.
their thing. And
Ooh.
I'm just
And
like,
their mind just never
okay,
comes back.
no.
Right.
Yeah, it's like then they come back and they're like
Ooh.
spiritually awoke, but it's just like craziness, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing because I'm starting to see a little trend of people doing that. Hey, let's
Mm.
go, like you're talking
Mm.
about. Hey,
Yeah.
let's go. Do what we do or drink a 12-pack or whatever, and we're going to stumble into this place and we're going to stay there all night at a haunted house, and unfortunately that happens a lot. And I think it upsets the spirits and and stuff like that are there, because unless it's unruly spirits, then that's a whole nother ballgame.
Then they love you.
Exactly.
Then
Like,
they
you didn't
want
bring
to
us
stay
enough.
with you.
Our kind of guy. Well, is it still cool with you if we open up the lines and
Yeah,
open it up for some
Yeah.
calls? Awesome.
sure.
Man.
Yeah, I'll
Awesome.
do that.
Cool. Get that pulled up.
All right. Questions, thoughts, grievances. No, okay. Agreeing with
Whoa,
Mr. Fife here.
Normally, I'll drink a monster or something along the way, but I drink water throughout
Yeah.
the entire night.
Yeah, because if it drains your body,
Mhm.
like the energy will just
Mhm.
Yeah.
wipe you out, and that sugars and stuff, it doesn't do any
Mhm.
good. Because believe me, I love my Mountain Dew, so
Right.
it's I have to slow down a little bit before I go because I know that I'm gonna be so exhausted.
Right. And if you're at a location that has no air conditioning or something, and it's in the middle of July, you're going to want to
Exactly.
stay hydrated throughout the entire night. So
Look, I survived 3 or 4 Bonnaroos. That's not a big deal. Talk about Middle Tennessee in the middle of summer
There's
with all
one.
sorts
Yes.
of substances. All right.
Yep.
Hello, caller. You are live. Do you mind
turn in the old
muting thy YouTube? Hello.
Hello. Oh, geez. I thought I was getting a recording. My bad.
No,
Good.
no, you were good. You were live. Can we get your name and where you're calling from?
Air Force One.
Air Force.
Y'all.
Hey.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for all those donations.
No, trust me, I'll be
Yes, sir.
good. I've sent you a ton of money so far. I'll send you some more. I'm not done.
He's going to get
But
Joey fucking
Air Force
hammered.
One.
Hi, Air
Oh
Force.
no, you don't have to do it all at once. But I
Hello.
put it up. I put up what he offered. So
Yeah, I'll get there.
Well, Air Force, you got any
anyway,
questions
Air
or
Force
anything?
One, to all of Washington. I have a question. I will be nice. I promise you.
All right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Whenever you're ready, bud.
He's being nice.
All right, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, my question is, I have a theory on sleep patterns as it comes to Sasquatch. Are you versed in that at all? And do you have any rebuttal as to this question?
That is a really good question. You're talking about sleep paralysis, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I know a little bit I've read on it a little bit, and I've watched a lot of documentaries on it, but I find it pretty fascinating that, as you're alive, that you can physically, your spirit can travel outside your body. And I think it's really cool, that as humans, we could do that with, I think, the right, mental training and stuff like that. I think it's possible, but I've experienced it a handful of times, maybe twice in my lifetime.
What is your opinion of Sasquatch and what it may be or may not be?
Of what now?
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch.
What is your opinion of Sasquatch as to what it may be or may not be? Well, at this point, I think we all can agree that it is paranormal. Could it be a ghost? Could it be an alien pet? Could it be an interdimensional? Curious as to your opinion on that. I'm a Bigfoot guy. I'm sorry. I don't want to derail your show, but paranormal.
I get it. I mean, Craig is more the cryptid person than I am. I'm more the paranormal stuff, and Craig usually handles the cryptid. But for me, living in Appalachia, I mean, I do believe in Bigfoot. I believe that it is
good on you. Appalachia's a place.
Yeah, it is. It's. I've heard that my whole life, basically, about Bigfoot, and studying it and stuff like that. But I do believe that there is a Bigfoot. I do believe there's a lot of different Bigfoots out there, and I really believe that it is. I think along some of the line, it's progressed. Where they're just content on doing what they're doing because everything I've read and stuff, they're 8-9 foot tall, and just about any religious text that you have out there, the giants were that tall or taller, and that's kind of my theory on it.
All right, well, hey, Jason, man, I appreciate your opinion on that, man. I really, really do. Again, let me just. Is it okay if I give you guys just a footnote? Something I always say to everybody. Is that all right?
Yeah. Go for it.
All right. What I always say to everybody is we should all keep our minds not so open that our brains fall out and not so closed that nothing can get in because we don't know what we don't know. And I would like to think this is why we do what we do. We are all just looking for answers. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is, Hair Force. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
man.
Thank you once
all right
again.
with you? Gonna leave the last couple minutes here for Jason 5 to tell folks where everybody can find him and follow up. Talk.
Yes.
Awesome.
You can.
All right. Have
Thank
a good one.
you so
Hair
much
Force.
for calling
See you
in.
in the chat.
Thank
bud.
you so much. I
Have a
yield
good
my
one,
time.
All right. Bye. All right. Jason.
Yes.
Last couple minutes left. Do you want to plug your pluggables? Let folks know where they can find you, follow up with you, keep up with things, maybe hit you up for an investigation, or if they happen to have an awesome undisclosed spot in their backyard and they're like, I need to give it away to somebody. Where should they go? How should they find it?
That will be cool. You can find me on Facebook under Jason 5. You can find me on Instagram under Jason.5.75. You can find us on Facebook with Lost Souls Paranormal Detectives, and same on Instagram as well. You can find us on there, and that's kind of where we stay most of the time is Instagram and Facebook. Back and forth with that. And I will give a little secret away. We do have an investigation coming up the 26th of October in Kentucky. So I can't tell you where at in Kentucky, but
I swear to God, if we're right next to each other, I'm going to be backing out.
But
Speaking of in Kentucky.
This is probably the longest investigation that I will probably be part of. It's 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. So it's 12 hours.
Y'all can make it.
11.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, you can make it that extra hour.
So,
come on now.
Yeah, I mean, I already told him I said I'm gonna sleep for a couple hours while y'all do your stuff, then I'll be back. But anyway. So we haven't put it out yet. We haven't done anything, and so far, we're looking at we've already got 6 people that are already signed up and ready to go.
Nice.
And we got 12 spots, and I'm so ecstatic over that because without any just basically word of mouth, we've already got people signed up. And for a small town paranormal team, I think that's pretty awesome.
Hell yeah.
And we're Craig and Brandon. I can't thank them enough. For what they do on their side. Because as our team, we don't always talk or really communicate a lot, but we're always like, okay, you got this, you got this, you got this, and we come together and then we do it, and that's what's been a blessing, I think, for us all these years.
Oh yeah. Well,
Hell yeah.
Sweet.
Heck
Well,
Hell yeah, dude.
Jason, thank you so much for coming
man.
on. Yeah,
Thank you,
it was
buddy.
good to
Thank
see you
you.
again, my friend.
Thank you all.
Yep. Thank
Yes,
you.
Jason.
yes, thank you. Appreciate
Have a
it.
good one.
Thanks, guys.
Have
Have
a
a
good
good
one.
Thanks, y'all. Do the same. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Who's
Alright.
this? Oh my goodness.
Eric, what's up, dude?
Eric.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me okay?
We
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, we can hear you great.
We
All right.
can.
I have my earbuds in, so I just want to make sure they're working all right.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Sounds
Me
Sound
good,
good.
bud. Before Eric, you go ahead. I actually have to take a shot for a few
Time
donations. So
To pay the piper.
to pay the piper.
This is
so
how
this
we
is
do
part of the goal.
telethons.
Yeah.
That
This
works
is
for me.
Yep, this is how we're doing it. So shot of, I'll even just show it again, shot of Evan Williams, so you can see that I'm actually drinking it. I'm actually already down to here. To the second shot. We did also get a, I think the second two
We're
and a
only
half.
1 hour
Uh,
in, dude.
Hey, it's going to be a fun night. We did actually
Oh,
get
God.
somebody that wants to open up a second large donation. Beth Simonson is trying to get a second paranormal investigation tag, which I don't know, Damien, if we can do.
I will try to do that.
If we
In
do
the
that, I
background.
mean, I will slowly be drinking this bottle for the rest of the night. So there we go.
Then Eric, would you like to be the fourth host this
Eric, you can go ahead and introduce yourself too as well while I chug this.
Let's hold on.
All
One
right.
moment. There we go.
It's done.
Come on,
Went
bud.
too
Sorry,
quick.
that was too
Quick
quick.
with
Oh,
it.
I'm taking away the fun of it. Sorry. That was for you, Air Force One.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
welcome
I
on,
won't-
Eric.
Hi, Eric.
Yeah, welcome.
Hey, how's it going? At least one person's having a good night for sure.
Hell yeah.
But I'm Eric Freeman. I am been a paranormal investigator for over 20 years. I am the host of the Unseen Paranormal podcast and the owner of the Night House in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, which I'm sitting in the dining room right now. So I am live from the Night House.
Yeah.
In the Night House, and the Night House is the reason we're doing Parapalooza, to help raise money for us to all get there and investigate on the 28th. So, Eric, you're the reason for Parapalooza, man.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
The house is ready. The house is ready for investigators. So they have been very active. Since we bought the house 4 months ago, they've been so active and crazy. They're ready to tell their story. The house has always been occupied, but so the public have never been able to come in the house. And there's been many deaths here, and two families occupied the house for 160 years of the 200-year history. So a lot of history between those two families, the Knights and the Rogers. The Knight family, we decided to name the house the Knight House because the Knight family was really a prominent, rich family in Hopkinsville and had a lot of influence here. And from what we can gather, in the 1850s and 60s, they were worth $10 million.
Oof.
Between all of their thousands of acres of properties they own and houses they owned and things like that. So that is equivalent to between $300 and $400 million a day
Nice.
with inflation. So very, very rich, well-to-do family. The Night House is unique because it's always been occupied. A lot of historical places like this, they'll go abandoned at times. But the Night House has always had people living in it. And it's been changed over the years and updated. And so we don't even really know what the original house setup was, but it has grown to over 5,000 square feet now. And currently sits on 3 acres in the middle of Hopkinsville. So a lot of changes, a lot of cool. It's 6 levels because of all the changes. So it goes from the cellar in the basement. There's a basement and a cellar, root cellar that's 10 foot underground. And it goes all the way up to the attic is the 6th level. We have also an outdoor cellar, which I've been working on today. That is a stacked stone, 6 foot deep cellar under a barn.
Whoa.
And we don't know what that cellar was used for because, like I said, they have one in the house. And but this is the oldest standing structure in the entire county, entire Christian County in Hopkinsville. Built between 1815 and 1820. and went through several families between 1820 and 1860 when the Knights bought the house. The families really didn't stay here, or the people that owned it really didn't stay here very long, maybe 10 years max. And then, like I said, the Knight family was here for 80 years. From 1860 when they bought it, we actually have a copy of the deed, until 1941 when the last of the Knight children, they had 7 children, the last of the Knight children died in 1941, and none of the grandchildren, any of the children wanted it, so everything was auctioned off out of the house, and the house was sold to the Majors. They owned it for about 6 or 7 years. They completely renovated it, put in modern bathrooms, modern kitchen, and then it was sold to the Rogers family in 1948 or 49, and they lived here in 2014. So, and the weird thing is, well, I find it fascinating. The Knights, J.B. Knight was an attorney, but his thing was real estate. All of his sons became attorneys. And the Rogers family were all attorneys. So the dad and the son were attorneys, and very prominent attorneys here in Kentucky. The grandfather was a Speaker of the House here for Kentucky for a long time. P.D. Rogers, who grew up here in the house when he was a teenager, became a Commonwealth attorney for Kentucky, so like the Attorney General of the state. And so it's weird to have those two predominant families be, a bunch of lawyers. So pretty cool. But I can take you all a tour around the house if you want. I know Damien has said something about that.
Yeah.
Would you mind?
So-
Would you mind kind of maybe telling some of the audience what prompted you to buy the house? What experience may have come up, or like what has happened since you've got the house? I mean, everybody knows if they've ever watched a paranormal show, like a haunting show. It's always like the family just moves in, they start repainting, they move some old dresser, they're like, we don't like this wall, and knock it down, and then, all hell breaks loose, right? You've been doing a lot of remodeling on the house. I've seen the before and afters, and it's like, almost looks like a different house. I mean, it's been restored back to how it looked, but the point is like, you've done an incredible amount of work on it, and it looks great. There's got to be shit going on, man. Like, what have you been experiencing? And I guess that while we're walking around, I mean, you're there.
Yeah,
yeah.
Right.
So I don't know if this will let me flip my camera around or not. Do y'all know if I can do that?
Never tried.
Yes, you should be able to. Yeah.
All right.
How do I do that?
There should be a button on there that has like a reverse, like almost like a Uno reverse card.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that on here. I'm not seeing that.
Not sure.
So, I don't know. I can turn the camera around here.
Just selfie,
So- Yeah. So this is the formal dining room with the kitchen table and nice mantle and fireplace. There are 6 fireplaces in the house. It was billed as only 5 fireplaces when we bought it, but we found a hidden fireplace that was covered over. When we looked at one of the chimneys that come out of the roof, the chimney is way too big for just one fireplace. So we knew there had to be a hidden one somewhere. So we actually found another. We're going to break the wall open here at some point in time in the future. But this is the
September
foyer.
27th.
Right.
The day before we get there.
So this is the foyer when you walk in from the big white columns. This is actually the side portico. This is actually not the main entrance. The main entrance is a smaller porch on the front of the house. But this is the big white columns that whenever you see the pictures of the house, this is mainly what you see. Which is a really cool entrance. This entrance was added. The house was originally federal style. The entrance was added when the Knights bought it in 1860s, 1870s. That is the small porch around the side here is the original front porch from the 1860s. Whenever the Knights built that front porch, had it built, the original house would have just had steps coming out the front door. But lots of paranormal experiences. One of the things that I've experienced, and then my mother-in-law experienced it, which kind of validated my experience, is you got this big hole under the stairs. And we were standing out here the other day, and a couple times out here working, have saw somebody walk by in a white shirt just out of the corner of my eye. And I go around there and there's nobody there. And the other day I was standing here in the same spot talking to my mother-in-law, and she full on saw somebody walk by. In the middle of our conversation, she walked around the stairs to the other side and there's nobody there. So things happened on the grounds. I sat out here at night, and back on the back of the property, I saw what looked like as a flame from a oil lamp. It was about 3 or 4 inches tall, and it looked like a flame. It wasn't a candle. It's too big flame to be a candle. But in the dark, it went from left to right and disappeared after about 20 feet. So that was interesting. And you'll catch shadows outside on the grounds. They did have 15 slaves, the Knight family did, and they had outbuildings. They had a carriage house and slave quarters and all those type things. So it would have been a very busy place. It was not a plantation. It wasn't a farm. They only farmed enough to feed themselves because they made their money off real estate and being attorneys. So, yeah, walking in here, like I said, this is the foyer. This is the ground floor. We're actually 3 floors up, like I said, from the cellar. We got 2 bedrooms in here. The blue bedroom, and then here, this is the master bedroom here. This canopy bed is from the late 1800s. It was actually owned by the Rogers family, and they left it here in the attic. And so we put it back up. In this room, I have cameras everywhere. So they go off from sound or movement. And this room is very active. I sleep in here when I stay here because we don't stay here all the time. But I sleep in this room. And the first night I slept here, my buddy Austin was in the room next door over here. And we had done a mini investigation in the house for 3 or 4 hours and caught some stuff, caught some EVPs and stuff, and had some activity. And we were just kind of fooling around. We weren't really seriously investigating. But we went to bed about 3 a.m, and I get woken up about 4 with a bang, sound like a door slamming. And I thought maybe he got up and actually slammed the bathroom door or something. But he was in the bed. And then I heard other shuffling around the room. And so I was like, look, we investigated tonight. You do stuff all the time. Just let me sleep. You know, just leave me alone.
Not tonight.
Yeah. But there's a video up online that I put online that the camera caught the sound of what sounds like furniture moving in here and somebody jiggling a doorknob when nobody was here in the middle of the night.
That one's pretty wild.
This room is a lot of sounds. Last night, I had the camera alert me for sound, and it was just a loud bang out of nowhere.
I do want to interrupt you for just a second, Eric. Guys, we just got another $500 donation.
Woo!
Awesome. Sweet.
Joey sees his life flashing before his eyes.
Eric,
Can we
I hope
give
I'm
you a
alive.
number?
Eric, I hope I'm alive to meet you in about 21 days. So,
and just a pause.
Can we give a shout out?
And,
sorry, Kristen, go for
well,
it.
Dwayne had a good point. We are shouting out everybody who has ever donated on an episode.
Yes.
But tonight we've got the live going, the energy's going. I think we can give some shout outs to folks who are donating and making this happen and making this night so exciting. And Eric, we have more time tonight with you, hopefully, if you want to hang just a little bit. But we can do that. Awesome. So who has got the access to who has donated so far? D?
So far, we have got, so I know who donated yesterday. So since we went on the air, Rachel has donated 25.
Woo, Rachel!
Biscuit for the biscuit. Thank you.
Dwayne has done 10.
Dwayne, big D.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Michael Extreme has done 5.
Oh, Mike, thank you.
And Beth Simmingson just did the 500.
Oh,
Thank you, Beth.
thank you.
So that is
Thank
awesome.
you, thank
so
you,
much.
thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Awesome.
Keep it going.
Awesome stuff.
We're gonna keep it going for him. Parts for Beth.
And that put us over the halfway mark. So we are at 62% of our goal. So
as you can see,
yeah.
1565, guys, at 2,500. We are very close. So keep donating, please.
all right.
Thank you all. All right.
yes.
Thank you, Eric, for being cool with that little
no
break
problem.
there.
All right.
No
Go ahead,
problem.
buddy. Go ahead.
I am now in the parlor. This is on the this is actually where the front door comes in. to the house. So this is what would have actually been the fancy entrance. This would have been the fancy parlor where they would have entertained.
Mhm.
Up here, the paranormal activity is quite interesting. I had a video up now. They like to play with these doors, and they like to prank me. They think they're funny because I had a camera on the mantle here on the fireplace, and I ended up moving it because these chairs, this chair, one day I came in and it was scooted all the way back to the wall, and I never keep them. Nobody did up here. We don't sit up here. It's just and when I give tours and stuff, so there's no reason for the chair to be slid back. The other chair is moved on its own as well. And so when I had the camera on them, the chairs didn't move. And the doors were out of frame, but the door moved. The door closed itself. There's two French doors over there coming into the parlor. And the one on the left-hand side closed itself. But I didn't catch it on camera because I had the camera on the chairs. So I said, I think y'all funny. Y'all want to do stuff off the camera. Okay. So I moved the camera across the room on top of the piano, so it gets the entire room now. And instead of moving the door on the left, they actually moved the door on the right. And I actually caught it on camera. It took 2 hours for it to close. So I had to do a time-lapse video, like crunch the video down from 2 hours to like 30 seconds. But yeah, the other door closed. And so now you can't see the chairs so much, and they're slowly moving the chairs again. So they like to do things off camera. As far as not getting caught. And whenever we come in, we talk to them every day. When we come in, we tell them good morning, good night. Because they seem like they want to tell their story. The previous owners that we bought it from bought the house in 2014, and they lived here until 2022. The man, he got a job working for Disney. So they moved to Anaheim, California, and they kept the house for another year and a half until we bought it. But they kept the electricity on, and they come back and check on the house, and so it didn't fall apart, didn't tear or anything. All the furniture that you see, we've pretty much furnished the house. There is only one known piece of furniture that belongs to the Knight family in existence because they, auctioned everything off and it was scattered far and wide back in the 40s. There are quite a few things from the Rogers family. We have a piano, like I said, that canopy bed. A lot of those things. There's a whole attic full of stuff that they left. A lot of interesting stuff that we still haven't gone through. But yeah, these doors, they definitely like to play with them. Hear footsteps and noises upstairs all the time. Here in the parlor, we were here putting together that canopy bed on Memorial Day. And there was just the two of us here. And we heard a woman's voice come from up here. And she said a full sentence and it echoed through the house.
Wow.
And it definitely did not come from, we couldn't tell what she said, but it was 5 or 6 words. And it definitely came from inside the house.
Right.
We said about, I don't know, the house is a good at least 150 feet from the road. And we're a good, 50 yards from each neighbor. So there's not a whole lot of contamination. Also, the walls are 3 foot thick brick. The windows are thin because they're old, but there's not a lot of contamination. It takes the train horn you can kind of hear sometimes, sirens, and maybe a loud car. But you don't get a whole lot of noises in the house from outside because of they didn't insulate walls back then, so they just made a really thick brick. This is an interesting feature of the house. These stairs are very weird. They're pie shaped. They get smaller as you go up, and they twist at the same time. So it's very weird going up. So we were just on the 3rd level. So I should have turned the lights on up here before, but let me get the lights. Trying to fall down the stairs.
Yeah.
So this is actually the 5th level of the house that we're on. This was a guest suite, and then the Rogers family actually rented it out as an apartment. So there was a small kitchenette in here. There's a bedroom, and then this was a living room area. We've got a bed in here and a couch. And they have 2 more beds up here. I turned this into the kids' room because you had to have a kids' room because kids lived here. Where's the light switch? It's across the room. I forget it's over here. So there's 2 more beds in here, single beds. But we got some creepy dolls in here and things. Creepy kids on the wall.
Kristen loves creepy dolls.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, do I.
So
Yeah.
I mean, you are opening this up for folks to come and spend the night,
Yes.
as we are. Somebody really wanted to test their luck. They really wanted to just not get any sleep. what room would you say would be top on the list?
Probably the parlor, because we had a friend sleep down there on an air mattress.
Okay.
And she got woken up multiple times in the night from sounds that she claimed she heard furniture moving that woke her up, about loud bangs. And she said one time she woke up during the night and saw a man sitting in one of the chairs down there.
Mm.
Oh.
And she turned one of the lamps on and left it on the rest of the night.
Yeah, for sure.
And she's a paranormal investigator.
I think I know who you're talking about. I think she told me about that. Was that Sid?
No, it was Kathy. Sid was here, but it was Kathy.
That's right. Yeah.
The house is pretty welcoming as far as like the feel of it. The only place that feels different is the attic, which is where I'm at now. Because the house is the different levels and kind of weirdly built, the attic only runs half the house, but it runs the full length of the house.
Nice.
So all this stuff was left up here. There's antiques and things up here. There's creepy children's drawing on the wall. But all this stuff, none of this stuff is ours. This was all left up here. So either here or the parlor, I would say. And we have cots. We have 2 pretty comfy cots that if somebody wants to sleep in the attic, the cellar, the basement, or the parlor, they can.
Or Gil. Or Kristen.
So,
now, which room did you capture that mist in that you posted the video?
So that was in this room right here. That white dresser was actually on this wall where the couch is, and there's nothing up here to create a mist. We had a dehumidifier in the basement because we had a water problem, which is fixed now. But there's no humidifier or anything. I mean, it's the middle of summer. It's 90% humidity here in Tennessee. So, but yeah, the mist was. I don't even know why the camera switched to night vision a few minutes before it was in color mode, because it was 5:30 in the afternoon in the evening and the sun was still shining through the window. So right before the mist happened, the camera switched to night vision and the mist came across the camera. And then the camera switched back to color vision after the mist. So I don't know if that's part of the weird paranormal, if the mist had something to do with that or what. My friend John Curley had a interesting theory about it that, sometimes when you're investigating, the dark becomes darker with like an entity. He had the theory that maybe the mist wasn't white, but it was black and kind of sucking the light out of the room. Because, in infrared, if you wear a black shirt, it looks white or gray. It doesn't look black. Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. Yeah. But yeah, that's where the mist came from up here. Get furniture moving noises up here. The other night I caught a video sound of what sounds like one of these beds scraping across the wood floor. Yeah. That chirping noise you hear is I got to change the batteries in one of the smoke detectors.
That's not a ghost. Okay.
Chirping noise. Yeah.
Eric, I have a question for you.
This place is dangerous.
Did you guys end up doing the sonar underneath the ground to see if the tunnels are underneath yet, or are you still working on that?
We have not. Billy, my friend Billy Wilkerson, who does that, has been really busy. And we have to make a donation to the Cincinnati Historical Society for him to come out and do that. And we've been spending money on, getting the place up to par for people to come in. So, yeah, but eventually that'll happen. We actually had a historian named Wynn Radford come out, and he's kind of an expert on the Underground Railroad in Kentucky. And he said that if we do our research, we may find that, because they definitely were part of the Underground Railroad. He said that all signs from the research he did kind of point towards it. But you kind of got to have a smoking gun. I mean, they were very secretive about it and things like that. But we've heard rumors of 2 different tunnels. One that goes from the summer kitchen, which is this building back here. It goes to that red barn. That red barn has the other cellar, stacked stone wall cellar in it. And I'm hoping by after tomorrow that investigators will get to go down in there and investigate. So that's an original structure. Yeah, the stacked stone foundation is the original structure to the property. And that barn has been here so long that it is built with square nails. So it's an
Dang.
old structure on the
Way
property.
different, Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
It's been there for a
Um,
minute.
yeah. The basement is kind of hidden by the staircase. You see that weirdly. It is half a basement. Only goes under half the house, and then the cellar goes under the other half, or another quarter, and then there's a tunnel that goes across and comes out under the kitchen.
Yeah,
So this is the basement.
Do I understand proper that there's two basements? Like a basement below the basement?
Yeah. What is
Yeah. So
that
this
about?
is the basement. Those windows are at ground level out front. Um, Here's the other room in the basement. That was the original old coal door, and also a door that the slaves would have used to come down here to cook and things. So this is the basement part. This is the cellar. So this is the bottom level, the very first level of the house is the cellar here. And that is the coal chute from the early 1900s that was put in. It actually comes out under the sidewalk. There's a manhole cover, like a metal manhole cover there. And then this wood that you see here is actually the original wood decking under the porch where the columns are. And they poured concrete over top of it at some point in the 40s or 50s. There's a tunnel down here that goes across the house, and it opens up down there under the modern kitchen that we've been working on. So, yeah, this is the first level of the house. This is the cellar. So,
Hey, Eric, can I ask, is
Yeah.
it quite a bit colder in that, just between the two levels of the basement? Do you notice a difference?
oh yeah, it stays around probably
Temperature-wise?
60 something degrees down there, 65. Yeah,
Okay.
between 65 and 70, I would say. So yeah, it stays quite a bit cooler. The owner we bought it from is the one that put the block walls in because he had to shore up the foundation. Before he put the block walls in, it had just been dirt walls, except for the brick columns that hold the house up.
Okay.
So, but yeah, even here in the basement, even with the windows, it stays cooler down here in the basement as well.
Yeah.
What was the what would have been the point between the to put in this, like the cellar below the basement, like two levels of the basement? What was the purpose?
So the
of
cellar
that?
would have been a root cellar for food storage because it stays cool all the time. And then also, like I said, they would have had, with that coal chute, they would have a boiler down there and the furnace, like we have the modern furnace on there now. But yeah, originally it would have been to keep food cold. They also could have had some of the enslaved people that worked in the house could have also lived down there.
Right.
Okay.
Because so they would have had a summer kitchen, which we have is now attached to the house. There would have been a separate building, and they would have cooked out there in the summer, so they didn't heat the house up. Also, it has a smaller fireplace because they cooked a little differently. But also, if the summer kitchen has a separate building, if it caught fire in the summer and burnt down, it wouldn't burn the house down because you have more fires in the summer because it's dry. This hearth is ginormous in the basement because they would have cooked on this in the wintertime. So this would have been where from movies, you see them swinging the big cast iron pots like over the fire. It's kind of what they would have done down here.
Okay.
So,
Well, do you see here that you were down to take some calls? You still feeling that?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
Man. Awesome. Throw that up here. Get that set up super quick.
And
I know we had
I think I remember
folks
you telling
asking.
me you had seen a woman looking down over the railing of the stairs at one time.
Yeah, I was walking through the house locking up and turning things off. And right up here on the banister, I saw a woman standing there. She had on a white, like linen shirt with a like lacy collar, like choker collar, and had a dress on. And she was standing with her hands on the banister, just looking down at me. And she just disappeared.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. My husband, who's not into the paranormal, he was locking up one day, and we have this door right here, which goes out to the modern kitchen. This is in the dining room. And this is going to be the modern kitchen. This is what we've been working on in here. And so he shut this door, and when he did, he heard like 3 knocks. sounded like Knuckles knocking. He thought he had locked one of us in there because there's a latch on that door.
Mm-hmm.
He opened it up thinking one of us was going to be in there. And when he looked through the window in the kitchen, he saw me, my brother, and my brother's girlfriend were outside. There was nobody in the house. So, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're definitely looking forward to getting up there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to have y'all. It's going to be fun.
So
It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. So excited to get my hands on your house, Eric. Okay. I'm excited to investigate it. Yeah. Well, anybody in the chat, if you've got any questions, you just learned a heck of a lot about this awesome property, this awesome place that we're going to be investigating at the end of this month. Just a few weeks away. That is what tonight is about, to get us there. Yeah, if you have any questions, any thoughts, any similar thoughts, if you have a haunted house, give them a call. You can talk to our guest right now. Speak directly to Eric.
One of the other things I'll show y'all while we're waiting, that this is very unique to this house. I've been in many historic locations, not just as a paranormal investigator, but as a history buff. We have 2 books of original letters and correspondences and business stuff with the Knight family and the Knight house. All of their business dealings from everywhere from Philadelphia to New Orleans. J.B. Knight's father's handwritten 3-page will is in here from 1843. The earliest letter that we have is from 1833. And
Eric.
Yeah.
While I was researching, because I was looking into the history of the Knight House too. I love
good luck with that
myself. And
good luck with finding anything online.
I saw on I guess maybe the people that bought the house right before you guys also, because the notes that you have, they bought off of eBay a set of letters from somebody from Louisiana, from New Orleans. It was like kind of debt letters. I had seen in like maybe 2013, 2014, somebody was selling some letters from JB Knight to somebody else from the Knight House when I researched this.
So there was a lady, the people here did not buy them because they already had all these other letters. I think the lady wanted too much. She lived in Nashville, which is where I'm from, and worked for an attorney there. And it was a bunch of correspondence between an attorney in Nashville and JB Knight. And but they didn't acquire those as far as I know. I think the last owner told me they were too expensive. She just wanted way too much for them. So, and also, like I said, we have hundreds of them here. I mean, we have original envelopes and everything. I have an original JB Knight business card. So,
cool.
Which is funny because, they don't have phones or anything. So it just says JB Knight Attorney at Law. It's just a card that says JB Knight Attorney at Law.
Remember my name.
Yeah.
Remember me.
But some of the letters, they would fold the letter itself into an envelope and like origami, and they would put a wax seal on it. And some of the letters still have the wax seals on them.
Oh wow!
Pretty neat stuff. Yeah.
That's long lasting.
Yeah. It's just you finally open it up after 30 years, and it's like, we put the treasure, and you're just like,
yeah.
No extras, just we put the treasure. We put the treasure. Where did it go?
Where?
Dang it.
No, this is nuts. And you said, so I know we touched on it just a little bit earlier, but there is a plan to kind of work towards I guess either proving or debunking if there's actual physical underground tunnels like in or around the property, right? Because this place it traded hands quite a bit during the Civil War, right? Between like the North and South. Is that?
Hopkinsville. Yeah, Hopkinsville. 3 different times 3 different times in Confederate hands, 3 different times in the Union hands. So yeah. But the Knights came out unscathed. They did not lose any land, no money, no nothing. So,
nice.
Which is interesting that they didn't. They played both sides very well, apparently.
Like a lawyer would.
Right. Well, Kentucky was a neutral state anyway. They never, they didn't take a side, supposedly. But
well, we got a call coming in here. Caller, can we get your name and where you're calling from?
This is Rachel. I'm calling from Ohio.
Hello.
Rachel from Ohio.
Hey, Rachel.
Rachel from Ohio.
Oh yeah. How are you guys doing tonight?
We're good. How are you?
Doing
Great.
good. Doing good.
Doing pretty good.
Good. Good. I'm loving the podcast so far. It's awesome, as always.
Hell yeah.
I have a question
Thank
for
you.
Eric.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's your favorite part of the house and why?
That's. I don't know. This house has become our baby. That's a tough question. Because we've been here so much and working on it so much. I'm so familiar with it. Oh man, I would probably say the master bedroom back here. I don't know. There's something about it. This is the only room they put carpet in, which I don't understand. They took the hardwood floors out and put carpet in, but there's something about this room that I don't know. It's like a familiar feel for some reason. I just feel more comfortable in here than I do the rest of the house. Not that I feel uncomfortable in any part of the house, but just I don't have any problem sleeping in here. I've slept here by myself, like a few times. I've slept here when other guests were in the house, and I just feel at home here. But yeah, probably the master bedroom there. Here soon it's going to be my office back here because we spend a lot of time in it when teams are in the house. And I'll take y'all back here because they just painted it today. So, but this is I was talking about the summer kitchen. This all connects now to where the summer kitchen would have been a separate building. Pardon our mess and the junk, but this is going to be my office hangout area when teams are in the house.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
but yeah, it's hard to. It's like picking a favorite child, I think, because I love the entire house. I mean, the entire house to me is
That
just
makes
amazing.
sense.
Yeah, and we were.
Yeah,
I
that
was kind of drawn to the house too. I actually had dreams about it before we even made an offer on it. And
Wow.
the first time that we looked at the house, we both left talking about as if it was already ours. So it was kind of like it was meant to be.
Cool.
And
Oh,
yeah,
that's
at first we
cool.
didn't think we were going to work out a deal with the owners, and then it just worked out some way, and we got it for a really good deal. And
That's sweet. Hey, I got one other question too, if you don't mind. If you can't take it, it's fine. I can
No,
not
you're good.
ask or let you guys go if you're busy.
You're good.
I'm good. Go ahead.
Good.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. This makes me excited. Has there been anything in the yard weird that you found, or have you had like a metal detector out there or been digging to put like maybe some pipes in or something, and all of a sudden it's like there's a treasure box or bones or something crazy and you're like, oh my gosh, this is awesome, or
We have been doing lots of archaeological stuff. I have not had a chance. I have a metal detector. I have not had a chance to metal detect. But we have found so many artifacts in the house. This is some of them that we found. This is a pipe that is a hand-carved pipe of Sir Walter Raleigh from Italy. These are some of the original doorknobs that would have been in the house. This is an old hand-wrought nail. We have a horseshoe that was actually used. I have this whole container right here is full of shards of china, broken china, that came from under the floor of the summer kitchen. Some of it's from the 1900s, most of it's from the 1800s. Let's see, what else? Just today, we were excavating down in the outdoor cellar where the floor had caved in from the barn, so we're taking the floor out, and we found a bunch of stuff out there that I'm going to post online tonight. We found this duck decoy, handmade wood duck decoy. Every time we explore the house, we find different things. There is actually from the 40s, so we find stuff from all time frames. This right here is actually Chanel number 5 perfume for the 1940s, 40s or 50s. This fancy lighter. Yeah, this fancy lighter is from the 40s as well. I found it actually on eBay. Somebody's selling the exact same one. Kind of ritzy stuff. But yeah, we're always finding artifacts. And I love the paranormal, but I love history more. And so, I love doing the paranormal here, and I love the paranormal, the spirits that are here, and I can't wait to learn more about them through y'all's investigation, other people's investigation. But, also I want the house to be opened up to the public for history. Because, like I said, this is the oldest structure in the county, still standing in the county, and it was a huge part of the history of this part of Kentucky. And so, and members of the Knight family were huge parts of the community. The youngest, the second, let's see, Charlie was the third youngest kid, sorry. Charlie Knight, he was actually 2 miles down the road is the Western Kentucky Lunatic Asylum. That's still in operation. They call it Western State Hospital now. And it's been in operation since 1848. But he was the president there from 1883 until 1921. He was the president of the board, and he ran the hospital. And so things like that in the community, them being lawyers and real estate. So yeah, I can sit here and tell you for 3 more hours about the history of the Knights and the house, the Rogers family, and all that. So the history is fascinating. So I am excited to learn more about the history through talking to the spirits,
Hell yeah.
So,
Well, I hope that you find a bunch of money in the wall, and then you're just like, oh my gosh, this money is from like the 1900s, or before there, and then that's even cooler with the lighter. I mean, I don't have my video on right now because I don't want it echoing through, because I know when you call, they tell you to turn off the TV and stuff, because otherwise it echoes bad. But so I can't see it, but I can go back later and check it out. But I can't wait to see that. That sounds awesome.
Well,
then everything else, oh my god!
Thank you some. I hope that answered your call, Rachel. We're getting piled up with questions on YouTube.
Shoot.
Is
Okay.
it right if we? No, you're good.
Oh,
you're
okay.
good.
Thank you so
All
much.
right. All right. Well,
Hey, you
thank
guys,
for
I love
calling
you
in.
bunches. Good job.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All
Bye.
right. All right.
Bye.
thank you, Rachel. Bye.
All right. So, got to run through some questions here.
All right.
And let's see, I got them written down. This is in no particular order. I've just been grabbing them out of the chat, which, by the way, folks, for our own sanity in the chat, if you have a question for us, for one of the guests, and you're throwing it into the chat, please try to send it in all caps so it's easier for us to find when we're scrolling through. It's the first time I'm saying that, but yeah, I was like,
Send it
crap,
like
where
an
did
old
all of
person,
them go?
like you're yelling at
Yeah,
it.
just all caps, all caps
Yeah.
over here. So let's see here, and like I said, no particular order. One of them here from Beth. It says, "Who do you think is haunting the home?"
So the lady that I saw on the stairs, I believe, was Eliza Knight, which was J.B. Knight's wife. She's also the one that I dreamed about before we bought the house. She actually talked to me in a dream twice. And I think there's also a man here that stays around here. I'm not sure who he is, but I think he's the one that moves the doors and moves the chairs. And I think it's the same man that our friend Cassie saw sitting in the chair up there when she was sleeping in the parlor. Also, what leads me to believe a man as well is because on some of the camera audio, it sounds like a man kind of grumbling, and it sounds like boots walking around. So a little heavier than like a woman. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right.
I think there are more spirits. I think there are more spirits that pop in, but they don't.
Yeah.
I think there's two predominantly that stick around here: a man and a woman.
Okay. Awesome. Let's see, another one here from Michael says, "Eric, I have a question about the house. Do you think or feel that any of the haunting is done by the Knight family?" Which kind of just partially answered here, but when you're talking about you think that there's multiple spirits, multiple apparitions, do you think that it's kind of this, this family, it was so much of this house, like their empire was centered around this house, and which means so much focus, not just locally, but nationally. Like you can't make the equivalent of however many billions of dollars at any point in history and not be influencing and impacting and have your hands in literally everything. So a lot kind of comes back. This is a capital in some sense. So what do you think in terms of what you've seen, what you've heard about, and maybe some of the members of the family that might still be there?
Yeah, like I said, I think Eliza Knight, the wife, I think she's around a lot. I don't think she's here all the time. There is possibly a lady named Georgiana. She was actually a domestic servant. She wasn't a slave. She worked for the Rogers family. She's been seen here by people. She's a African-American lady. And so some people believe that she's here. It's been hard to get stories from other people. because the previous owners that we bought the house from did not want any part of talking to us about the paranormal. All we were told was that the wife had a lot of experiences, and she talked to the neighbors, so the neighbors have kind of told us some of the things she had experienced. The one reason I believe that Elijah Knight's here a lot, another experience I had the other day, we were leaving through the double doors here, and Roger locked the door and pulled it behind him, and I briefly saw a person in a white shirt. The window's kind of frosted, and but right behind him I saw head and shoulders of somebody in a white shirt. And as soon as I looked dead at them, they darted towards the basement. But it was the same kind of like white linen as the lady that I saw on the landing. The part of the problem is I don't know if that's Eliza Knight or not. We have no pictures of her that I know of. The only picture of any Knight family member is of John Jr. and he was a prominent attorney in Chicago. Whenever he became an attorney, he went to Chicago and never came back to Hopkinsville to visit. And there's pictures of him because he lived until 1929. And so photography was a more predominant thing. But there's no portraits in the house because, like I said, it was all sold off at auction. So it'd be great to find pictures of the Knight family other than him. But as far as I know, there's not any that exist, or they're in private collections if there's portraits, or something like that.
Okay. Let's see. We got some more coming in. And folks, I guess technically y'all can still call in. So
Right.
Yeah, Eric's line is still open. You're welcome to call in.
Eric, before we get into the next question, I just wanted to say, knowing Hopkinsville, is it a big surprise that one of the kids was just like, I'm going to break free and never come back to this small town, and go to Chicago or a big city and not see my parents again?
Well, there was a reason that he went. He went there in 1871 because if you remember your history, the Great Chicago Fire that burned down Chicago happened in 1871. Well, his father, JB, owned a 3-story apartment building that burnt down. So JB sent him to oversee the rebuilding of that apartment building because it was a lot of income for them. And he just never came back. He made a life for himself up there. He went and stayed with their cousins of the family. It was his cousins, the Marshalls. And one of I forget his first name, but one of the Marshall boys was also an attorney. So him and John Knight went into practice together. And he became a big real estate mogul and a socialite in Chicago to the point that when he died in 1929, they did a huge obituary article about him in the newspaper and had his picture in the newspaper.
Wow.
So that's why he left and didn't come back, because he just built a life up there. He got married and had a stepson and 2 daughters. So.
Awesome. Well, we've got time to take a very brief, short call here. If we can get just like a single question thing, and then Eric, any pluggables? What I am going to do while we're waiting for a call to come in, because we are getting more questions in the chat than we have time tonight to answer. What I'd like to do is I'm copying them all over. I'm going to shoot an email over to you with them, so you can, if you want, you can hop into the chat and at people and respond. And cool.
Yeah, I can do that.
Awesome. All right, y'all. This is the chat. Y'all are brave in the chat. Come on, call in. Let's go.
Amy, you should call in. I love that question.
Yeah. We want you to scream at us as much as you're typing all caps in the chat. Okay? Be as loud as you are in the chat on the phone.
It does help see it in the chat, though.
It really does. It was a good call.
While
we're taking a second.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. I do owe one more, so I got to mark it before I can take it.
How are you doing? You okay?
I'm actually doing pretty good, yeah. I got my...
Doing good? You've been quiet for a minute.
Got my Coca-Cola over here that I've been slowly sipping on to dilute it.
Okay.
I'm at 3.5. That's not too bad, right?
Nope.
That's pretty easy. So we're still in light work right now, as they say in the gym. Oh, we got a call coming in?
Got a call coming in.
Right. Final call for Eric.
All right. Hello. You are live. Can we get your name and where you're calling from?
My name. I'm calling from Washington.
Hi, Amy.
Hello.
Hey, Amy.
Hey, Amy.
Hello. Hey, So, Eric, question for you on this. You're obviously very drawn to the house. You've
Oh.
Nope, we
Amy?
lost you.
Amy,
I think
you,
we lost you.
you. You cut out there.
Uh-oh.
I think.
Uh-oh.
Did we completely lose her?
Amy,
I
did we
think so.
completely lose you? Did you mute? Did you get muted? Oh, shoot.
Amy, if you can hang up and call right back immediately. All right. Let's see.
You gotta love live technology.
That was going to be a good question. You know, it's like, you're obviously connected to the house, and it's like, what?
That was the question. You're obviously
Right.
connected to the house and. Go.
Well, all else fails before you go. We'll get
give-
that
all right.
question for you.
Everybody else, hold off.
All right.
Amy, we're holding up. We're holding the line for Amy
We're waiting
right
for
now.
you,
It's
girl.
gonna be about a 30-second delay here, so this is for you. We're giving you the spot.
Yeah, she put in the chat and my phone cut out.
Oh, all right. I believe this is Amy.
That was
Let's
much
see.
slower. Okay, there it is.
All right. Amy, you there?
my son.
Yeah.
Let me keep the call going.
All right. Let's try. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. Did you hear my question?
We
No.
didn't. You cut out right as you were asking it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Oh no.
it's got to
It
be
might
her
be
connection.
signal.
It's about it. You felt like you already own the house. Do you think maybe you lived there in a previous life?
Oh.
I think it's possible. I actually had a friend of mine who's very connected spiritually, and she told me to not be surprised if I found some sort of evidence that I may have lived here at one time. I definitely feel comfortable in the house, like I'd live here, like I've lived here before. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a weird. I'm just comfortable with the property and everything. Even Hopkinsville. Like I'd never really been to Hopkinsville because we actually live outside of Nashville. It's about an hour and a half drive, and I've only been to Hopkinsville a handful of times throughout my life, even being a native to like this area. And but just Hopkinsville feels like home. It's weird. So I'm kind of split between my own home where I grew up and here in Hopkinsville. But yeah, I believe that it's entirely possible.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, if you feel like you're home to someplace you've never been before, some part of you is remembering.
Right.
Yeah, and I typically, if I'm in like a strange location that I'm not familiar with, I typically don't sleep very well. And here, like I said, I don't have any problems sleeping. I don't have any problems being in the house by myself or staying here or anything. So, you know, I've never felt uncomfortable here at all.
Well, and the spirits that are still there obviously are comfortable with you.
Yeah, very much so. And I think they very much enjoy what we're doing with the house. I think that's why they move the doors and the chairs and stuff. I don't think it's to say that I think it's to say they're happy, that they like what we're doing. Because
Well,
like
I know
said,
you had mentioned that you greet them when you get there. You tell them goodbye when you leave. I work in a haunted building, and I do the same thing when I get there. You know, hey all, what's going on? You know, if I'm leaving for a long weekend, you know, keep it kind of tame for the weekend, just because you're unsupervised. You know, absolutely. Building a relationship with them is huge, and collectively we call them Steve now. You know, so if somebody's doing something at work, it's like, hey, don't be making Steve mad. We don't need this. We don't need that. Just don't make Steve mad.
Right.
So
Awesome.
yeah, telling them what's going on, I think, in my experience, is huge.
Yeah. Well, I think finally finishing the house and putting some of the stuff back the way it should be, I think is a step in the right direction with them too. I think the reason they came to the previous owners kind of bugged the previous owner's wife so much from what we heard from the neighbor that she had scary experiences where they scared her. But I don't think they liked some of the stuff they were doing with the house. And and they were coming to the wife because she worked from home, and so she was here all the time. And so, but that, not to talk smack about the previous owners, but what I've been told is they kind of pissed off the entire community and the local government. So,
Oh shit!
yeah,
Wow.
Nice.
yeah, a lot of people did not like them. So,
We do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we gotta wrap this portion up. Eric, is
Great
it all right
question,
if
Amy.
I share your contact info in the chat
Yeah.
for folks? And I'm also
Yeah.
gonna shoot that email over to you. And Amy, favorite
Thank you,
question
Amy.
tonight. Don't
Thank
tell
you. Thank you,
everybody
Amy.
else, by the
Thank
way.
you.
Seriously. Thank you. Have a good one.
yeah, and anybody, the Night House Facebook page, anybody can message me on there if they want to ask any questions or inquire about the house.
Okay.
I get messages from people all the time on there.
Awesome. Cool. Anything you'd like to plug? Any quick references other than Facebook? I did share, if everybody checks right now in the chat, I pinned the link to the Night House itself in the chat.
Yeah, do check that website out. He puts up evidence. I've watched it like multiple times through now.
Yeah.
But on that website, check out the website.
Yeah, and also we put all the restoration stuff up there because, like I said, it's a lot about the history as well. There are pictures on Facebook and on the website of all the stuff that we find. I post all the time on there the stuff that we're doing and the progress of it because people like to see before, after, and during while you're doing the projects. So yeah, the Night House website, which is thenightHouseKY.com, and night is spelled KNIGHT, and also the Night House on Facebook. And I just started a YouTube channel for all the videos, just to have them all in one place. So not just the paranormal videos, but also the history stuff and the restoration stuff that we video and that I do live streams of. There's a walkthrough video of the house that's probably better than the walkthrough I did tonight since I couldn't flip my camera because I couldn't see where I was pointing. But there's a walkthrough video when we first bought the house, so you can kind of also see the difference with that video as what's going on today. But yeah, anybody can message me on there. Also the Unseen Paranormal podcast, if anybody wants to check that out as well. And also my profile on Facebook, Eric Freeman Sims, is a public profile, so people can go follow me and see all the things I'm doing. Because I go to conventions and I speak at conventions, things like that all the time. So, but with the Night House, I just yesterday added 3-hour private investigations for people who don't have teams. And it's $150 for 4 people. And it's for 2 additional people, it's $25 a piece. Up to 6 people for a 3-hour mini investigation. I will lead the investigation, and sometimes there'll be some of my other friends here, investigator friends. And you get a 3-hour investigation. So for the first 2 hours, I'll investigate with you. You get to see all the equipment, play with all the equipment. And then the last hour is kind of a free-for-all where you get to go around the house and investigate wherever you want and I'll still be here to hang out. So those dates are posted now up on the calendar. And also, if anybody wants to rent the house out, we have half-night investigations from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. and then overnight, like y'all are doing, from 7 p.m. to 9 a.m. the next day. So.
All right. Thank you, man.
Wow, so
Thank
cool.
you
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Links,
look forward to coming up
all
there,
those
Eric.
links will be in the show notes. We have a few in there right now, but we'll be adding them all into this final episode too. So make sure to look for them there. All right.
And I'll jump in the chat and answer as many of those questions as I can.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
I sent the email over
Nice.
to you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
Eric.
right, thank you, Eric.
Thank you. I'll see y'all soon.
Eric, you're the
Have a good
best.
one, buddy.
See you soon.
Have a good night.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Whoa. Hey, before we jump over, I do have a thing to say, a thing to shout out before we jump to our next guest.
Please.
So I was going to shout out Mr. David Aguilar. He jumped in the chat a little while ago. I forgot he donated to our cause earlier today. He found out about this program, this fundraiser, and got real about it. He was going to come, and then he went ahead and just donated before he came. So I just wanted to get that shout out for him for doing so.
Thank you, David.
So much,
Thank you.
David.
Sir.
And he was our very
so
first
much.
donator. This is the second time he's donated to our cause, so he's very excited to see it.
Yep.
Yeah. So thank you, David. Appreciate
Thank
you.
you, sir.
First donator on
David?
this campaign. David. Oh, hold
Thank
on.
you.
Oh God.
Oh
Oh, God.
Do one more
Oh, wait.
mark on this.
Okay.
Hold on. Where's my blue marker?
Oh boy.
We were gonna have a
Oh,
break.
boy.
That ain't happening. This is just that break was
4.5.
mostly for Joey. He's just
Yeah, and I am going to hop off in a second and do a wardrobe change because this is not my only clothes for the night. So,
Ooh.
cheers to this.
Oh, cheers, buddy.
Still
In
feeling good
just
though.
a minute, I'm gonna have to take a urination break.
All right.
y'all better hurry. We have a guest coming.
Yeah, I
Who's
know.
our next guest?
I believe it's Ashley from
Preface.
Penn Paranormal.
Ooh. I'm excited to talk to her.
Nice.
She
Very
was
excited.
the very first one to make a video for us, kind of promoting this thing. So
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, hella cool. I just so appreciate that early support. Like people just kind of came out of the woodwork to do it
Right.
because I think they saw that too, like the community aspect of it and just wanting to share in that experience. That is just so cool. Yeah, thank you, Ashley. I remember that video. It's awesome. Well, who's gonna go first? Why don't you? Damien, the look on Damien's
mine
face.
will
Go,
probably
Damien.
take.
Damien,
mine'll-
go, go,
mine'll
go,
take
go,
quicker.
go,
I'll
go,
be
go,
back.
go, go.
Go, Damien.
I
Go.
think we both can go.
Quickly,
I think we both
quickly.
can go. You guys are going. So you guys can hold this up while me and Damien. No, that's not a good look. Okay, Gil's not okay with this.
No, you're
Okay.
good.
He
I
knows how to
promise.
Just
read
loosen
you
the
after all
ties.
these years.
I can just loosen the
Right.
tie. I mean, I'm literally more than halfway done with this.
How many wardrobe changes do
Kevin
you
Williams.
have tonight? It's only
I'm doing
He's
them
in his
every 2
house,
hours.
so-
Yeah.
We're only
just-
2 hours in, buddy. You're already
I know
changing.
every. I think I'm looking at my wall. Okay, so I think I have 3 left. So
Well, let's see.
Okay, well,
Kristen, would you love to tell folks that are... Oh, actually, hold on. Let's see here. I think she'll be joining any moment now. Kristen, do you want to let folks know what we're doing here tonight, since it has been 2 hours
2
since we
hours.
started? and we've
2
got folks
hours
coming
in. Yes, yes. So if you are tuning in or you tuned in after the fact, after we started it, this is Parapalooza 2024 live. This is a live fundraising telethon event, but it's more than that. We are welcoming on all kinds of guests, special guests, people from the paranormal community, all aspects of the paranormal community. You're going to see that here in not too long away, just all different areas of the community, welcoming you on to chat about their particular area of focus. And throughout the night, we have to do a giveaway. Actually, I think we have definitely hit that first milestone. We're going to do giveaways. Joey is going to chug that entire bottle of whiskey before the end of the night. He has to take a shot every $25 that we make, which I think is a terrible idea, but he's doing it and he's committed to it. Ghost stories. Ghost stories. What else? We are taking your calls. You can call in. We'll open up the lines during each guest when they are on and after they've had a chance to kind of tell us what they're about, tell us their story. We will open up the we'll open up the lines
hello
to
there.
you to call in.
howdy, sir.
howdy.
Who is this? What
Good
is
to
your
see
name?
y'all. Oh, this is just Joey.
Joe?
Just Joey.
Yeah, Southern Western Star. Drinking. This goes with the Kentucky bourbon right now. So Gil is not amused right now. He's seen
No,
this character
no.
before, though. Look at his face. He's seen it and heard it before. So
You've gotten a lot better at your accents.
little
They're-
cheers. Yeah,
I
sometimes.
feel like I'm-
Sometimes.
I feel like I've been like watching Matthew McConaughey learn how to do other accents. Like it's at
Real
that first
quick.
stage.
Ashley just messaged and said she's on, but I don't know what else I need to do to join. Do you see me?
Oh.
You should have an option to do request a call. And if not, I will shoot you a support link. I see that you're in the studio. So
So exciting.
y'all keep things rolling while I
Okay.
shoot over an email
Joey,
real quick
please,
if you would, please.
before you were so rudely interrupted, continue.
I
Go ahead,
know,
Joey.
right? I mean, I've just been trying to talk all night, and every time I try to talk, it just gets stopped. What are you? Have you guys changed your drink yet? I've still been drinking the same Elysian. I might just be chugging it. I think right now because I've been asked to
Yeah,
chug the rest of it to get to the rest of my 11 beers. After I still have more, and I actually don't have that much more to go of this. So see how little is left of this. With only a few shots. So keep.
Actually,
I still have to chug it.
I
So
just-
actually, I'm gonna add this in, right? So
Shit.
each $100 that gets donated from now on, not from past, from now on, I will be chugging a beer, a 12-ounce beer. Gil is
Okay.
writing down the rules.
Yeah. So
I will
I'm
be
going to interrupt
chugging-
you here because
Go ahead,
Ashley's
go ahead.
interview was only 15 minutes long, and you're
Yeah,
just
come in,
talking about
Ashley.
drinking.
that's
Ashley,
my
I
fault.
just
That's my
sent
fault.
you. I just
My
emailed
fault.
you a backup link. So if you could check your email real quick, that should shoot you right over to us. I hope. If not,
She's-
I don't know. But there is a link in your email. It came from Black Cat
She
Report.
said she clicked the link.
Okay.
So
All right.
Come on, girl.
Sorry about that, Ashley.
Yeah, sorry about that, Ashley.
I did my best. Y'all know behind the scenes what my support email was like. It's like 9 pages long. It's color coded. I tried my best there.
Mm-hmm.
No, you did good, bud. You did good, Gil.
You did great. We all read the email.
Same screen.
Sometimes that's just tech. Stuff happens. It's okay.
Damien knows. Yeah, he knows all day.
mhm.
Well, if we can't figure it out before the next guest slot, we might be able to carve out some time at some point over the night with the way things are rolling.
Yeah, I think we just built in. I think we just built in a few seconds of minutes of time to let me break character a little bit and get back into my character. I think we built into a few minutes of time that we can carve out for you. So.
And you've got a fan in the chat down there, Joey. J-Boos.
Oh, let me check the chat.
Oh hell.
Somebody just
Angela
wants to hear
Mayer.
you talk.
I want to hear about what else I will be drinking tonight. Okay. Okay. I just want to let you guys know that I am from Northern Virginia, so this accent is 100% true. From a small town in Northern Virginia. You guys
Grave
have-
evidence. That's going to hurt in the morning, sir.
You know what's funny? Is that
I got it
at
in the name.
1 p.m. tomorrow, me, Gil, and Damien have to record another episode of podcast that I actually have to do a little editing on tonight. So this is going to be fun. This
Oh,
Mr.
shit.
Evan Williams will be sitting beside me as I edit.
Okay. Whoop.
Okay, Gil, you
She
got
is
this.
on location. All right, we're gonna give her. I'd like to give her the last 5 minutes of
For sure.
her her interview before we bring in Timothy Miller from Miller's Monsters. Actually, if you have a cell phone handy, I'd like to open up the line for you, the actual beer booze boogeyman line. So anybody that's sitting at home that wants to call in, if you could just please wait. We're trying to just get Ashley in any way possible. So
I wonder if that's what's causing the issue. Maybe she's not getting good service there or something.
nope. It's technical. The one thing I didn't predict, somebody using an iPad. So
The one thing.
so
The one
Ashley,
thing.
I just sent you over the phone number. If you want to call in,
Well, she is at a. If I'm looking at the right place, she's at a very creepy looking house right now.
all right.
Nope. There's 2 gills.
Oh, I don't like that. There it is.
Hello, Ashley.
Oh, do you have me?
Yes.
Whoa.
Would you be able
We got
to mute thy iPad?
Okay, I'm walking away from the iPad. Am I still echoing?
You're good. You're good
No,
now.
you are perfect. You are perfect. Sorry about the tech kerfluffle that just happened.
Okay.
There. Thank you for going through it all
Well,
with us.
I'll tell you, I wasn't expecting to be here tonight, so I didn't even think about it, and it was kind of a last-minute opportunity, and we just went with it with the iPad, and I didn't think about it not working out, so I apologize.
It's all good.
Oh, you're good.
You are good.
We've got 5-6 minutes, right, left before the next one comes in. I'm sorry, we got like 10 interviews. You know, I'm trying my best here, but really quick. Elevator pitch. Tell us a little bit about yourself, if you would, please.
Okay, well, I started investigating about 20-something years ago. That'll tell you how old I am, maybe. And since then,
22.
it's just kind of my love for it has grown, my passion for it has grown. And so about a year ago, I decided to start writing. And as a part of that, I started investigating so that I would have, content to write about. Investigating more. I should say investigating often. Before that, it was kind of just a hobby I did from time to time.
Right.
And now I do it as much as I can.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
I love that it was about writing and that kind of added into. I'm a writer myself for like songs and just in general writing SEO and writing like stories, and that's beautiful. That kind of added into your whole movement into your life. That's really cool. That added into it.
Yeah, it kind of happened in a funny way. I was at the McIntyre Villa, which is in Atchison, Kansas. I know Atchison is kind of famous for Sally House, but there's a beautiful mansion there called the McIntyre Villa. And I was with a small group, and one of the girls wanted to play hide and seek using her dowsing rods. So I volunteered to be the hider, and I went down into the basement. And so I was down there by myself for probably a good 10 minutes. And while I was down there, this story just came to me, and I thought, I have to write this. And as soon as that happened, like in that moment, from then on, it just took off, and I started writing stories from the McIntyre. And then, I'm still working on a book, but I write little stuff here and there. And so I do that and promote it on Facebook and TikTok.
That's awesome.
And if anybody wants to see what you do, to follow up with you, to check out your work, where should they go? How should they find you?
Yeah, so I'm at Pin Paranormal on Facebook and also Pin Paranormal on TikTok. And that's pretty much my social media presence at this point.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, we're going to have to get you back. I want to get you on at some point specifically to talk about like auto writing and process and stuff behind it. You got my curiosity.
Yeah, I would love
now.
to.
Yeah, Gil and I are like
all right,
with our
that
hands,
sounds great.
with our hands like ready to go, being like, yeah, let's talk about this.
Okay, I would love that. Thanks, guys. I'm sorry about the difficulties tonight, but I'm honored that you included me in this, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I have a Paracon that day on the 28th, but as soon as we wrap it up, I'm going to jump on.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, yay.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, have fun investigating tonight.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's
I appreciate it.
Awesome.
We've already had great stuff happen today, so it's been a good day.
Hell yes.
Wonderful.
Hell yes.
Can't wait to see the evidence.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you so
All right,
much,
thank you,
Ashley.
Ashley.
Have a good night, Ashley.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
How you doing there, Cowboy Joy?
I'm doing pretty darn good. As
Boy,
you
howdy.
can see, the dark lines under my eyes means I haven't been getting sleep. because I've been working too much. But I'm glad we're doing this here video chat. You know.
Did you? All that work in is starting to catch up with you, huh?
It's been
Is that what's
a
happening
little
right
bit,
now?
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I feel for you.
We all working, you know. We all do that.
We do. Everybody's busy. Busy.
All right. Looks like next up, and he's welcome to hop on whenever he gets a chance, should be Timothy Miller from Miller's Monsters.
Oh,
Sweet.
Yes.
awesome.
The only person
And
that could
maybe-
probably outdo my costumes right now. So
Guaranteed to. And when I
Yeah,
say Timothy Miller
guaranteed
from
to.
Miller's Monsters, I mean Satan himself is going to be joining us here in just a moment, along with, hopefully, if we're lucky, this incredible little pooch, Echo.
He's got to bring Echo.
Yeah.
He has
That's
to.
why I came tonight. Not gonna lie.
yeah, Gil wasn't actually gonna be here.
Nope.
Until Echo was
Yeah.
booked. Until he was booked, and then Gil was like, you know, I was
changed
gonna go
everything.
knock
I
on
mean, I-
doors and spread the gospel of
Exactly.
the Mormon Jesus. But Echo's gonna be here. I gotta be here for this.
Yeah. He's got to make an exception tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Eric is down in the chat for anybody that had any questions for him.
Oh, cool.
Yes. And I did send Eric all the questions I could find, with everybody's handle attached to it. So Eric, you got some homework, my friend. I'm sorry. You came on the show and now you left with homework.
Yep.
People love them some Night House. I got them
They
questions.
do.
Dragon Paw sat down in the chat. I'm not sure who he's referring to because I don't know when he put that up, but he says, "Bro, that's what I was going to wear." I don't know if that's to you, Joey, or to what was described
Talking to you,
of
Kristen.
Timothy Miller.
No, I
Oh.
think it was you, Kristen. I think it was
I'm
you.
pretty
Kristen,
sure it was you,
actually.
Kristen.
Oh.
We can
Okay.
ask him
Yeah.
when he comes on later.
Mm-hmm.
I had other costume changes too, but I just-
Kristen.
no.
Kristen, come
I don't
on,
want to
come on.
outshine what is going on over there.
That is very easy. to
Brings
do.
out just brings out a bedazzled poncho. Just like I had to do. Damn it.
Hey,
Rhinestone
you guys
Cowboy
ever
starts
read
playing
the
in the
Dark Tower
background.
series? You know,
Stephen King?
Kristen was the inspiration behind the Dark Tower series.
That's not really a compliment
Is it?
Yeah.
or an insult.
No, it's
That's
a
just
good
awkward.
compliment. Those
Wasn't
if
the
you watch
Dark
the movie,
Tower
the movie
series
was
about like
bad.
the end of the world? Wasn't it like dystopian?
Complicated.
Didn't you read the whole all
I
7
watched-
books? No,
I
the movie.
watched.
No. The movie was okay. We're gonna get into review
Tell
podcast
us
here.
Put
tell us
your
in the
earbuds
chat. Tell
back
us
in.
in the chat
What
what's
did you
going
think
on
about
with the
the
Dark
Dark Tower
Tower
series?
series, y'all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell me
The
all
Idris
about
Elba, Matthew McConaughey. Okay, so Matthew McConaughey, favorite actor. Not favorite actor, but the movie was terrible. The book series, amazing.
it. Okay. And there's 7 of them, you said?
7. Please read them all. Or
No,
No.
they're redoing the movies.
Are they?
The
All
guy
of
who did the The Haunting of
All
Hill
movies?
House and
oh, okay,
The Haunting of Bly Manor, he's I think
Mm-hmm.
like remaking all that.
the Dark Tower series.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Thank God. Well,
I can't think of his
Sticker
name
Me
right
This USA just brought up a great point. I believe they're referring to the hitchhiker effect. Just basically just talking about like they were like, hey, oversimplifying it here. Is it possible that if you go to a place like a ghost night house, that one of the ghosts, if you will, would go home with you or attach itself to you? Yes, that's totally a thing, and that is a free souvenir.
Gil. No, remember what
No,
we're doing on the
not.
way to our. Remember what we're doing on the way to the night house that you told me about,
Nope, I canceled
and
that.
the way back.
Canceled that one too.
Miss
Are we not
Sticker,
supposed to? Are we not supposed to talk about that?
Miss Sticker Me This USA. That is Gail is her name. Miss Gail.
Hi, Gail.
She brings up a good topic of discussion, a good point. that, that's something that I hadn't really thought too much about, and maybe I should have, but it's because I'm not a paranormal investigator. Damien, you may have more to say about that subject, about spirits attaching themselves to you. Does it happen? Who does it? Is it the hitchhiker effect? Is it really that prevalent? I had a really interesting discussion. I'm just until Timothy jumps on, just let me know. Just wave at me, Gil. Yeah, I had a really interesting discussion with she's a practicing pagan and metaphysical, like spiritual energy cleanser. And she works with those kind of energies, and she's also done some paranormal investigating, and she was teaching me about different things that you can do so as to avoid that hitchhiker effect, just any unwanted attached energies, and that you should be doing certain things like a prayer or wearing certain stones before you even start the investigation. Then, of course, before you leave, so that you're not taking anything with you. What do you think about that concept, D-Booze?
Well, I'm not the ultra religious type, but my wife's pretty religious, so she always says some kind of prayer, and she has some protection stones just to take that extra precaution, because you just never really know who's going to be there. Even though you may hear of a place where there's nothing negative or nothing bad going on, even if it's a friendly spirit, they may be like, hey, this person seems pretty chill, I want to go home with them. You always take that risk anywhere you go. And earlier in the show, when Gil had asked Jason about if you're drinking alcohol or whatever, if your body and your mind is, what's the word I'm looking for, not 100% there, you're opening yourself up even more to an attachment. Mm-hmm. So like, if we go into a location and I'm 100% like buzzed off my ass, I'm not focused and I'm not fully there.
Right.
So I have that risk of something coming back with me because I'm not grounding myself. I'm not prepared for whatever's coming there. And the same thing, like if you're battling like a really bad cold, it's almost like if your body isn't and your mind isn't like 100%, mm-hmm. that your immunity's down in a way to where you risk that coming home with you or something coming home with you, and mm-hmm. you may not notice it for weeks at a time. But then, I've read stories of attachments where they just slowly start changing. Either they just become super reclusive or super depressed, or they become super agitated like all the time. And that's usually like a negative attachment, but people will start noticing some kind of change in them within over a certain amount of time mm-hmm. before they even realize something's going on. And it's funny, my mom swears up and down. She's like, the first time I went to Waverly Hills, my mom went with me and my stepdad went with me. She goes, I'm pretty sure you brought something back with you, because now everywhere I live or work, something crazy happens. And she's like, I think you brought something home with you. And I'm like, well, at that time I didn't know nearly as much as I did now, because that was 8 years ago, 8 years ago. Yeah. And yeah, it's just funny that she says that all the time. She's like, I'm pretty sure you brought something home with you. And I'm like, well, there was a lot of people that died there. So, if they did, they haven't hurt me yet. So. Oh,
jeez. Do you think that's possible? And you've just had a tagger on her for 8 years?
I mean, maybe. I mean, you guys call me a ghost magnet. So,
well,
maybe something has, latched onto me just to kind of keep me on my toes all these years. Who knows? I mean, as long as it doesn't negatively affect me, it wouldn't really bother me. So,
mm-hmm. I guess not.
Mm-hmm. Well,
what if it positively affected you? Would you know?
Well, it hasn't positively affected me in the way I'd like to be, because I'm not a millionaire or anything. So,
well, you got it. Never mind.
Maybe the ghost loves the way your life is and does not want it to change. It's so comfortable. It's perfect.
Maybe. You know what? That ghost Just got married, gained about 10 pounds, and just like got real comfy. Got real comfy.
Right?
Yep.
Right?
All right.
Well.
I'm not sure. So throwing this out there, I know we're eating away at minutes. That was the plan for the night to begin with. Obviously, we wanted everything to run smooth back to back. It's a live show. There's like 10 guests lined up. There's gonna be little hiccups and stuff here and there. I was gonna say, Tim, Mr. Beelzebub, if I may, there should be a red button at the very bottom of the page on the link that I sent you to. Where it just says request to join the call. Not sure if it's you that's in the studio right now. I think it's you. I see people in the waiting room, but I can't see their name. I just have a count, so I'm like, I don't know who else would be there. Oh, it is him. Okay, I'm getting texts right now. Cool. He was grabbing a beer.
He's Miller's Monsters.
Priorities. Yes.
Lover. Chaser of her own
Satan.
hearts right now.
Oh, wait. No,
Gotta
this
be.
is Scott. Oh, it's Scott. Okay.
Ooh.
Why did you? I have too many screens going here, y'all.
Gil literally
Too many
has like
screens.
he has 6 screens going on right now. He's got us. He's got the YouTube going. He's got people joining. He's got like Command and Conquer going on. He's got the video of his cats going on right now. It's
Just
only
24/7.
I don't
Everybody
even
in
want to
the
tell
chat.
you what the other 2 are. He will tell you what the other 2 screens are if you donate $25 to the Patreon.
I'm looking up how to hire assassins, typing in
Gil.
Joey's address.
Dude, I'm only like 10 minutes down the road from Gil's house. Okay, so like we can let you know.
All
Me
right.
and Gil live 10 minutes from each other.
I think we're gonna. I don't know.
Might as well. He
Mr.
can
Miller,
later.
Mr. Beelzebub, brother,
Satan.
we're gonna set something up with you soon. But we gotta keep this train on and rolling here. So, Scott, I know you're requesting to join in. Go for it, brother. Hop in whenever you get a chance.
I can't wait.
Yes.
I'm dressed perfect for Scott
Man.
too. So
And
I'm
this
sure
is the
Echo.
feller-
I think what was happening was Echo, Mr. Beelzebub,
Location.
Timothy Miller. I think his dog was just walking across the keyboard. It was probably a dog-related incident.
Yeah, he
He
just
had
put
to
in the
ask me.
chat. Go ahead and move on. Not making it. There might be an issue on his side. Oh,
I'm
so
sorry, brother.
sad.
Sucks, man.
we miss you.
Now, Scott is the one who suggested what we ultimately decided to do at the Night House, correct?
We all owe a big thank you to him.
Yes, yes.
I'll be taking a shot to Scott.
Hey,
Scott.
What's up,
Hi,
dude?
Scott.
I'm
Yeah,
the
what's
evil
up,
genius
Scott?
behind what you guys, the inspiration, I hope.
The
Yes.
Maestro. Maestro.
I've
There
shared
he
it.
is.
I've shared it with everybody. I've tried to give you credit as much as possible, but this also just felt right when we were setting this up. I was like, we have to reach out to the dude who literally gave us the formula for this.
Right.
I'm here.
Right. Hell
I'm
yeah.
here.
Not,
If
not
you
just
want
because you're awesome.
ideas where I don't have to do any work, just ask me. It's great.
What
There
the
you go.
genius?
This is why we're
And-
friends. This is why we're friends.
Yeah.
Everybody, this is Scott Tompkins from the Bigfoot Mapping Project, and a recently started awesome podcast, by the way, which I wanna hear you plug here soon in a little bit. I've been watching, I've been listening. It's
Thank you.
fantastic. Scott's been a friend of Black Cat Report for quite some time. I think he was on like episode 6, 7, or 8. You were in the top 10, I want to say, somewhere around maybe episode 3. I don't
take
remember.
it.
I think it was
Early
8
on,
and
early
like,
on.
62.
And another one. He's been on 3 times now, but
Wow.
Trifecta.
time's been going. But Scott,
Trademark.
if you would please blow everybody's minds with what you do, what you're a part of, what you started, and
Who you are.
Some
Okay.
stories, if you will, man.
The
And
first
thank you
thing
for
I
coming.
really need to do is
Yes.
acknowledge Kristen here because I owe you
Thank you.
an
Thank you, Scott.
episode.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
So I'm gonna say my schedule's been a little crazy since we had a baby, but it's been 9 months. We're getting it. It's not as easy as people think. So I don't know how single parents do it. It's so I just want to start off by saying that I acknowledge that I've been a little not as consistent lately. So I owe you big time
No,
an
you
episode.
don't.
You're
No,
very
you don't.
patient.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Do you
You
forgive
know,
What a
Scott?
guy. What a guy.
I don't forgive Scott. There's nothing to forgive. He had a baby, and then there was like a hurricane, and then there was tornadoes. It's just like, don't live
Here
in
in
the
Houston.
South. So there's a
Scott,
lot going on
Scott.
down there.
Scott, she doesn't forgive you. She says there's nothing to forgive.
That's
'cause
the
she doesn't
only thing
forgive
he
you.
That's what I
took
heard.
away from that.
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
might
she
cry a
doesn't
little on
forgive
this
you.
podcast. It might be a
Oh
first.
no! All right, all right. I'll forgive you just for the courtesy of it, but there's nothing to forgive. You're
Actually,
good.
that's
You're
pretty
good.
wild. That's right. The day we were supposed to have the podcast, or day after, or something, there was like, was it the hurricane or
Yes.
the tornado? It's all kind of a blur. They were within like 2 weeks of each other
Wow.
here in
Yeah,
Houston.
I didn't
It
know
was
what was
like-
going on
it-
down there.
It was like Hurricane Evan Williams or something, you know, like
Really.
Oh, God.
But Gil, I'll take the chance to, or take the opportunity to let everybody know a little bit about the Bigfoot Mapping Project. And I know your agenda on the show is for us to share some paranormal experiences,
If you would.
hence the name of the show. But I have a Bigfoot experience that I'll share. And we've talked about it before, but I think it's very appropriate to share on the show tonight. So first thing is I am the new host of Mapping Bigfoot, the podcast on the Untold Radio Network. Very fledgling, very new. I'm 3 episodes in. I just recorded the 4th. It'll be coming out in about a week on the 14th. It's going to be a good one. The guest is Tanner Hoskins. He's the Pacific Northwest Missing Persons Project founder. It's going to be very interesting, I think, anyway. He's a great guest. And then I'm also the founder of the Bigfoot Mapping Project, which is a crowdsourced repository for capturing reports and data about Bigfoot sightings, encounters, evidence, etc. And the second part of that is what I do. My background is GIS, right? So Geographic Information Systems. And I take all of that data and I do analysis on it. So I make maps and I make different analysis and do different analysis and share my insights a lot of times through Instagram, right? So at Bigfoot Mapping Project on Instagram. So it's been a wild ride over the last 3 or 4 years that I've been able to talk to a lot of people and meet you guys multiple times, 3 times. So I'm really excited to be here. And that's a little bit about, the Bigfoot Mapping Project and me and what we're doing. And I should have started off also by saying thank you for making me part of the show. This is it's a pretty cool show. I really like that you guys ran with the idea, and I can't wait to see what you do with it. So
It was
yeah,
definitely a unique idea. And when Gil
Yeah.
tossed it out there, I was like, that is different, and I think we should try that. So-
It was just off the cuff for Scott, and we're just like, that's an amazing idea. Oh my god.
it's the benefits of ADD, right?
With you and me both, brother, with our powers combined, we're
yeah.
we're stoppable, but it requires things to be slightly out of place or ticking
shiny.
in another room or shiny. That'll always do it.
Yeah.
Or
Hey.
almost potentially shiny. Then we'll just try to shine it. But yeah, it was Scott. He was the one that actually was like, I think an RPG style investigation would be awesome. And I was like,
I mean,
when I-
right, how many times you watching the show and you're like, don't do that, or I would do this, and it's like, like why'd you guys not go over here, or like, now it's like, okay, I can get, voice my opinion and at least give you guys some, feedback real time
yeah.
from the audience, and I think it's I don't know, I think it's gonna be pretty cool.
Scott, you're gonna be the one that's like, hey Joey, go in that room. Turn off the lights.
Yeah, no,
Turn off the lights.
I've been,
100%. 100%.
I will empty my bank account just to make you sit in the dark somewhere by yourself.
But you don't.
Sadly, it's
spoiler
less
alert.
than
Don't let
I'd like to
Scott's
admit.
calm demeanor
You
fool
don't
people.
have to empty your bank account. You only have to put $25 in just to tell Joey or just to tell Gil or Kristen or Damien to be like, hey, you know what? You know what looks really cool in that? You know what would really look cool in that room? You. Turn off the lights, go lay in the bed. Good luck.
By yourself.
Yeah, by yourself. And then you can sit there eating popcorn like that Michael Jackson meme. And you can just sit there eating popcorn being like, yep, that's
what
you.
he's gonna be doing.
I get
He's
to
gonna-
watch it.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna be
that's
like
kind
a
of what we're
Saw
trying to do for
mastermind. Like
everyone.
I inspired this.
Mhm.
And then
You are the
anytime,
genius
just like
behind
you
it, Scott.
overrun the jukebox, at the bar where you can just pay to jump people's songs. If I see
Yeah.
another request, I'm gonna be like, nope, $25 more. Joey's still in that room.
It's okay.
100%.
I would still love that, honestly. I don't mind.
Be a really long episode of
anybody-
you in a room, but
I
You
mean,
know
that's
what,
kind of what
though?
every episode is, though, right? At the end of the day, every podcast
mean-
is just somebody in a room.
touche, isn't it? Yeah,
I guess.
that's
But-
funny. But
And
so,
my favorite room was being in a room with Scott, so yeah.
oh, we need to.
As weird as that sounds.
We need to get you
As
guys
weird
down
as
to
that
Texas
sounds.
and do some investigating here. Preferably when it's not too hot and there's not a million mosquitoes everywhere. But yeah,
Yeah.
So we
I
got
can say that my most
about a
worn
3-week
shirt,
window.
my most
3
worn
weeks, you're
shirt,
generous.
Scott, and just plug in Scott's t-shirts and merchandise store
Yes, please.
is my Bigfoot Mapping Project baseball t-shirt. That's green with white in the middle with the Bigfoot Mapping Project in the middle. It's my most worn shirt.
That's nice to hear. As a friend of mine did that artwork actually.
Right.
That is custom art from a guy named Mike Swearingen, and he's a very talented dude. And he did all the scroll work on that by hand. I really like that guy. He's just really talented, really happy. Would be a great guest to have on the podcast, by the way. He's just so cool. Been everywhere. He's been in a heavy metal screamo band and all kinds of stuff. Really cool dude. Really cool dude.
What's
yeah,
the
he was
link
very
for your
big
store,
in Norway. If I don't, yeah,
He's really.
true story.
What's
But
the link for
speaking
your,
of true
your merchandise
stories,
store?
would you?
Yeah.
Should I share my Bigfoot
I'll-
experience?
Yes,
Yes.
please. I will grab
Yeah.
the link to the website and to the
We'll put
store,
in
and
the
I'll
link.
throw it up in the
Also-
chat. So,
Also, how do I see the live chat here?
that is on YouTube. We have it pulled up
Oh.
on a separate screen. So if you see Damien just looking down at his thumbs, he's actually looking at the chat right now.
Yeah.
No worries. I thought he was playing, that snake game.
just playing Candy Crush. That's all he's doing.
I'm old.
Trying to
I
get
think
trying
that
to get trying to get people
the-
in there to see this amazing idea he came up with to send us some money to see this idea in action.
Well,
The
Yeah,
difference between what games you guys thought he was playing is the difference between what generation you guys are from.
It's like a 20-year
Between
difference.
Snake and Candy Crush is like the difference between
I'm older
the
than I look.
generations.
I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought you were looking
Like-
at the chat, Divas.
No.
I
Sorry.
was.
I know.
Scott, you like 28? 28 over there?
I'm just gonna give you shit regardless, Steve Boos. Scott, please, if you would, my man. I know you.
All right. Let me set the tone.
Appreciate it. Yes. please.
Just to give you guys some context, I am very much a Bigfoot researcher, but I'm also a very, very avid hunter. So I hunt as much as possible when the seasons are active, right? And white-tailed deer are my obsession outside of Bigfoot. So I was hunting now a couple years ago on my deer lease, which is a 200 or so acre section of an 11,000 acre cattle ranch just outside of Sealy, which is in between Houston and San Antonio on I-10. So it's a little south of I-10. And I was bow hunting, and it was, I would say, mid-October, and I hadn't seen anything that night. Nothing. Not even, like a raccoon or nothing. And I was walking out at the end of the night, and I wasn't using a headlamp because it was still light enough where I could see the path, and I didn't want to be disruptive and spook anything on my way out. I really tried to be sneaky, like really not announce that I'm there. So if I don't need a light, I'm not going to use it. And I was walking out, and I went through the barbed wire fence, which is, it separates the pasture and the river bottom. So now I went through the fence. It's on my left-hand side, and I'm walking along the barbed wire fence back to my truck. And I looked to my left, probably my 10, 11 o'clock, and there's like a big blob, a big black blob behind it, like a sagebrush, right? So I don't think much of it other than like, this is probably a hog. I'm just going to hang back here. It looks pretty big. I don't have anything but my bow, so I'm going to just give it its space and let it kind of get on its way so I don't startle it and then, wind up in a bad situation. Because if you startle them or corner them, they'll either run or they'll come right after you. It really depends, right, on their temperament. So I just stood there, and when I stopped, this thing stood up. Stood up, 2 legs. The sagebrush was like waist level, navel level at the top of the brush. So that put it at like 6.5, 7 feet tall at least, right? At least. And when it stood up, I just said, whoa, just like that, because I'm very calm, cool, collected, if you couldn't tell. And
No.
when I said that, yeah, very verbose. And when I said that, it squatted back down. And I stood there for a second. I was like, okay. I didn't know what to do. So, again, in my infinite wisdom, I literally looked at it and I said, I see you, just like that. And it stood back up, turned around, and bolted full tilt through all the prickly, spiny, you name it, underbrush that goes along with being in Texas, right? And then it reached a stand of trees, and it kept going through the trees. No speed change, and you could hear it breaking branches as it went. And the cadence of a deer. If you run into them in the wilderness, you can hear them running, and it's different than somebody on 2 feet. So I stood there, and I was like, oh my God. That was crazy. So I ran back to my truck, got in my truck. Admittedly, I locked the doors. And I drove out of the
You're just like,
pasture because I have to 4-wheel it out of the pasture, right? There's no road to where I hunt. So I get out, open the gate, and like drive through, close the gate, and then the first person I call, which my wife gives me a hard time about, as I call my mom, right? I'm like, Mom, you're never gonna believe what I saw. And and then I'm like, oh, I should probably call my fiance at the time. Yeah, I got to tell her this. She's never gonna believe it. And she didn't. So I call her. I was like, Caroline, you're never gonna believe what I saw. It was Bigfoot. And she's like, no, it wasn't. And I'm like, no, I swear. Like, so I started going through the list because she's very skeptical. She's a geologist.
You're just like, this is
And
why I called my mom first.
my mom's gonna be like, that's great, honey. You did a good job. And she really is one of my biggest cheerleaders, aside from my wife. And but yeah, so I started going through the list of like, no, why was it Bigfoot? Or why do I think it was Bigfoot? And it was like, okay, nobody lives around here. There's no homeless people maybe camping. There's no sign of other people. There was no cars in the area. There was no other lights. There was no reason for someone to be there because this is private property. So there's no reason to be there. Like me, I'm hunting, right? So, but they didn't have any other thing that they were toting with them. It was just a silhouette, right? So that I saw. So I just went through the list and I was like, here's why, because immediately I could remember and tell her, like, here's why this was crazy. And this is why I'm freaking out a little because, I've seen a lot of things. I've hunted for years. I'm familiar with the wildlife there. Nothing is going to really, I wouldn't say surprise me. You might see unusual stuff, but if it's the normal wildlife in the fauna that you see out there, it's predictable to a point, right? Oh, it's a bobcat. Oh, it's a coyote. They make crazy sounds. So do cows, right? They make crazy sounds. But like if you see something like that and you're running through that list, there's nothing out there that you're going to mistake for a Bigfoot. There's no bears here, right? So it's like this was something crazy. And to me, it was just a real defining moment because actually at that point I had started the Bigfoot Mapping Project already. So looking back, I was like, great. You know, here's the Bigfoot mapping guy who's now saying he ran into Bigfoot when he was hunting. Sure. You know, how much people are going to be like, oh, sure. Okay, we believe you, crazy dude. But I really did see something unexplainable. And now I can relate even more to people that are submitting things and saying similar things that might get brushed off otherwise. And I'm like, no, this is possible. And this happens to people. And it happens really when you least expect it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Wow.
So that's my paranormal. If you qualify Bigfoot as paranormal, it's a paranormal story. Yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was awesome.
That's
It's
pretty
like,
wild.
like I just I don't get irate, but I get a little miffed when things are automatically tried to explain, like you were saying, like, you went through all of the animals that it could have possibly been in the area. Didn't match the size, the shape, the cadence of the walk, the sounds that they make. It doesn't match. It doesn't match. The only thing that it could have matched, you got to imagine, would be another human being. You said it was like 7 to 8 feet tall.
Oh yeah.
Like, just think of the possibility of that, like the likelihood of that. It's just,
The
it's a great
percent
story,
of
yeah.
people that are that tall, right, to randomly be in the same river
Dude.
bottom as me,
Yeah.
in the dark, you know,
Well, with
it's
the
unlikely.
heft that it would have taken for the cadence that you described. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
And it was
NBA
you know, if
player
it was
who
a
lost
person,
his favorite stick.
Yeah. It would.
Sorry.
What?
And just like walks away.
What?
This is my favorite stick spot. You know.
You're here?
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
You can tell Gil does not
But-
watch sports.
Yep.
Just laugh. Just
Sure
laugh
can.
at Gil right now. He does not. Sorry, Gil. We've been
Gil.
roasting you the whole night since the
Poor
beginning. I'm
Gil.
sorry, Gil. Scott, you go ahead and
didn't-
roast him too while you're at
No,
it.
you know, I think Gil's the best, honestly. You guys just, you
Aw.
should be nicer to Gil. He's got a heart of gold.
You don't know him
You know?
like what you do, Scott.
He's not Neil Young. He's not Neil Young.
It's not doing
Heart of
it.
gold.
Oh,
We know he does. He does. Squishy little gold heart.
Yeah.
Glad to know I still got
Yeah.
it, y'all.
But like, so, I just jumped on because I actually just got back from dove hunting, believe it or not. Like, and I screeched into the driveway to make it here in time. But
Those poor
Thank you,
doves.
brother.
yeah, no, it's a
Poor
pleasure to be
driveway.
here. I just lost track of time, but it's probably the brewery after the dove hunting that really took most of that time.
I doubt it.
Scott,
No, I don't.
Do you have
I don't
a
think so.
Do you have a beer or do you have a shot that you can cheers us to? Right
I
now?
have my favorite beer, Purple Haze.
Oh, that's a good
Hey,
one.
some Hendrix.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Who's that from?
This is by Abita. It's a brewery in Abita Springs, Louisiana,
I've had
and
that.
it is excellent.
Cheers, my friend.
Cheers.
Scott.
Cheers.
Everybody,
Cheers,
cheers.
brother.
Cheers
Cheers.
to that.
I don't have a beer open, but I have to struggle with it to get it open.
It's you're brave, Joey, taking shots.
Ain't nobody even
both,
donated
Scott.
to earn those.
should- Watch the replay. Honestly, just the first 15 minutes.
Scott, this started as full, by the way, buddy.
Oh no!
Yeah. You'll
This is the
quickly
last,
see how we
uh,
got here.
So
This is the last shot I have.
That's probably
And I'm gonna say, audio be damned for the last 2 hours that we have. So
So Joey's putting himself in a black room tonight, isn't he?
Yes.
That's right.
lucky I live
That's
alone.
actually a survival poncho that he's wearing because he doesn't know where things are going to go after.
Do you have an air tag on you or something? Just in case.
Don't
I
tell
don't
him
have to
put
go
on
anywhere.
shoes.
Luckily, I live here. So.
That didn't stop you from getting lost last time.
That's funny.
Scott, are you
actually-
still?
That reminds me.
Go ahead,
I tattooed the coordinates
Joey
of the house I grew up
lives.
in,
Aw.
just in
Yep,
case I get
on here.
lost, right? So
Oh.
Yeah, it reminds
You
me.
tattooed your geolocation onto your arm.
I did. I am a mapper through and through.
This tracks, literally.
Yeah, have a compass
I was
rose,
kidding, but
coordinates, all kinds of stuff.
I was actually kidding, but I am glad that you did that.
It's true. I mean, it's true.
Scott.
If I ever get lost, you plug it into Google Maps, it'll bring you back to my childhood home.
Well, we got his arm back to the house, but we don't know where the rest of it.
Where does his body go?
Right.
What about his legs? I cut off the part that was labeled, but I don't know where the rest goes. You know it does. It always does.
True.
Eventually, we're coming down there to drink with you. All four of us are coming down there to drink with you, and we're gonna have
I think we'd have a blast.
Interesting night. Yeah.
Yeah, it could get like. I think if you guys came down to visit, we would have a lot of fun. It would be a little unpredictable, a little of controlled chaos, maybe, but in a good way. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think we're due for that. One way or the other by now. I mean, isn't that like the qualifications? Like, I think it's one interview, you're like acquaintances. Two interviews is kind of like bunk beds and stepbrothers. We're like best friends now. There's room for activities. The third one is like, okay, I know way too much about you. And then the fourth is finally like, we've got to meet in person. I think that's a requirement now.
I think so.
We can't just be internet friends.
Between
anymore.
us four, we've done 4. So
this is number 4.
We're
damn.
Ugh.
Well,
my
we're a little too close now, I think. I don't know if I want to tell you that much about myself.
He has commitment issues. But we're gonna skip that, and we're just gonna go.
Get right in.
He doesn't. I was just joking.
Right into your circle.
I really like the atmosphere here. You sure I gotta leave? You know?
You can stay as long as you like. Number 5.
Scott, are you still down to take a few calls?
Oh my God, yes, absolutely. If you keep letting me talk, I'll keep going. So cut me off and throw some calls this way, please.
Oh, we love it. Love it. Mike, you just threw a question. Do you want to just ask Scott? Why don't you give us a call, buddy? That's Mike. It's my bud.
Wow.
208-717-1611. I'd love to hear that voice of yours.
That was not a Bigfoot. That was me burping.
Yeah, we all heard it. We know, Joey.
One of these days, I'm
into my ear hole.
One of these days, I'm making a highlights reel of every time Joey has decided to come up with his own drinking rules for an episode at the last minute.
Like, he started and just can't stop.
And one of them's gonna be in a suit, the other one's in like a poncho, / like Clint Eastwood wear. Just like we don't even need audio.
We can be fair that I never okay this with anybody else on the podcast.
No.
So as soon as I say these rules, they've been thought up as soon as I've said them. So
those are the best
I
kind.
never let go of everybody else what's going on, because that's kind of how I work. And I think
the
what makes
caller coming through? Do we
by the
lose
way.
him?
No, I don't know if he's gonna call. Oh, let's see. Okay, we've got back-to-back questions here.
Let's see.
Oh, hey.
Yes. Well, there's about a 40-second delay sometimes.
Well, if there is a
I always
30-second
forget about
delay, I want to say this is literally the last bit of Evan Williams in the drink. This is the last bit. Nope.
Gil, you look visibly worried.
I'm not worried. I'm pretty good. Gil is worried. Gil is worried. I feel pretty good.
I've seen the stages of his inebriation, and I'm just like, buddy.
I can say that the stages of inebriation are not at 2,500. So I still have 2,500 to go.
Yeah, Dragon Paw. He's at level 4. Noticing he didn't say it was the last. Aaron, noticing he didn't say it was the last booze in his house, just the last of the bottle.
I still have.
I think you just reminded him. Thanks. Now,
oh God,
I still have 12 beers left in my house,
Scott,
so we're still not there yet.
It's gonna be a great RPG episode.
The RPG is gonna be amazing.
God.
The first name in our beer, booze, and boogeyman is beer. So
it's true.
Yes.
We normally our show ended an hour and a half ago.
My
Right.
co-host is really fucking
So,
happy right now.
This
so.
is y'all's chance right now, folks that are sitting at home. We got about another 6-7 minutes left with Scott. So if you want to call in, you want to give him
Please do.
questions,
That's
you
the
want to talk to
golden
the man
opportunity.
himself
He's the
live.
coolest. You want to talk
Please
to
It's right
ask
now, homie.
questions or I will.
I want to hear some questions. I
Phone
want to
lines
be,
are open.
They're asking in the chat, but they don't want to call. Come on,
No.
guys.
I
Oh.
should have never told him they could use words to ask questions.
Now just everybody is just caps the whole way down.
I suddenly can't read caps. I can only read what is being sent if you call right now.
And there's another one. All right.
It worked
all right.
last time.
I
right,
literally
yeah.
cannot read.
Start
right
reading
now,
through
so
'em.
All
we're
right, all right.
gonna-
Let's ask the
we're
first
gonna-
one.
I
Yep,
cannot-
yep.
Oh, you got
there it
one.
is.
You stay on
That
the
was
line.
the
got
trick.
one.
Thank
Stay
you.
on the
I can't
line.
read. Somebody said they're naked in the bathroom.
Can we get your? You-
Seen that. Oh,
Hey,
shit.
this is Mike Extreme, and I'm up in Ohio.
Mike
Hey,
Extreme,
Hi, Mike.
hello. Thank you for calling into the
Hey,
chaos. and
Kristen.
Hey, buddy. Glad you called in. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have a
So,
question
Scott,
for Scott?
I have a question for you. I
Yes, sir.
do. So, with Bigfoot and, all the different, there's 50 states and other countries, do you think there are different species, like there would be animals of Bigfoot?
Yes, for sure. I think a good example, or the most probably relevant example for the North American Bigfoot species, would be like the skunk ape versus the Pacific Northwest Sasquatch, right? Even in the Northeast or Texas here, there's different behaviors and different characteristics that are reported. So definitely, I think just like other species, a good comparison would be like bears, right? So you
Okay.
have grizzly bears and brown bears, which two facets of the brown bears family, which would be like the coastal brown bears, and then the brown bears you find intracoastally inside the like Yellowstone, for example. And then there's black bears, which behave differently in Washington than they do in Louisiana, for example. So yeah, I definitely think that it's very likely, even in just North America, the single continent, that there are different species of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, whatever you want to call them. And then if you look across the whole globe, there are reports like in Nepal and in the where you have the Yeti or the Yeren in China or the orang pendek in like Indonesia, etc. So absolutely, the list could go on forever about the way different cultures and different peoples describe them and what they see, and also given the environmental factors for like different evolutions and different versions and species of a creature like Bigfoot. Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, it's
Well, that was my big question for you.
I'd like to just find one of them, honestly. One would do. And then we can go from there.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, perfect.
Cool. That was a good question. I think it's really interesting to look at the way different species evolve for different reasons and the environmental factors that cause that, both behaviorally and also physically, right? Different physical traits. It's really interesting to analyze the data and look at it from that angle. And we do have a lot of data on that globally. So I think that's a really good question.
Okay, well, thank you for taking my question.
No, it was a good question. Thanks for calling in.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. Thank you,
Talk to you
Michael.
later.
Thanks, Kristen. Yep, bye.
Bye. Oh man, got a couple more questions in the chat.
Yeah, if I'm not taking up too much time, I'm happy to answer them.
Gil,
Unless you want to boot me off the show,
the time guru.
if ratings dip, just pull out the gaff, right? Get me out of here. If ratings,
All right, we're pulling out the hook. Oh, hold on one second. No, the hook's not coming out.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
That's your answer.
I'll do my
You're
best
all
to be
good.
brief.
You're great. You're doing great.
Should we just read through these questions real quick in the chat and have him answer, or try to get some more calls? Oh,
We got
another
a
one.
call coming in.
Oh boy.
Dragon Paw, if you give us 5 minutes, please. Just a heads up. Bud.
Sorry, Dragon Ball.
oh,
Hello,
Hey.
caller. You are live. Hello.
Yes. Hello. I have a question for the Bigfoot guy, Scott.
Okay.
I'm curious because there's a lot of, everybody's hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're here.
I didn't think you could hear me.
No,
With
I
all
gotcha.
the sightings that people have of Bigfoot, are there any that seem to stand out in your opinion have a little bit more behind them than others? Because I see a lot of stuff, online about Bigfoot sightings, but they never really seem to have any substance behind them.
That's a really good question. And yes, there are two types of sightings that stand out to me. The first kind that stand out to me are sightings or reports that have footprint evidence, because to me that means that there was really something there. And then we can determine, was it a bear? Was it a Bigfoot? Was it a human? We have a piece of evidence to analyze. So that's the first one that really stands out to me. Those are my favorite kind of reports because it takes the witness's bias out of it, because you have photographic evidence, you have maybe a cast of that footprint or a scan or something to really look at outside of what people are relaying to you. Because we all know witnesses are notoriously, like you're alluding to, inconsistent, right? So that's the first one. And then there are a type of witness that I find a little more reliable would be like law enforcement or military or hunters or people who are trained in observing and maybe in wilderness skills. And I find those to be, I lend a little more weight to them. I still consider all the reports in the analysis, but I do tend to trust those sources a little more because they are trained a little beyond, well, I shouldn't say a little, they're trained beyond what the normal person is to remain objective and take in and note what's happening in an unbiased way. So I wouldn't say there's one, besides the Patterson Gimlin film, I think that's the ultimate piece of evidence, but there's not one sighting or report that stands out to me as like a definitive piece of evidence alone. I just think there are different classes of reports and quality of reports, both from the piece of evidence you get, just like anything else, and also the reliability of the witness making that report, right? People communicate in different ways. They have different abilities. They have even different physical abilities. Can that person see well at night? Can they, all different things roll up into what makes a report maybe a little more reliable than any other report. So like I said, there's still valuable information in any report, but I think there are classes of reports that maybe you can put a little more trust in because of where they're coming from or what's being submitted, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I would be a very unreliable source because I'm very blind and I can't hear for nothing.
But I mean, it's not to say you can't find a footprint.
Can I ask? Yeah, no, I mean, I could, but I'm just, I'm old, so I don't really rely on my senses anymore.
You said you had another question?
I have a follow-up question if there's time. Yeah, do I have time for this?
Yeah, actually, real quick, I just want to say, so Dragon Paw has a question for you, and he's up next. So I'm trying to encourage him to hop in.
All right, that's
what I'm trying
fine.
to say. So
that was my main question.
No, you're totally
please,
good.
please.
You're totally good. Hold on 1 second. I'm just telling Dragon Paw, call in and interrupt the way you're supposed to get in through the guest
I
host
got
section.
dressed. Hey, I had to throw my clothes on for this.
Okay.
I'll be quiet. Go,
That makes
please
two of us.
continue, sir.
I recently, I remember I was on Facebook and I had, this was maybe within the last 2 weeks, I saw a post about somebody was very adamant about a Bigfoot sighting. I believe it was down in southern Georgia or somewhere in Georgia. I was wondering if you had heard anything about this, and do you have any more information about it? Because I haven't seen anything since the original post went up.
If the post was on Facebook, I don't scrape any posts or reports or anything and add them to the database. I rely on the crowdsource submissions that come straight into the app. So I don't actually, but I would love.
Okay. Well, the only
more
reason I was asking is because there were a lot of pictures. There were multiple people, I believe, saw it, and they were trying to get crowds of people out there to look for it.
Was this the one that had the face in the window? Is that the one you're talking about?
I don't believe so. It was just a post. It was out by by an interstate, and multiple people, I believe, saw it cross the road.
Well, that's cool. I'd love if anybody has more information, or if you do, please send it to Scott at BigfootMap.com. I'll definitely.
If I can find it, I will send it to Gil, and I'll have him send it to you. I will look for it this evening because it was very interesting.
No, I'd love to see it. Thanks for bringing it up.
Nice.
All right, guys. Have a good night, and I'll see you in an hour.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Steve.
All right.
Thank
Take
you,
care,
Steve.
brother. Bye.
It took me way too long to figure out that was Steve.
That's cool.
Dragon Pie. Hi.
Hey everybody.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Sorry if it's real dim in here. It's really hot in California. I don't want lights on anymore.
We're all good.
I'm going to try something real quick with your audio, bud. Just to level us out here. Give me 1 second. Let's see. All right. Can everybody still hear him all right? Is it the exact same for everybody else, or is it just...
check one.
No. You were good.
That's fine.
Yeah. All right. So here, and you got the VIP access because you're up next on this evening of Parapalooza.
Sorry if I went over. I don't mean. I just talk a lot, so it's nice to
that's
meet you.
Yeah, we'd love
fine.
that you talk a lot, Scott.
I have a question for Scott.
Do it.
Go for it, brother.
Scott, do you see frequent habituation evidence underground?
You know what? I've done a few maps that look at proximity of Bigfoot reports to cave and karst systems, and I don't know if I see frequent, but I think I see substantial evidence in places like Kentucky, in particular, the cave state, and also in Nevada, where there are cave systems. So there's a sparse population, and I don't know if you guys hit Instagram. I'll share this map with you too, Gil. But the Nevada map is when you look at the sightings, the few sightings and reports that have been submitted in that state, they're really kind of sparse. There's no obvious correlation. But then when you put the cave concentrations up in the map, they're within, a close radius to those cave concentrations. It makes a lot of sense, right? It's a hot state, desert. Why are they popping up in these random areas? And boom, there's caves right next to a lot of these reports. And then same thing with Kentucky, and then there's other different analysis that I've done that I haven't published, but there are a lot of correlations between Bigfoot report locations and also cave systems. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's definitely something that should be. I wish I had more cave data to analyze, but interesting fact, it's a federal law. I don't know what act, but you cannot publish cave locations. So that's also another thing. It makes it really hard to find data. It's a speleological law, which is cave exploration and cave science. So finding cave location data is virtually impossible as somebody on the outside.
That says a lot.
Yeah, they're not public. There's no cave names published in the National Place Name Registry, and it's hard to find them on topographic USGS maps and things like that. So that's a whole nother conspiracy theory. It's like, why are they hiding the cave locations other than safety, right? So I've always been curious just because I want to get my hands on it.
Or transportation. I mean, seriously though, like
Yeah.
going through cave systems. I mean, it's I would say that that's an actual very feasible option, considering how unbelievably difficult it is. Hello, Ron.
Hey.
Which is everybody's. It's a party now.
It's a party.
Hell
But-
And ask me how I got in here. I was supposed to wait. You just threw me in.
That's awesome.
Good deal.
You want
But
me to
I'm
leave?
just saying. No. You're a good sir. I don't have enough buttons for all these awesome names now that are popping up in here. But I'm just saying, we don't see Bigfoot walking around usually during the day. You know what I'm saying? Maybe traveling in
people do,
tunnels.
actually.
Oh,
But yeah.
No, I think that's a great question, but I'm gonna
you gonna bounce?
return
gonna
the
dip.
mic. I think I've eaten up 2 seconds, and I apologize for that. So
You're good.
no.
You're good.
I will do my darndest to not interrupt the show anymore. But I do want to say thank you for having me on.
Of course,
Thank
brother.
you.
You guys
Thank
are
you,
awesome.
Scott.
And Dragon Paw, it was a
It's
pleasure
very
to meet
nice
you.
to meet you.
Hey, good to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you,
Thank
Kristen, everyone.
Thank you for the idea, man.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. If you want
You're the
any other
best.
crazy ideas, just give me a shout. So
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna go
And-
join the other live show and watch the rest of the interviews. You guys,
Awesome.
Heck yeah. Please
great
make
night.
a point to look for Air Force One in the chat.
I will.
If you two did a mashup episode together, or just I don't know, did a show or something, I'd listen to y'all to like chat together for hours. So please
Air
hit him
Force
up once
One.
you get in the chat. But yeah,
All right, I will.
all right, brother. Thank
Bye,
you for
y'all.
hopping
Have a great
on.
night.
Thank
Have
you,
a
sir.
good night,
man.
Scott.
Dragon Paw.
It's my turn.
What's up, dude?
Hello, sir.
Dragon
up?
Paw.
I feel like
Hi.
we've met before. Oh yeah.
So everybody, a little while back, a few months back, I'd say, Dragon Paw called in when we had our Strange Lights episode, right? And I guess that's when we first all officially talked. You were a caller calling into the show.
Yep.
And turns out we had an identical, pretty much more than half of my family on one coast of the United States had an identical sighting to a UFO, triangle-shaped UFO, Dorito-shaped, to use your term. We had a sighting the exact same time on the exact same night, right, on the East Coast. About 15 minutes after, he had a sighting on the West Coast, and he called in, started explaining it. Gears started turning in my head. I was like, these dates they sound familiar, and we hit it off immediately after that. And since then, you've loved hopping in, you loved doing the call, and you've started your own podcast, Starblood Chronicles.
You started your podcast after we talked?
You guys are
Yeah.
like my inspiration.
No,
yeah.
shut up.
Especially Joey, because he's changing so much.
Thank you, Dragon Paw.
Yeah, man.
Captain Joey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
I stole
started
part of
it-
your intro. Go.
No, so that was a good intro
I'll shut
because
up.
I was gonna do that too. So it's called Starblood Chronicles. The way I see it, it's more of like a spiritual warrior sort of information podcast. It's good for investigators. I'm always telling Gil what kind of stones to wear, what kind of little rituals to protect himself with. So, yeah, my name is Steven. I go by Dragon Paw. And what other... Do you guys want me to tell the story now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Please do.
All right. So, this happened only 2 weeks ago, which is really relevant because my next episode happens to do with crystals and stones, right? Like amethyst and those stones. So, I bring home a stone. New stone. I automatically always clean my stones before, or cleanse them before they come into my personal space. It's only the smart thing. So I do it. I'm not thinking. I'm not feeling anything. I clean this stone pretty good. I use Palo Santos. If you really start to get spiritual, sage is no good anymore at a certain point. So Palo Santos is really strong. I cleaned this stuff. A fact you need to know for the story, I have a restroom that's upstairs inside the main house. So if I get lazy, I go to the bathroom in the backyard. Okay? So that part out of the way. I got lazy the same night. I just go to the restroom outside in the backyard. The air is staticky. It's very still. And something just over my shoulder tells me to look over my shoulder. And I kid you not, the size of a big owl in all black shadow in the tree seems to be looking directly at me. And I turned like when I saw the triangle Dorito, and I noped it back into my room. And so what I put together about it, you guys know what a barred owl size?
A barn owl?
Barn, yeah.
Yeah.
Barn.
Yeah, they are huge.
Pretty big.
And it was just blacked out, and it had that almost ovally shape to it. And all I could think of was that I kicked something out of my room that was attached to the moss agate stone that I brought in.
Oh.
Huh.
And the way it was just there in stillness, I was like, I mean, you don't have to stay here, but you can't go in my room, like.
Right.
Yeah. So this is a story of warning. Always clean spiritual things, especially if you buy them at like big stores where everyone's energy is touching them, because you don't know what's hopping into.
How are you cleaning it with the Palo Santo? What does that
So,
mean?
The way to do that is obviously you light it, you burn it,
Mm-hmm.
and you're not just letting the smoke hit it. Internally, you're asking ancestors for help. Anything that you believe in, you could ask angel, you can ask source, you can ask. Use all of the essence around you of light, and ask it to help you remove and cleanse this stone, because it's yours now. No energy that isn't mine can be in this, and it has to go. There's spiritual laws. That's a good thing.
Is this kind of like along the subject matter of what you talk about on your show?
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Hell yeah.
I love this stuff. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, so like the last one, episode 7, I did shadow beings and how to protect yourself from them. And not only how to protect yourself from them, but how to just keep them away, because you can build a fence, but they'll stay at the fence. And as soon as they find a break, it becomes a lifestyle.
Okay.
To protect yourself.
Would you consider this owl-sized shape like a shadow being, or are you talking like figures?
No, I wouldn't, just because I know that all entities use the shadow of night as a cloak.
Okay.
So there are specifics. If you want to know, go to
I will.
Starblood Chronicles on Spotify.
I'm gonna start from the beginning.
Yeah, there you go.
I can't wait.
Should.
Thank you guys for having me on here.
Hell yeah.
Of course, brother. Of course. We've got, let me see, unless anybody in the other co-host audience has any questions, we good? I was gonna ask if he's still down to open up the lines and take any calls in case some folks have questions at home. Dragon Paw?
Oh, what was that?
You are you good to take any calls?
Oh, of course.
Awesome, brother. Awesome.
Yeah, sorry, my beer's running low.
No. Yeah. I kind of like beat around the bush for 25 seconds and I zoned out too, so no worries.
Whoa.
Actually, this is breaking records for how long I've done a podcast right now.
Hey, Damien, so do you think you have a hitchhiker? Something that followed you?
I don't know. My mom seems to think I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much everywhere I've ever lived, and now everywhere I've worked, there's weird shit that happens around me. So
Yeah.
either something's followed me along, or I'm, as they say, I'm just a ghost magnet. So
You can be.
like there was stuff going on here before we went live, and I'm the only person here. There was like a loud thud from the hallway. I'm the only person here right now. Yeah. So
Well, maybe
I don't
they
know.
want to maybe they have a question.
Maybe so.
All right, for any
Maybe
folks in the chat who have a question or just a thought to share with our guest right now, Dragonpaw, 208-717-1611. Please call in. Lines are open. Sorry, I interrupted you, Gil.
Yeah, that's literally what I was going to say, only you said it way better. So thank you.
This is embarrassing. I'm still working on the original beer here.
I am too, actually. I need to
It's
change
a
that.
5-hour show.
Joey has
Pace
quite literally
myself.
blacked out. I don't know if you see this.
Yeah. I think you did.
Literally, yes.
Literally. I can turn
It
on
was-
his camera, actually, but but I won't. I have the
He's just
the
buck
turn it on
naked,
for
changing
you.
again.
Oh, goodness.
So would it be fair to say that folks could call in and say maybe ask about basic steps around protection? You know, what are some things that they could
Yeah,
do?
I mean-
Maybe if they some little questions about like you think that you might have something going on, could they call in and ask some questions like that? Would you be cool with taking those
like,
calls?
If you wanna bless an object like this,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys can see this beautiful sword.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
My katana is blessed, and it can cut into the spirit world
Hell yeah.
if need be.
If need be. Damn right.
Yes.
How did you go about blessing that object?
That's a little deeper
Is it okay?
than
okay.
than I'm allowed to say. But
Mm.
eventually, I'll get to that in the podcast if I get the okay.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look forward to it. I made a note here. I'll listen to it tomorrow.
Cool. But my podcast varies from like UFOs. That was my stepping stone into this whole paranormal stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that was like a big part of your story too that you told us. Like you were doing the CE5.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a meditation. So we were talking about that a little bit. That was a great conversation, actually. I've never tried that, the CE5. I've never seen a UFO either. Maybe I need to try it.
Hey, well, check out my
I will.
my podcast.
I will. I will.
I have 2 daytime videos where I caught something.
Really?
So
Yep.
got a
Go ahead.
question here from For the Booze podcast. What is your background, or how did you come to be knowledgeable in blessing items and whatnot?
Great question.
Mm-hmm.
Is that for me or all of you guys?
Yeah, no, it's for you. It's for you, brother.
How did I get into it?
Yeah, so what is your background? And I just closed it out. Let me look back.
Yeah,
What is your
I have it
background?
right.
Cool.
God damn it.
Well, every magician knows you can't say everything. But background. Who asked that question?
That is from For the Booze podcast.
Oh, I see. A lot of reading.
Hell yeah.
I have a bachelor's degree in writing. So you stumble across things that most humans would throw to the side. And I also do follow Native American healers. And that's very strong, powerful stuff. So a lot of that I incorporate. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a degree in blessing everything, but it works for me.
There's not a lot of degrees available for that anymore. So,
Right? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Only at the Vatican.
That's what I was gonna say.
I feel like
so
with
we got.
Mr.
Cool, thank you. That was a good question.
Yeah, that was awesome. Drop
ahead,
any more you
Lucas.
got or give us a call. Call into the show. 208-717-1611.
We got about 3 minutes left, so if you can fit your call question into 3 minutes to give Dragon Paw enough time to answer.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So if
I
it's
could
even if it's a little question, that's
I have a question.
yes, please.
I have heard, since you are into crystal work, that kind of stuff, you're familiar with the different crystals. I have heard some weird stuff, rumors about something called moldavite. Is that bad?
Yes.
Is it bad?
No, it's not bad. It's very rare.
It's rare.
The thing
Okay.
with it, so if someone tells you it's from Earth, they're wrong.
Yeah, isn't it a meteorite?
Yep.
Yeah. Really? I wish Risk It for the Biscuit was in the chat right now.
It is very
Yeah,
strong.
they've gotten me moldavite before, and they're very much into it. I know for a fact. Yeah.
But the problem with that, it is people will try to sell you fake moldavite.
Oh,
But when
okay.
you know how scarce it is, I mean
Yeah.
you can't really tell.
Okay.
Until you,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just heard the properties of it were if you wear it on your body, like it's going to change your life. Maybe not for the best,
Yeah.
but it's the great like resetter as far as like an energy
So, yeah,
goes.
it's really like a neutralizer. So whichever way your mind thinks, it's gonna give you 100% of that. So if you're a negative person, you're gonna be in a shithole even worse than the one that you've already.
Okay. Okay.
Nice.
That makes sense.
But here's a good. So if anyone wants a weapon against dark stuff, what you need to do. Do you guys know obsidian? Okay.
I have some.
Okay, so if you have obsidian and it's in no shape or form, it's gonna suck good energy and bad energy. You're gonna feel depleted.
Okay.
What you want to do to program it to make it do something, fashion it into a weapon. This is a arrowhead. Wear it on you at all times, and no dark spirit will want to even touch you.
Dang. Okay. Okay. But you have to fashion it, like shape it.
It has to be programmed. That's what my next episode is going to be about. People just buy stones and think they're doing something. Yeah. They're doing something you probably don't want them to do.
Yeah.
They must be clean. They must be programmed.
Okay. Okay.
This one right here, this is the one I told Gil to get, pyrite. There are many entities that this will burn their skin. Their spiritual skin. So I keep that with me.
Right.
Alright. Well, with the
Cool, huh?
couple of minutes left, does he want to reiterate where folks
Oh,
can
yeah.
find your show, where they can find you, where do you want them to find you online? All of that good stuff.
So the actual podcast is on Spotify. That one is all up to date. Starblood, 2 words. Chronicles is the 3rd word. Please, if you have any stories, anything paranormal, alien, whatever, send to my email. Or should I type it in the? Should I type it in the feed?
I got it right up on the screen. STARBLODCHRONIC.
His email.
Oh, send it. Actually, give
So
me
any
just a half a second. I will
I got
post it into the chat for you. I'll pin it at the top if you want.
All right, cool. That's
got
where
you,
I
bro.
can tell your story, and if you don't want to be on camera or anything, don't worry. I'll change your name and I'll tell the story in first person. That's what I do. If you listen to my stories, there's one with a girl that I know who got possessed at 17 by a Ouija board by a girl who killed herself. Yes.
Oh, whoa.
I'm telling you, I'm versatile. And so I tell it first person like I'm there because I went to school for writing, so it kind of just made sense to do it that way.
So there you go.
Awesome.
Did you get
I
the email
think
up there?
I'm posting it right now, and I see
Oh,
that
cool.
our next guest coming on, he had a question for you, and I figured it would just be, it just makes sense to just keep this transition how we've been doing it going here, right? So, see, grave evidence, right? If you want to call in, my brother, you hopped in one time. I know you know how to do it. If you want to hop back in, we are ready to take you. Also, I think I might have to go look for Joey. He's officially disappeared.
He's been back a couple of times.
You got this, Grave.
See
Ron.
if I can do it. We believe in you, Ron.
It's worrisome when there's just a message that says, "Sorry, guys." And then like, Joey.
Where's Joey?
God damn it. I knew this would happen.
Man.
He
did save that last shot, though, right?
I don't know. No one knows. Joey. This is what happens when it becomes the Lord of Shots. I try to warn people. Nobody believes me. There he is.
The
Dude, look at the
I
chart.
am
Look at the
not
chart.
here.
It's gone.
The chart is still not back here. It is halfway up. Okay, guys.
All right.
You good, buddy?
I will make it till midnight. So yes.
We're almost there. We got some awesome guests coming up. You got this. You got
I am
this.
here till midnight, guys. The Evan Williams, by the way, I will be honest, is gone. So
See that?
good job, everybody. I can see, as you can tell, that the thermometer / shot glass is fucking almost halfway on the screen. So good job, everybody. Way to get that.
It's because it's so heavy
Hold on,
with contributions.
Too
I
heavy.
am clipping that audio later of him just, good job, everybody.
Okay.
All right, so we had some
final form. Final form.
He has officially become the Lord of Shots. I thought Ron from Grave States is planning on hopping in, so Dragon Paw, if you want to stick around, be awesome. But if you gotta hop,
Sure, I'll fade
see what
away
you gotta do.
in a little
We
bit.
know you're a free spirit.
All right.
There is got some rumors swirling in the chat. Ron, there you
I figured it out.
Hey.
What's up, dude?
Hello, sir.
How you guys doing?
Good.
brother.
How
How
are
you been?
So what my question was to you was, what is your opinion on kyanite?
On what was that?
On kyanite.
Kyanite. Oh, the stone. That one? I do not have any information on. What do you know about it?
It's basically like not
Is
necessarily
that raw form?
Yes,
Yeah. It's pretty.
it's like tourmaline, pretty much. I mean, its basic use is negativity,
Oh, okay.
protection.
Oh, yeah.
But you were talking about, I got to thinking. You were talking about earlier. You said something about not using sage, and I tend to agree with you on not using the sage because, in my opinion, sage is a calming for the user itself.
It does work like that too. What I know sage to do And this is why in real haunted homes, the entities get extremely pissed off when you use sage. Is it doesn't get rid of them. It puts them to sleep temporarily. And
It's a
they don't
calm.
want to be. Yeah, they don't want to be put down because they'll come back 100% at you. So start to find stronger things like what do I use?
Halo.
Juniper. I use juniper.
Juniper.
I burn juniper too.
I use Palo a lot. Palo
There you
Santos.
go. Heck yeah.
I mean, you know, if I get, because I'm not going to say I have a bunch of mental problems, but I'm sure I do. You know, I mean, but I use sage on myself just as to calm myself.
Correct. It's for more like energies. Like I use sage, like let's say in the restroom because there's dense energy in it, right? That's where you leave your waste.
Right.
That's where you want to get rid of. If you smoke a lot in your home or drink a lot, every once in a while, sage is good to get rid of the dense energy.
Right. Right. I agree. That's
Yes.
there was something else I was going to say, and I don't remember what it was now.
That's all good. I love
No,
I love
I
your
think-
name. Great evidence. I love that name.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take this moment here. Fuck it. Let's improvise, right? So we've got two folks that are very much close, very much connected, never met before, right? And they're obviously this is the magic of what we were trying to get happen. Yo, here's a question. What's the biggest and I want to hear this answer from both of y'all, if you will. What's the biggest lie folks are being told right now that's like most common, most prevalent about forms of protection besides sage? I mean, we just covered sage, right? And I've seen more than enough like crate and barrel hippies like be like, we gotta bless your house, and they go to like cooking sage and start doing it. And I'm like, wow, this is a buffet of cultural appropriation. That's bullshit that's going on right here. But I'm saying besides that, right? What is something that you're coming across in the community that either you've tested yourself and learned the hard way, it don't help, right? Or what have you found?
All right, you could go ahead first, Grave.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't the direction I was thinking he was going to take the question, but
Take it in your direction because you're more educated. Where did you want to take it?
well, I don't know about educated, but well, I know there's a lot of I've dealt with a lot of people being told that, you know, like amethyst is a good one. Amethyst is basically for yourself. It's not for any kind of spiritual that's in the home. I mean, it's a calming for yourself. It's like using sage. You know, it's to calm you, and also
yes,
like the ailments that you have in your body. And amethyst is really good for.
Yep.
But it's not a protection stone.
It's for your third eye, not other people.
Right. It's like for lack of better words or lack of better terms, I would say amethyst is more a chakra stone than it is anything else. I don't know what else. One thing I can say that I've not seen actually do as it's told is they tell you to make black salt. Okay. Now, I'm not saying anything bad about black salt, and I do believe in black salt.
Black pepper or black salt?
Black salt.
Okay.
You know, they tell you how to make it with the incense and pour the ash from the incense or whatever in with salt and mix it up real well. Okay, now I get that, and I get the intent, but the intent, the people that are trying to use this don't know the intent. You know, they don't put it in their mind that this is what they're doing it for.
They just do it empty-mindedly.
Oh yeah, Joe down the road told me that, you know, put cigarette ash in there and mix it up, and it's going to work. No.
You might be better off with coffee grounds. That has minerals.
Right.
At least you'll feel something.
You know. Yeah.
Well, you'll have the aroma anyway.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Gil.
Yeah.
So the biggest lie, other than sage, is quartz crystal. And let me explain. Let me explain. Because it does. It's one of the most famous.
Mm-hmm.
It will serve you wrong if you do not program it. If you do not program your quartz to do what you want it to do, it'll cause you more trouble. Get rid of it if you don't know how to use it.
It seems so benign. I've got a ton of quartz crystal.
Yeah, and that's why it's so famous, right? Because
Yeah.
people think, oh, it's clear, it's ready to go. No,
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
and you'll see. I could tell a newbie when they have like 20 quartz crystals on their neck. I'm like, bro, you're killing yourself.
Dudes, it's all in my studio's a ticking time bomb right now with all of this unprogrammed crystal material in here.
Well, I mean, I'm going to add to what he said with quartz, and I agree with him. Intent is everything, in everything
Good
that
point.
you do. You know, if you don't have it set in your brain that this is what you set out to do, it's not going to happen. You know, and the same goes with crystals. If you're wearing a crystal or you have a crystal in your pocket with it set in your brain that is why I have that crystal. That is what that crystal is going to do. Then that is what that crystal will do.
Yeah. And that's
You
exactly
have to believe
what
that
that's what programming it is the intent.
Yes,
Yep.
I agree.
You know what I do? You guys might like this. So I'll take a newly cleaned quartz and I'll put it on books that I haven't finished. I'll tell it to gather the information because that's what they are. They're data. They're storage data. I'll leave it there for a day. I'll put it either under my pillow or next to me, and I'm hoping that I'm soaking up the knowledge. It's something I'm practicing and that I've heard that actually works, but it's more of a subconscious type of thing. But that's how you use it. You give them a job. Give them a job to do.
I love that. That is put so well. Yeah. I'm gonna find jobs for my rocks.
Yes.
And if you check in, if you read on what them stones are actually supposed to be for, and you keep that intent, then you'll get better luck out of them stones.
Yeah. Okay.
Or like he said, they'll do just the opposite. If you don't know that that's what this stone is for, and got it set in your brain that that's why you have that stone, then you're hurting yourself more than you are doing anything. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. It's a rock in the corner is what it is on a shelf. Yeah. Something that you got to clean now because it's there. You know?
And it's real simple to clear them, clean them. Whatever you want to do, you can blow on it 3 times and say crystal clear. You could use sage to clean it. Real simple things. You could bury it. You really want to use elements. The elements. A little bit underwater.
Salt water on some of them.
Yeah, not all of them.
No, not all of them, because some of them they'll deteriorate.
Disintegrate. Yeah.
Oh,
and then of course,
yeah.
like when you have the full moon, set them outside under the moonlight, let them charge.
Yeah, I've heard that one, even in the sunlight too. But yeah, fascinating information. Good question, Gil.
And what I'm gonna put in my next episode about crystals, I'm gonna show you how to clear and charge the most precious crystal ever. yourself, your soul.
Oh. That made Gil very happy.
I didn't realize I was muted. Somebody go back in time, read my lips. When you said that, I was like, your heart. And then you said yourself, and I was like, I knew it. But Dragon Paw, brother, thank you so much for hopping on. Thank you so much for everything you shared. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking around and having awesome chat with Ron from Grave.
Hey, glad to meet you, Grave.
Nice to meet you.
Y'all are connected now.
I hope to hang out with all of y'all again.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. All right, see you, brother.
Take it easy.
Have a good one, dude.
Peace.
Ron. I think Joey is like out.
Yeah,
long gone.
Yeah.
He needs to sleep.
There is a documented trail of how that happened.
Well, didn't he say somebody was visiting him, Evan Williams or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think it was. Yeah. Evan stopped by. Well,
I told him
Ron,
it was going to hurt in the morning.
You did. I even said it on air. That boy. Once the Lord of Shots comes out, like there's no stopping him.
He made a sacrifice for us all, guys.
We have no idea how our campaign's going now because Joey's gone.
he was in charge of watching.
Joey had one job, literally one job.
He said too. He said he was supposed to do some editing tonight too, didn't he?
I don't think it's gonna happen.
No.
All right.
All
good.
Evan,
all good.
That dude named Evans took it with him when he left.
Yeah.
Every damn time.
Hate when that happened.
Well, Ron, I don't know you. Please introduce yourself to me and everybody in the chat officially.
Yes, please.
Well, my name's Ron Hakes. I go by Grave Evidence on Instagram and TikTok. Yeah.
The end.
The end.
Well, I had when Black Cat Report first started out, right, and in the weeks leading up to it, where we had literally no clue what we were doing. Not that we do now, but we didn't then either. But scouring through different accounts and looking through profiles and stuff, and I came across your account, and you were, and something that I always hunt down folks for is specifically the way you post about things and the way you approach talking about, say, like investigations, handling things, or even the brief discussion that just happened here with Dragon Paw. You have a very laid back, but very educated and humble approach of like delivering information to folks, and it's something I really honestly appreciate about you. And you've had it in your bio since the start, which is like, I'm opinionated and I share my thoughts. There's something along those lines is like, it's always been up in your bio. And it's the delivery. A lot of folks talk about crystal, spirituality, ghosts, things like that, but it can just be like, Jesus Christ, are they reading a math book to me? Like, this is boring, like sometimes, man. It's like either they're reading a math book or explaining the color of flowers, but it's just like, it didn't communicate to me. Your content, right, at Grave Evidence, you've consistently delivered, for me, like 101 classes and information. So I said what this humble man wouldn't say. There, I took your spot. There you go.
I appreciate
He does a good job.
Appreciate that. I mean,
of course.
I can't say that I'm here to teach anybody, because I'm learning as I go too, because it's never the same regardless where you go. I mean, you can go to the same place twice and it's not the same. You go to the same place 100 times and you'll never have the same experience. as far as paranormal investigating goes.
Mhm.
You know, it's there's no textbook to it.
Nope.
You know, there just ain't. People like to watch TV and think, oh yeah, you know, all I got to do is just go out and get me a spirit box and good to go. No, it doesn't work that way. You know, that's because honestly, this shit's very real.
Yeah.
It is.
Can you tell us? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Please
No, go
take it.
ahead.
Oh, I was going to lead from that. I mean, can you give us an example? Tell us a story, like I'm sure one of many that has led you to believe that it is for a fact real.
Oh, well, last time Gil had me on Indiana State Sanitarium, that is still an ongoing thing. I mean, every time I talk about it, something happens to the audio. I've been on 8 podcasts, and
And he just froze. And
Right. Did, just for a split second. Oh man.
Please continue.
The man don't lie. I'm telling you, this guy. What the hell you think I brought him here?
every time I talk about that place, something happens. And we went so far as to talk about it and see if something happens, and then change the subject, and everything straightens out. And then as soon as I say it again, something happens again. You know, extra voices in the audio. My voice will change. It's unreal. That whole story is just unreal. But basically, and it's kind of been played out a lot. I mean, I've talked about that a lot. But let's see, kind of lost where I was going to go now.
Wherever you want to take it, brother. Wherever you come back to is where we should go.
Well, I'll tell you about something that recently happened not long ago. My daughter, she lives not very far from me. She lives in Chesterton, Indiana here. And in her home is a 1950s, 52, 53 dollhouse slab home. You know, and it's built in an area that was more Indian than anything. All the roads in the neighborhood are all Indian names. You know, it's what was it? Oh, good Lord, I can't think of the name of the. There was 2 Indian tribes that was in that land right there, because where her house is at is 6 miles from Lake Michigan, 3 miles from Little Calumet River. Okay, and the area that she's in was where the first settlers had came in, because we're in the top left corner of Indiana. You know, we're like stuffed up like by Chicago and Lake Michigan.
Right.
So it's obvious that that's like the beginning or the main line for trading, if you know what I mean. You know, with the Little Calumet River and Lake Michigan being right there, there's 2 contributaries to, you know, the coming and going. So anyway, she had her yard has always had a darkness in it. When you're out in the yard, it's like you're being watched all the time, you know, and it's been that way since she's lived there. She's been there 5 years, I think. Well, anyway, recently they had added a deck on the back of the house without, of course, now anybody else would do that too. They would just do it without thinking that, you know, hey, make an offering to the property or whatever. You know, I mean, you don't normally think about doing something like that. Well, they built a deck on the back of the house, and the darkness that was felt outside moved inside.
Oh.
Then she started having actual poltergeist shit happening. Things flying off the counter, uh, cabinet doors opening,
Oh,
seeing shadow figures. Now, my daughter, I'm not saying my daughter's not gifted. She's always been gifted. You know, she's just now opening up to her gifts. Matter of fact, I got her into actual ghost hunting. Um, she's got her own little group. Of course, I'm with her now. But anyway, what I was getting to is she knew that I do investigations, and she said, "Hey, Dad, you know, you can come to my house and investigate because I got, you know, blah blah blah, telling me about the cabinets and shit flying off the counter and seeing shadows and whatnot." So, long story short, I had brought in the spirit box and we were investigating the house. Well, we had gotten a name, Aaron Samuel Powell's, across the spirit box because we kept asking. You know, I'm not about the wow moments. I want to know who and why. You know, and we kept asking who was there. You know, and then we got that name. Okay, well, she searched that name up, and he was not from the house, not from the property, but from the area. Okay, he was a CEO of a water company, which ended up being in Chicago. So he had been living in Chicago for the better part of his life, and he was 40 something years old when he died, and it was in 2007, I think, that he had passed away. Okay, so to skip ahead, now that you got a little bit of the background of this guy that came across the spirit box, and we found out that it was a legitimate person with a little bit of research. My daughter and her better half, I'm gonna call him that, my son-in-law, whatever you want to call him. They're not really married, but they've been together since high school. They may as well be married. But they're out on a bike ride. A couple friends on a bike, riding a bike, and they're in the middle of nowhere. Really, it's an unincorporated area. It's all woods. It's called Furnace,ville and one of the guys that they were with, his bike just happens to die and it won't start. So there's a parking lot, and right where that parking lot's at, they pulled in the parking lot and stopped while they were trying to get the bike to start back up. And it was a cemetery. So my daughter, while she's bored while they're screwing with the bike, my daughter's punching in, you know, checking Google. You know, about how many people, because it's an old cemetery, it's a really old cemetery.
Right.
So she's punching in, looking at, you know, who's there and the dates and whatnot of the cemetery, because like I said, I got her into this ghost hunting thing, and so she got in, you know, she's trying to find out if this was a place we could go to investigate. And she happens to come across Aaron Samuel Powell. What are the
chances? Yeah.
Of that? And it is actually the man that we were talking about.
Yeah. Yep.
That came across the spirit box. Well, she found his grave marker and went over to his grave marker, whatever. When he passed away, with being a CEO of a company, you would be it's kind of heartbreaking, honestly, to see his actual grave, because he doesn't have a headstone.
Oh.
All he has is a little placard that tells his name, and it's stuck in the ground. It's not even, you know, it's not even a permanent placard. It's just a piece of paper and in plastic to keep from going bad. So now that you got that part too, she found, with her finding the grave, after she had walked it's dark out now, and she's out by these graves walking around while they're still screwing with the bike. She finds that grave, and she comes back to tell her better half about it, because he's busy helping the other guy trying to get the bike started. Well, as she gets back up to the bike, he reaches up and hits the starter button, and the bike starts. And they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything to fix the bike. It just all of a sudden started.
Huh.
Okay, now we're going to jump ahead a little bit more.
Okay.
She's telling me about this, finding his gravesite and whatnot. And so we make plans. We go out there, not necessarily to investigate, but just to go out there. And when she brings me up to this cemetery, and it's been years since I've been in that area. I like 20, because I moved to Florida, lived in Florida for a while, and I moved to Texas and lived in Texas for a while. So I had completely forgotten about that area itself. Furnace-Ville didn't mean nothing to me. That's okay, whatever, let's go. So we get out there and we pull up to this cemetery, and this cemetery happens to have almost all of my family in it. I had not seen this cemetery in 30 years, 35 years. That's not even the best part, because I'm walking into the cemetery and I said, there's family, there's family, there's family. And I'm flipping out on that anyway. But I'm walking on past that section, because Crawfords are all part of my family. So I walked past their section, and they got like a great big part of the cemetery is all Crawford. I walked past their cemetery, and she didn't say anything to me other than I knew his grave plot was there. I walked directly to his plot and walked to it, walked up to it and stopped and looked at it. She walks up behind me and she said, how did you know that this is where it was? I have no idea.
Whoa. Y'all are connected so strongly, like connected to that something, the other side, that energy.
Yeah. Well, and it's my mom, that was always a taboo subject in my family. Even though my mother had major gifts, because she always knew when I was screwing up. I don't give a damn if I was in another city. She knew I was screwing up, and she knew who I was screwing up with.
But a little bit more than those mommy spidey senses. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That wasn't mother's intuition. Not at all. But I think she
calling
knew
that out.
She had the gifts. I think she knew she had the gifts, but she was afraid of them, so she used religion to dampen them, because we all know controlled religion is controlled.
Yep.
And I'm not knocking religion in any way at all. But yeah.
As somebody with intense ADHD, I do not organized religion. I prefer disorganized religion over organized religion. But I do want to step back real quick. My mom had me tricked for the longest time that she was doing the same thing. Right? She had me tricked. She had me fooled, until I eventually realized she was scoring like a 70%, 80%, right? In her intuition. Honestly, I was just usually doing shit, and I just believed her when I was like, "How did you know?" And it's like it was just safe to assume. I was causing a lot of chaos growing up.
Ron, at some point in the last minute or so, Dragon Paw says there was an orb right behind you. And
behind me?
It was at one point. We'll have to see it on the replay. But yeah, Gil, did you want to take it?
I was
from
gonna.
there? You're running the time.
Well, I'm accepting everybody coming in and leaving and shit like that. So
I like the fluidity of it. I like it.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna reach out. I know for the booze, y'all are waiting waiting in the wings right now. It's a free for all at this point. We've kind of just started letting things blend in. We probably should have planned that to begin with. So, Ron, if you're cool with it, I'm just saying, please feel free to chill, chat with us and stuff until For the Booze calls in, and then we can introduce each other again. This whole damn show. I mean, the real premise of it is literally this show cannot work without community. That's it. Like our show's dead if calls don't come in, or if people don't chat, or if you know what I'm saying. So, let's introduce each other ourselves. I love what just happened with you and Dragon Paw. Like I feel like you two just became friends. Like we were watching friends get made, and I'm just like, fuck yes, this is what I wanted. You know.
Right. Well, you know, when you asked me to be a part of the show, that to me is an honor. And I was excited about that. And I had told you, if there's, I'll do whatever I can to help you guys out. So, yeah, I have no plans other than what I'm doing right now. If that's what you need, then I'm right here.
Appreciate you, brother. But
Thank you.
I will only ask it of you if you're enjoying it. Otherwise, give us an excuse. You got to go pee. There's a dog attacking your door, so I don't know, whatever you want, we'll believe you. We're gullible. I'm gullible. You should see the Truth or Trash episode. What's that?
My dog is right there.
Is that? I forget your dog's name.
Peanut is right there. I got
Peanut. Yes, that's right. Because you were on like episode like 10 or 12. We're up to like 100 and something now of Black Cat Report. You were on episode like 10 or 12, and there was one of the funniest fucking moments of the audio. Peanut was getting wily, and we had to leave it in because it was so genuine. We were just like, Peanut, calm down. Peanut is the size of a goddamn peanut. It was just that shit's hilarious, dude. So,
Peanut is
I love Peanut.
With a great big attitude.
That's how it works, though, right?
Yes.
It's always the little ones.
It's always the little
It's got
ones.
such tude.
It's not letting us in. Okay. Let's see.
Excuse me.
They're just going to be audio, right?
Email in 2 minutes. I will shoot them an email with a backup link. Yeah. So, a community update. Joey, who took 1 for the team, and then 2 for the team, and then 3 for the team, and then a half for the team, and then a 4th for the team, and until he finally finished a 5th for the team. I believe that man who works way the fuck too much is finally sleeping. So he's chilling for the evening, probably working diligently. He's dreaming of the chart right now.
We'll carry the torch. We will attempt to carry the torch in his absence.
We got this. We got Capos. We've only had like 1.5 beers, so like we've got less than an hour left. We need to hurry the fuck up. I have a 12-pack sitting up here, and I'm like,
okay.
what am I gonna do with it if I don't drink it all right now?
I'm on my second one. It's a 6.9%. It's treating me pretty well. I think this is a good way to coast to the end. This is perfect.
Do you remember what Joey did for us? Okay, like come on.
That we all told him no.
He showed us that we can do more. That is why I call him Lord of Shock.
He raised the bar and then passed out under it.
That was great. It worked though. I mean, we started off. Were we under 1,000 at the beginning of this night?
Mm-hmm.
We were under 1,000.
We were right above 1,000. 1,025, I believe.
Is that right, D-Boost?
I think so. Yeah.
And then.
Yeah. So we are at 1,565. We got 62% of our goal right now.
So cool.
Let's reach
so
it.
Cool.
Yes, thanks to some fucking awesome ass people. We gave you shout outs. We're going to be getting you more shout outs, and you're going to be getting a lot of awesome shit, by the way. But other than just a special place in our heart, which, like, sorry, Ron, you've got a new neighbor. You also got a special place in our heart. But yeah, you guys are gonna be getting some awesome shit. We're super excited, and thank you so much for believing in the weird ass shit that we've schemed up here. Which you met the mastermind tonight, Scott Tompkins. That was the dude before when we first Ron, I had hit him up. I was like, hey, we want to do this thing. We want to do an investigation. Damien has a spot at this place called the Night House. Like, what the fuck should we do for perks for people to donate to us? His first answer, literally 2 minutes later. I think a role like an RPG style investigation where people at home could like actually control the investigators and have more say over it with like cameras everywhere. I think that would be cool. I was like, gee, how the fuck did you come up with that? So like, I don't know. Like, you had this articulated plan just waiting for me to hit you up at 7 a.m. on a Tuesday. Just waiting for me to hit you up at 7 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Oh, there they are.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Oh, there we are.
Hello.
Oh, we're here.
They're here.
Welcome.
I think
They're here.
I have no idea what happened.
I think we have some chaos with the audio right now. Or all the drugs I took as a kid are finally catching up with me.
Here, I'll mute our mic.
Okay.
Wow. I thought that was just me.
It might be you. It might be me. Maybe it is the drugs. Maybe I'm like, whoa, we just broke the internet, y'all.
Because we're in the basement right now, and there's nothing in the background.
Yeah, no. But we hear it too.
Yeah, we hear it. We definitely hear it.
I'm gonna do some checks here real quick.
I'm gonna
all right.
do that.
Is that
again.
gone?
That was cool.
Hello. I'm gonna. All right. For the booze, my friends, it is you.
Oh, it is. It's us.
Yes. Hold on. I'm gonna mute you because I'm getting disoriented. So this is. So, if you can hop out, and then when you're signing back in, there's a spot. I believe you can click echo cancellation. If that's not available, I'm gonna try to do something really quick. But I can't turn it on while you guys are in the studio. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. Nope, I can't do it. Do you have headphones? Well, I have them muted.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. I have you muted. I was going to be close to Joey's situation if I was hearing myself. Let's see if we can see how this works out. That's what happens when we go live. What were we talking about? How awesome Ron is. No, but seriously though, anybody that's down in the chat right now, like Ron is not. I feel like this is safe to say. You're not one of these like I have to make content every single day. I have to do this. I have to. No, dude. It's like if you want a very honest, very like sincere. You've been listening to him. You guys can pick up on his demeanor and his vibe and stuff like that. He's exactly like that with his posting, with his schedule. He doesn't throw out bullshit. He's just kind of like, this is something I'm actually going to take time to fucking kind of like, this is something I'm actually going to take time to fucking, to.
Okay. Any better?
No.
No. You're doing it.
You picked the echo cancellation.
There was no option on our end for echo cancellation. It just asked if we had headphones or not.
Damn. And I'm assuming you have headphones in. I can't.
Yes.
Yeah.
How is it? Wait.
All right, we'll back out and try again.
Hold on. Oh, okay, bye. I was gonna say their headphones. I think their microphone is too close to their headphones, and that's the only way it should be happening, right?
There should be an echo cancellation option on that first page.
Well, I know you're figuring out the problem, but I've got a pretty good investigation coming up here the 16th.
Yes,
Please,
tell us about it.
Monroe Demon House in Hartford City, Indiana. The one that Nick Groff is said to found human remains in the crawl space.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I rented that for 2 days. My daughter and myself will be there 2 full days, and I'm going to try and stay live while I'm there.
Mhm.
You know,
What was
should be
the
a good one.
yeah? What was the impetus to do that specific location?
It was at the top of my daughter's bucket list.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
You
Hello.
gotta wait for me to hit the button.
Hello.
Yes. Yes. Okay. No.
All right.
No.
All right. I changed the setting for our sound on our end.
Okay.
Is it any better?
Hold it before you leave. I think your headphones are bleeding into your microphone. Maybe I don't know. That's my best thought.
I mean, this is our podcast setup. I have never really run into that issue.
I've never heard this on your podcast either.
Yeah.
Here's
Hold
a
on.
thought. We give them the floor. All the rest of us mute our shit. Does that?
How do I do that?
Is that any better?
Hello.
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 Dragonpaw in the chat recommends sharing one mic, possibly. Might be mics feeding into each other.
Is that better?
Hello. Nope.
Hello?
This is really trippy, though. This is a great opportunity for us to film or to record something that we can. You're listening to Beer, Booze, and Boogeyman.
Go into the light.
You just gotta roll with it, y'all.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
We can. Yeah.
Oh, you can hear us.
We're echoing.
Yeah,
We don't hear it.
We're on one microphone now.
And we don't hear an
Yeah,
echo.
we don't hear an echo.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have no option for echo, to turn off the echo cancellation or whatever on our end.
Yeah, I was hoping it would show you in the lobby, but I guess if we're already recording, it's not an option.
It's crazy. They're not echoing now, but we still are.
Right. I can hear them.
Well, we weren't echoing. We've never had an echo on our end the whole time.
Maybe it's you guys.
Maybe.
It's probably Ron haunting the fucking audio like he always does.
It's because he talked about that place. Well, what we could do, since they're not echoing, allow them to tell their story and we all shut up.
I'm playing with sliders over here now. There's like a slider. Is it getting any better?
I've muted everybody except for you.
Whatever. We're Megan and Steve from For the Booze.
We are in the last 40 minutes.
Yeah.
We got this.
We are from For the Booze podcast. We aren't necessarily paranormal investigators as much as we are
Paranormal lovers who like the history and mystery behind all things paranormal.
She's been plugging this catchphrase since the beginning, almost 3 years ago.
I have 3 years.
But that's what we do. We look up various haunted locations. On occasion, we'll do investigation teams. We've had Damien on our show, I don't know, 2 or 3 times now.
Yep, that's how we met.
Yep, I've known Damien for a while now. And we like to talk about places and decide, in our opinion, whether or not a location seems like it would really be haunted or not. And I think what has happened over the years, I can't speak for you, I'll speak for me though.
Okay.
I've watched a lot of, I used to be just the biggest believer you've ever met. Okay. I would have believed anything. You could have told me anything. But over the years of watching a lot of these YouTube channels and stuff, I have become very skeptical. And when I say that, I think people think I mean skeptical in a way that I don't believe in the paranormal, because I do believe in the paranormal. I've always believed, but I'm starting to become very cynical because I've seen too much fake stuff now. People are out there faking stuff for views. And so what we do is we look at all these places, we research them, we talk about their history, we talk about the land they're on, we talk about what's happened inside of them. We talk about the claims that go on there. And then we just decide whether or not we think it's real. It's a free-for-all now. Nice.
But yeah, we have thoroughly enjoyed doing our podcast. I have become more skeptical over the years. I still am a full-on believer, but I think a lot of the YouTube, as we call for entertainment only type videos, have ruined it for a lot of watching paranormal things. Now, so we mainly do a lot of locations and just kind of decide.
That's more of what we do now, yeah.
Yeah, based on like the history of, like you said, the land and things like that, because we believe, you know, things that happen on the land centuries ago, you know, leave energy behind and allow the, you know, the energy for spirits to be there.
We've yet to talk about space cryptids, though.
Ah. So I don't know. We've thoroughly enjoyed doing this, and we will forever do this. We just recently started doing YouTube videos, which we have really liked, and we now do reaction videos as well.
Yeah. Where did everybody go?
I am unmuting myself. Taking the chance. I'm not sure. Everybody just dipped.
Yeah,
Oh,
we came on and everybody left.
I don't think it's personal. I don't think Damon's taken a potty break yet, so that may be where he went.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're
Joey's
listening.
taken all of the potty breaks for you guys.
Now infinitum.
Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is.
There we
Oh, he
go.
came back with a clearer picture.
Hello,
Sorry
sir.
for the,
Oh,
our shit's
Bill.
fucking up. We've pushed it too far. Basically. But
I mean, you
that
guys
was-
have been
that was-
going for like 4 hours and had a bunch of people on, so. I really was naked in the bathroom cutting my hair when I called. I just want to throw that out
I
there.
have been at work since like 30 minutes ago. I walked in, ran upstairs, got ready, and ran down here. So
yeah.
I have no idea what's going on.
We've been preparing. We also brought our alcoholic beverage of choice,
Yes.
water, because we don't drink.
Okay. That's cool.
You guys can have all the
No, that's
drinks
awesome.
for us.
Yes.
I'm trying. Joey did a good job earlier.
I heard.
I've been watching since the stream started.
Seriously?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been watching all day.
Dave.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been calling.
So what? So you've gone from like believer into more skeptic.
No.
Like,
See, but that
not skeptic, but more critical. Or like
I would say cynical, right? Because
okay.
No, because even like how do I want to put this?
I don't know.
I am a full paranormal believer. I 100% believe in the afterlife or the spirits and ghosts, whatever you want to call them, whatever it is, we don't really know. I am just become very cynical because over the years, there's been that uprise in, YouTube clout chasing paranormal investigators who, and I'm not saying that they're all like this because they're not. Obviously, Damien, you were on there. I've seen your videos. I love your videos.
Absolutely.
There's a handful of people on YouTube doing actual investigating anymore. And channels that I once used to watch and be like, that's real. I just know that they're just, can we cuss on here?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
They're fucking full of shit. This is going to be different. We don't cuss on our show, so it's going to be different. But they're just full of shit, and they've been proven fake time and time again. And I think it really hurts the paranormal community because people like me who are long time just all in are finding a reason now to maybe not believe in it as much.
Right.
So we're trying to take a critical look at those locations for ourselves versus watching, a fake YouTube video on it. So
somebody
we
else
get the real
go
story.
and do the investigation, and we actually look at like the hard critical facts of
Yeah.
this place. And we like to do a lot of internet.
Interneting. We like to
The
internet.
interneting.
No
a
idea
lot
what
of
you're trying to say.
like
this
TripAdvisor.
amazing?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, like we look at a lot of like travel websites to see
Yes.
like what other people
But like real people.
but not people with YouTube channels, people who just go to these locations or vacation at these locations and stuff like that, just to see what they say.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Kristen, you look confused.
making
What- what's up?
making a note for the end of the show.
You have the face that gives away everything like my wife does. Like I'm just watching your face and I'm like, whoa, what am I saying?
No,
Girl, fix your face. Fix your face.
I know. I thought the cat ears would make me look a little more fun.
That's okay. I have that face too. Everyone's like, "What's wrong with you?"
Megan
Like,
does it all the
"Nothing."
time. I got to be like, what's wrong with you?
Nothing. It's just my face. But I have always been a believer. I've had
Megan is all in. She's all in.
I'm not all in on like the investigation part of it, but like full on, there are ghosts, there are spirits, and there are certain people that have a sensitivity to that. I've had things happen to me since I was 8 years old, living in Texas. I've had paranormal experiences. So for my in 30 years since,
But you're downplaying that, huh?
You're a liar. It's actually 29. Thank you.
Go to sleep next to her. So yeah, that's the majority of what we do. And I mean, we have investigated ourselves. And even before I met Megan, like I've gone, I don't know if I would call it investigating. I was in search of stuff, but I was, it was kind of illegal, but I would go, I've been into some houses maybe I shouldn't have been in to see what was there.
Just see.
But
Yeah.
we went a few years ago for our
It was our wedding anniversary?
yeah, no, it was our wedding anniversary. I was trying to think of which one it was.
7th.
It was our 7th wedding anniversary, and my standout like paranormal memory was the time that I watched Ghost Hunters long ago, and they saw the shadow figure at the St. Augustine Lighthouse. And to me, until somebody proves to me that that's fake, that is the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So we went there. So we booked it
was a like
it was like a night of paranormal investigating there.
I think it was like Dark of the Moon or something like
It
that.
was like when I asked you, Damien, about the Octagon House, and you said like one of the times you went there, you had to go with like a group of people. It was like that. It was like that, and we did have some unruly teenagers that ended up getting kicked out. But
so annoying.
We had like a personal experience there, so I don't know. It made it better.
It did, and we didn't have a paranormal experience where I thought we were going to have paranormal experiences.
No, because it wasn't in the lighthouse.
It wasn't in the lighthouse. It was like we were just in this
We were in the chapel.
random chapel that was under construction, middle of summer, Florida, so hot, no air conditioning. There was like plastic draped from the ceiling and like just blocking off certain walls that they were working on. We're the only ones in there. I don't know how, but we sat down, and there's the rumors of the girls that had passed away. They were riding the train cars and flipped into the water and had
They
passed
died.
away. And, we were asking them, oh, we hear you like to play with hair. Like Steven's like, oh, Megan has long hair if you want to play with her hair, or like the glow sticks that they give you. We were just kind of sitting there. Nothing was happening. Nothing was happening.
Hey, that's us.
It is us.
Yeah, that's cool.
Look at that.
I like that.
And then we were like, hey, nothing's happening. Do you want to go? And I think you said, like, let's just sit here for a couple minutes.
Yeah, man. Because it was the only place we were alone.
Yeah.
Right. Everywhere else we went, everybody kind of collectively stayed in the areas where, I guess, were the most popular.
Mm-hmm.
So we just were like, we want to be alone. We want to go somewhere where nobody's at and see if anything happens. And something happened.
Yeah. We were sitting there, and in the few minutes that we were just being silent, we were just being quiet, no fans, no AC, no nothing. And all of a sudden,
Just sweat and scorching heat.
so
and
hot.
humidity.
It was disgusting. I don't know why we got married in July. But,
Gross.
ugh. But I just
It was
felt
cheaper.
this.
Cheaper.
It was.
Hey, our wedding was bomb because of my connections.
Yeah, it was really sweet. but I had this cold.
Al
just
Qaeda. Sorry, go.
And, nah, more mafia.
No.
I had this cold like mass, like thick mass, just from my knee to like my hip, and we were just sitting.
But it wasn't cold like you're thinking. Like this was like 35 degrees colder than the air around it.
And I was just sitting there for like 10 seconds, and I was like, what am I feeling?
It was
Like, what is
it was
this?
probably like 100 degrees out.
Yeah.
But inside this little bubble around her leg, it was probably 60.
And I was like, feel by my leg. And he was like,
And
what?
you could move your hand through it. Like you could literally move through it. And this building's I don't know, 100, 200, 300 years old. I have no idea.
So
There's no
old.
AC, no wind. All the windows are covered in plastic, so there's no air coming in. It's stagnant.
Like we sat there and we're like, where is this coming from? But it was only the top portion of my leg, and that was it.
Yeah, and then it just and then it just disappeared. Then it was
Yeah.
just gone after that. It was very strange.
Pretty
Can you tell
wild.
we're can you tell we're podcasters? Like we never shut up.
Fine with that.
Like we can take a break.
Well, this is like our area, so we're pretty used to being down here, just having a jabber jaw away.
I do love your space.
Well, thank you. Thank you. We've been working on this. It's much smaller than it looks too. Like we are like
Crammed in
I don't
here.
I don't know who's in the chat. Don't make jokes. We're right on top of each other. I know how that sounds, but you know what I mean. Like we're like right here. We've actually I put this out earlier. I commented on it early into the live stream. But anybody watching or watching back, like pay attention back here because we've had paranormal stuff happen in the studio since we put it together. One day, okay, we'll start with that one. This candle right here will just start swinging. Nothing else will move.
For no reason.
Just that one will just start swinging on its own.
But it'll swing back and forth very slow almost the entire time we're
Yeah.
recording.
And nobody touches it. There's no airflow down here. Nothing else moves. It's the only one. I started noticing it while I was editing videos that just that one candle moves. But we were doing a reaction video a while back, and we sit pretty close, like you can tell. And I felt somebody like pull my shirt, like enough to where like I thought she like was trying to get my attention. And like we're close, so I automatically assumed like maybe she hit me. And I had to like stop in the middle of the recording and like ask her. I was like, "What? What do you want?" I was like, "Did you not just pull my shirt?" And when I edited it back, I can't really tell if my shirt moves, but she doesn't move. She doesn't move the whole time.
So do you believe your studio is haunted?
Well, the problem with this is, right, is you see all this stuff back here? This is all this is all secondhand.
Almost everything we own, we are thrifters.
Everything
We love thrifting.
Everything with the exception of, I don't know, like 5 things maybe. Everything is secondhand. Is probably belonged to some dead person at some point. Half the stuff, well, not half, but a lot of the stuff in our house was belonged to somebody because we do a lot of thrifting. We love thrifting. So that's the only thing that I can really think of that, would cause it. But it's ever since we put the studio together, it's really picked up.
Yeah.
And we're sitting down here in the dark. It doesn't look like it because we have a ring light on, but we are in the basement in the dark.
It's fun.
Hell yeah.
Kind of reminds me
No.
of my first recording space was
No, Damien.
a closet. It was a literal walk-in closet.
Oh, we used to record in our bedroom.
Yep.
Yeah, we used to record in our bed right next to our dresser. And that reminds me of another paranormal experience that we had because we were recording. This was way before video. And we're sitting there one night and all of a sudden we just hear 3 like loud, super loud knocks on it was her dresser, but right on the dresser. And this wasn't like a creak. This was like I could replicate it by like beating it like 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. And I don't know. Can you hear it in the podcast? I don't know if you can or not.
I don't
but
remember.
Crazy. We've been having paranormal experiences for a long time. Because like we moved out here to we left Florida and we live in Utah now.
Oh wow,
And-
wow.
Yeah, and we thought our old house was her grandparents' house.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a lot of stuff happen there. And we thought when we moved here, it would kind of, I don't know, I guess we just didn't think it would come with us. And we were wrong.
Yeah.
We were wrong.
My grandmother passed away in that house when I was 14. And my grandfather ended up in an assisted living facility. And we moved in to help fix up the house and just live there, you know, for sale, and lived there for a few years while we were fixing it up. And then he passed. And we got a bunch of their stuff, and we used to have many, many things happen in
The
that
shadow
house.
figures, seeing people at the end of our bed,
All the
lights
time.
in the house.
All the time.
We used to see shadow figures run up like by the front door was like a little hallway into the kitchen and then to my kid's bedroom. And we used to see a little shadow figure that would peek out from behind the corner. And then one night our son, we talk about this on our podcast, but one night our son, our oldest son, who doesn't remember this now, but he told us that he was scared of the lady who used to come into his room and
The
talk
old
to him,
lady.
the old lady. So we were like, well, is she mean? You know, and he was like, no, she's nice. So we think it's her grandmother. Nothing bad's ever happened. It's just freaky.
Yeah. And then he talked about the people outside his window.
Yeah.
That was fun. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh
Spooky.
my gosh. Yeah, you guys are haunted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for
I
sure.
mean, we live with it now. We're kind of used to it. Like,
Yeah. It's just stuff happens.
We'll
It's
just be
fine.
watching TV, and one of us will just be like staring off at something. We'll be like, what did you see? What did you see?
What was that?
I see how you and Damien somehow found each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't even remember how we met. Was it in was it in one of the spaces? It was one of the spaces back in the few years back, wasn't it?
No, I think you had reached out to me about being on the show.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because I was looking for investigation teams to come on. Yeah. Okay. And now I've just known them for a while.
Yep.
Is it all right with y'all if we bring on the next guest? Well,
Yeah. I mean, I know we're kind of over time.
No, you're good. We had 10 interviews lined up in a row. This is gonna happen. You know, like you guys know. So, do you want to keep just doing the blend and like just
Yeah, that's fine.
transition?
I mean,
we're cool with whatever you guys
whatever
want to
you
do.
want. We can leave whenever you want us to
yeah.
leave.
Never. That's what I want.
Okay.
Don't say that. I'll stay here for the rest of the night.
I will say we
we
might need to mute them because of the echo. That's gonna be
Yeah. You know what? There is an echo. I'm kind of bummed out we didn't get to like do the take calls thing, but you know, I know we had a lot of problems. But thanks for having us on, guys.
Yes,
We
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Absolutely. It was awesome to talk to you guys.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye.
Hello.
What's up? How we doing?
Okay.
Okay,
Hi.
echo is
Definitely
gone.
more interesting than me. I don't know why you cut to me.
Oh God, it kills my heart because they have so many experiences, just such
Right.
cool
Did you catch?
lives.
I didn't catch where in Florida were they from?
Where did they say?
I don't remember where they lived in Florida.
Yeah,
I didn't even know
yeah,
they
because
moved
he's.
I know you've
You
been on
guys
for
are
like
probably
24
neighbors.
24 hours and stuff like that, doing this mega interview, but way to pay attention to the guests.
Did they say?
Have them get in contact with me. I wanna, you know.
I will. Awesome. I will. It's Steve and Megan. I will get them in contact with you.
Yeah, good, because I'm not gonna do that research. I'm too lazy.
So, anyways, I'm a researcher. No, I'm just kidding. Like, no.
Well, welcome to the show, Christopher Balzano, Mr. Christopher Balzano, urban legend, aficionado, school
wow,
teacher,
okay.
school teacher by day,
Thank you,
haunted
I'll take
history. Yeah, I have had Chris on my show in the past. It's been too long. I'm gonna have to get you back on. I'm sure
I know.
you've
What's up
had-
with that? I thought you were mad at
I
me or
know.
something.
No, I adore you. I told you this. But I am so glad that we could get you on here and coordinate that even after your like 5 hours of touring today and book signing. It's just like you told me what you were up to today, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, and it ended up being less of a crazy day than I even thought, and it was still pretty insane. Yeah, I'm working on my new book, and then I do a ghost tour locally, and so then I went on the tour, and then I had to rush back here to be with you guys, and wait in a lobby, like a digital lobby for like an hour. What's up with that? I'm totally kidding. I am.
It's kind of fancy. You could call it a green room.
Yeah,
Gil.
well, there you go. I can hear them, and that was awesome. I could hear you guys, so I'm,
Nice.
I'm totally flexible and stuff like that. So I'm all good. I'm just messing with you guys. How'd everything go tonight? Have you guys been killing it or what?
It's been, God, I have had a blast tonight. How
Have
about
you?
you guys? I think everybody looks a little war-torn to me. They spent a lot of drinking.
When I'm the best looking person on the cameras, you know that you guys are war torn. So
We've lost a host, a co-host. He's
I-
gone.
there was a J and a P when I first checked you guys out, and then now there's I don't know which one you are. What is that? Gil? So you must be the G.
Gil.
Who's the P?
Yes.
I don't know. Is the P the one you lost?
Who's the P? We've got a
No?
C.
I don't know.
Caller.
Okay, I don't know.
Caller.
I'm not wearing my glasses, so maybe.
Phantom.
Now, okay, so for those who don't know me, who is everybody, I do a podcast myself, and so I, based on, what I do, talking about ghosts, ghostly legends, things like that, I have to use the P word that you just used. And the hilarious thing is I cannot pronounce that word. Say the word again.
Pumpernickel.
Yes, I cannot pronounce that word. It's just like it's a dead spot in my head, and so for years, I've had two kind of constant co-hosts. One older one and one newer, and then my daughter, who's now 15, is often my co-host, and so they are constantly nagging me, trying to like put little traps. So that I'll say that word because I cannot say it. Phantom. It totally does not naturally come off of my lips. So I'm not sure, but so I'm from Massachusetts originally. I'm down here in Florida now. Mm-hmm. I'm from Massachusetts originally, and one of the legends that I kind of cut my teeth on back in the day was the red-headed hitchhiker of Route 44. Which is a famous, I do this, there's an area in Massachusetts called the Bridgewater Triangle, which is somewhat popular. People kind of know about it. So that was my first work, was as a looking into those stories. But it wasn't called the Red-Headed Hitchhiker of Route 44. It was called the Red-Headed P Word of Route 44. And I'm not sure if this is my influence because I'm one of the only people that's written books specifically about that area. But I started having to say the red-headed hitchhiker of Route 44 instead of the red-headed P word, and now it's known as the red-headed hitchhiker and not the red-headed phantom. So.
You literally changed that, solidified how people.
I'm not gonna say I solidified it, but I think that I definitely had an influence on it. So, and that's the beautiful thing about folklore.
Well, speaking of all of that, you are our final guest of the evening of this incredible show.
I'm the anchor.
I told you I was going to be so happy to see your adorable face because I was like, that means we did it. We did it.
Wow. Okay, so not excited to see my adorable face because of my adorable face.
Well, it's adorable.
But because
obviously.
I marked the ending. Thank you. Yeah, that's going to be on my grave. At least, he marked the ending.
I was the last one. But, because you are, and thank you for joining us after all you went through today, but because you are our last person, I love this thought that you get to, take us out with, a final story. You are an awesome storyteller. You guys got to listen back to the episode I had him back on. I think it was 50-something. I'll pull it. But yeah, awesome storyteller. Your mind for urban legends and just haunted history is incredible. I told you back then too. So I kind of want to just give you the floor here to tell just a story, something. Take 15 minutes and just tell your favorite or a memorable one or a scary one.
Well, I don't know quite where to go. I have 2 or 3. That I have depending on, I like to adapt to what the host says and go for them. And you're just I don't care anymore. Just tell a freaking
any story. No, we like scary. We've heard some ghostly stories tonight.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I want to talk maybe about puckwudgies. I'm not sure how much we talked about this.
Gil loved. You see that?
What'd you say?
Yes, please.
So Gil, I got real big when you said that.
Guilty. Are you familiar with the Pukwudgie?
Probably not as much as you, but enough to be excited.
Okay, good. So, so here's the deal. Back in the day, I was working on a book about the Bridgewater Triangle. It was actually my first book, and I was writing about the Freetown State Forest. So, for a little context for people who aren't familiar with the Bridgewater Triangle or Freetown, imagine Lizzie Borden, and the town of Fall River used to be part of Freetown. So it's the same area. Like it's, obviously geography doesn't matter when you're talking about, the spooky. So I started researching into this forest because not only anything that you want in the paranormal world, it's in the Bridgewater Triangle and pretty much is in the Freetown State Forest. This one area, which is one of the apexes of this triangle, has everything. So we're talking Bigfoot, UFO sightings, we're talking all kinds of ghostly experiences. And so I started getting contacted, once I start doing the research and kind of putting it out there, I get contacted by 3 people who all have a very similar story. And the stories pretty much all go like this. I'm in the woods, I'm in the Freetown State Forest in one way or the other. And all of a sudden I see this little troll-type creature. And he's not necessarily wearing any clothes. He's got a belly extended. He's got kind of a little bit of an elongated nose. If you go and you Google Pukwudgie, none of those pictures look anything like an actual Pukwudgie. Just so that you know. So they're communicating with me and they're asking me what is this thing? What the hell is it? And I hadn't the slightest idea, right? And so I'm doing some research, trying to figure out what these things might be, and I come across a book called Passing Strange by Joe Citro, who's up in Vermont. And Joe Citro very casually says, he's talking about the famous case of the Dover Demon. Are you guys familiar with the Dover Demon cryptid story?
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
So he's talking about the Dover Demon, which looks a lot like an alien. And he just throws it out there. In my experience, the Dover Demon is definitely not a Pukwudgie. And I'm like, what the hell's a Pukwudgie, right? Like, what is that? And so I started doing some research. I was a librarian back then. And I type in Pukwudgie, I'm Googling it. And I think I'm Yahooing it. And there is no information out there. Now, if you go and run a search right now, you're going to find millions of hits. The only reference to a Pukwudgie was this one book and then a kid's book. And so I get the kid's book and I open it up and it says, and I read the whole thing. It's called The Good Giant and the Bad Pukwudgies. And it tells the backstory of what a Pukwudgie is. And it talks about how they used to be friendly with the Wampanoag tribe, which is the Native American tribe in New England. And then something happened and they became evil. And they started kidnapping little kids and burning villages down and killing people and stuff like that. This is a kid's book, by the way. And so...
Sounds about right.
I'm looking,
it was German, yeah.
I'm a researcher, right? Looking through it like this, and I go to the back and it says, many of these, or this story comes in part from a bigger collection of folklore called The Narrow Land. So again, I'm a librarian. I buy The Narrow Land, and I get it, and the very first thing before I read any of the stories, I go to the bibliography. To me, if you write a nonfiction book and you don't have a bibliography, something's wrong. Go to the back, and order every single article that's on there, right? I get it, compile a pile like this of everything that they're talking about in that book, specifically when it comes to Pukwudgies. I start publishing this stuff and Pukwudgies explode, right? All of a sudden, like I said, if you go on, you'll find millions of hits on Pukwudgies. They're part of Harry Potter now, right? Like the first witch to land in America was helped out by a Pukwudgie, so he's one of the houses. Pukwudgie is one of the houses in, Livermore or whatever the American Hogwarts is, right? Mm-hmm. Big Pukwudgie beer, right? And then I'm asked to be on TV shows of talking about Pukwudgies, and it's like it's feeding itself until it becomes this huge thing. I was watching a video on YouTube in one of those creepy AI voices, like whoa, 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 and it's like, and it's talking about Pukwudgie impregnating Wampanoags and all of this crazy stuff, and I'm like, none of that's real. Like, what are you talking about, right? So I became known as the Pukwudgie guy, which, you know, being short and hairy as an Italian totally fit me anyway, so I went with it. And so I, as a researcher, like, I wanted to gather as much information as I could. And so there was a second book. There was a second thing that original search had found, and that was a book with the word Pukwudgie spelled differently in Indiana, right? Now, weirdly enough, when I went to college, I'm from Boston. I went to college in Boston. My freshman year of college, all the friends I made were from Indiana for some reason. I don't know why. And so I had actually been out to Indianapolis to see all of them before. That is what, 1993? Now we're talking. I've been obsessed with this Pukwudgie thing and talking about him and writing about him. And for 15 years, all I wanted to do was to get back to Indiana to look into these Pukwudgie stories from Indiana. Mm-hmm. We take a whole trip. My podcast, Tripping on Legends, we did a whole road trip. We went up the coast. We spent like 4 days in North Carolina tracking down urban legends in North Carolina, go see urban legends. Slid over, crossed over, you know, the fake Silver Bridge, you know, to hang out with Mothman for a little bit. Made our way to Indiana, and we spent a day in Mound State Park in Anderson, Indiana, which is where these Pukwudgies are sighted there. Spelled differently, but the same thing. So we got there in the morning, and we just happened to be there on a day where there was a woman with a double doctorate in archaeology and forensics. Just randomly, she happened to be visiting this state park on that day. We sat down and we talked to her for about 4 hours. And what we realized, or what we kind of came to understand, is that for those who don't know, Indiana, their motto is like the crossroads of America. Mm-hmm. There are, I'm not sure where you two gentlemen are from. Where are you guys from? Two gentlemen, where are you from? I know you're out in Washington, but where are you guys?
Tennessee.
Tennessee, so pretty close to me. And
it's in Gil.
I'm in the land of muted and didn't realize that.
I'm in the land of not paying attention to Christopher Balzano. I'm just kidding.
I was completely paying attention, and I was just talking, and I was like, "Why is nobody hearing me? What the fuck?"
I know your mic covers your mouth so perfectly.
Originally from Toledo, Ohio, now live in Asheville, North Carolina.
So you're in the Midwest. So Indiana is the crossroads of America, right? So all through Ohio, all through other places in the Midwest, there are mounds, right? There are these Native American mounds and rocks and rock formations and kind of like mini pyramids and things like that. And what they all do is they all point to Mound State Park, to this one place in Indiana. All of these places. And she said she had, like, this is what her master's thesis was in, was like looking at these astrologically. And what it was Native American tribes, multiple tribes, all across the United States, from the South, from what is now Canada. They would make their way to this place in Indiana, and they would bury their most honored dead there in the mounds that were there. And so the energy of the entire country was focused into this one place in the Midwest. And when they would get together and meet, they didn't have a common language, right? So a lot of it was based on hand motions, things like that. The word Pukwudgie became an umbrella term for any small little creepy thing that pisses you off. And so all of these other tribes went back to their areas saying the word Pukwudgie, which is why it's in the lore of all these different Native American tribes all throughout Canada and on the East Coast in Tennessee. And so there was this new understanding, but I still wanted the experience, right? I had a Pukwudgie experience before. And I wanted I wanted something big to happen. We had traveled for a week to get to this place, We went, we had something to eat, we went back into the park. And we were walking around, and by now a light rain is falling. And so we were going all throughout the woods. They literally have something called a Pukwudgie Trail through this state forest. And so we're on the Pukwudgie Trail, got some really great interviews, and we're kind of at the point where we're leaving because we've got another place that we're going on the Ohio border that night. We have to be there by midnight. So we're walking back. Now, the important thing you have to know is that there's a Pukwudgie Triad, right? The Pukwudgie Triad consists of the Pukwudgies, then it consists of a dark figure, kind of like a shadow person, a dark figure who seems to be watching everything that's going on. And you can follow in the lore where it goes from dark man to demon or devil in the Wampanoag lore as soon as they get Christianized, right? The third part, and probably the most important for what I've experienced, are something called Tai Wonkas, which are ghost lights. They're orbs. They are will-o-wisp. They are these balls of light that are the souls that the Pukwudgie has taken, right? And so wherever you have Pukwudgies, you have these ghost lights. So if you go and you search for things about Pukwudgies and they don't talk about Tai Wonkas or ghost lights, you know that they're just getting their information like off the web, right? So we are walking towards the road. We're probably we're in the forest, we're off the path, and we're walking towards the road. We finally get on the road. We start walking towards this somewhat abandoned building, which used to be their welcome center, which is now abandoned. We're like, abandoned building, like, love it. We're walking on the path, and I'm looking over into the woods, and there's this one kind of, somewhat of a dugout place. There's a few trees there, and I'm clearly seeing something. I can only see like the outline of it. It's dark, but it's about 3 feet tall, about the size of traditional Pukwudgie, and I catch it 2 or 3 times darting its head behind the tree. And I'm telling her that, I'm like, look, are you seeing it? And she's like, yep, I'm totally seeing it. I'm seeing it's right there. It's right there. And so we stop and we're watching it. And again, now we're just watching it straight. And we see again 2 or 3 times a quick shadow going like this and then back behind the tree. And I'm like, okay, what are we going to do here? We're watching it. And it's probably maybe like 30 yards away. It's not far at all. And it's not severely wooded because it's closer to the road. The entire area is filled with fireflies. I'm going to say flat out, they're fireflies. I'm not going to say they were ghost lights, anything like that. They seemed completely natural to me. And there's a whole bunch of them, and they're all just kind of floating like this. We're watching it, and I swear to God, if you've seen the movie Brave, every single one of those fireflies goes like this and forms a line, a path directly to that tree. Like literally we're sitting there watching and there are dozens of these little lights all pointing a path, creating a path for the two of us directly to this tree. So now I start walking. Well, I'm like, all right, we gotta go. I start walking down this path. I have my daughter's old cell phone as an extra camera in my pocket. All of a sudden it starts playing like some weird Pink song that's not related to anything, but it just randomly like turned on, right? Not connected. There's no like meaning behind it, as there's no meaning behind most of Pink's music. And so we're walking. Now, as we're doing this, Natalie, who's my co-host at that time, she looks over to the right and she sees a pile of crab apples. And one of the things that we had just read when we went to the restaurant was this idea that in Indiana, not only do they like, for some reason, peanut butter cookies, but they love crab apples. So she's like, crab apple. So there's this pile, and each of them looks like, we have pictures of this. Each of them looks like they've had like a bite taken out of them. And so she's looking, and she's kind of obsessed with these crab apples, and she's staring down at them. And meanwhile, I'm seeing this thing still looking at us, darting back behind the tree, but catching these glimpses of us. I start walking to it. I get to the tree where it was at, and there's nothing there. So now, because she's become crabapple obsessed, there's probably 10 yards between us. She's off to the right, 10 yards between us. So there's maybe like 10 yards between the tree and where she is. And I look back at her, and the other important thing about pukwudgies is that they're shapeshifters. And they kind of take on the animals of the area that they're in. So traditionally, it's things like porcupines, which is why they get this thing for like porcupine spike, which they don't have, and also deer. So I am looking at her, and I hear a rustle, and I tilt my head only slightly, and a deer appears. Doesn't walk up on us. It appears. So now there's a deer between her and I that just like an
Just
asteroid, right?
materialized.
Like
Yeah.
right, and it's right there. And so I'm looking at the deer, and I'm looking at her, deer, her, and she's looking at the deer, not looking at me at all. And the deer turns its head, looks at me, turns its head, looks at her, takes, right? So now we're talking like 20, 30, 20 and a half, takes one leap, two leaps, leaps onto where the road is, vanishes right there. And then nothing. Like you feel it when you guys, if you're in the world at all, you know, when you're there, the feeling is there, and when it's gone, right? I sometimes travel 500 miles, 400 miles to get to a legend trip for that 10 minutes of when you know you're in the bubble. It was over, right?
Yep.
The fireflies went back to being all over the place, and we just sat there, you know, stood there, and I got the whole thing on video, right? Unfortunately, I get back, as soon as I get back, my daughter's like, oh, here's your old, and we're watching the video incessantly, being like, where does it come from? Where does it come from? And watching it leap. And my daughter goes, oh, it's my old iPhone. Let me change the password and not remember it because I'm like 7 years old. And so that evidence has been lost forever. Now, the crazy thing is, we were now completely amped because this is like the culmination of decades of research for me, like having another experience and something that was so tangible. We go off into this other location, 100 Step Cemetery in Indiana. So it's like an hour away. We're there at midnight. We spend an hour there. We drive back to Indianapolis. So it's got to be about 2:30. So you guys can't complain at all about your little 5-hour thing, right?
I'm
we
complaining.
Were driving, experiencing pukwudgies and evil things at 100 Step Cemetery. We get back into her grandparents' driveway, and we record in her car, in the rental car, 2-hour episodes of the show. One about the pukwudgies and one about 100 Step Cemetery. And if you listen to those episodes, you can hear the tapping on the windows of the car. You can hear us like freaking out. What's that? What's that? That damn pukwudgie followed us all the way to 100 Step Cemetery, and then all the way back to Indianapolis, where it just sat there outside the window. And it was the tangible feeling that we're being watched right now. No danger, right? Like no anger or anything like that. But it was clearly right outside the car. It's pretty crazy, and you can hear it in our voices, and you can hear kind of like little things off in the background on those episodes as well. So
with all that said,
yes,
this might be the, and thank you, by the way. That was you know you're captivating. Do I need to tell you that was fucking great? I mean, you had us all mesmerized, and we were just kind of like, if we were looking off, it was literally just we're picturing what the fuck you're saying. You're a goddamn hypnotist.
My students say the same thing. They're like, I'm not paying attention. I'm mesmerized by you. So you're captivated.
I was picturing all this shit going on. I could tell you're a folklorist. I could tell you have like a deep passion and enthusiasm when it comes to these stories, and the only way that can take place is if you're genuinely enthusiastic about what you're talking about. That's the only way that really genuine nature comes out. And then the art of becoming a good one is being honest and actually letting your enthusiasm come out, and you deliver that.
Yeah.
You do deliver that. I can tell. Damien just died or fell asleep, or I don't know what the fuck happened.
That effect on
I feel like this is like a drinking game at this point. But anyways,
who will last?
Or an Agatha Christie murder mystery.
Long of it, short of it. All that blabbering aside on my part right here, right? This might be the safest question, but I think it could also be interesting. Do you believe in pukwudgies?
Oh, totally.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
You have no doubt. No, well, I have a follow-up question. Hold on before.
You can't get me going. Like I'm like.
I know. No. I know. It was like I got out of the train, realized I didn't put the brake on after it had stopped and started to roll down. And I was like, no.
That's why you have to say.
I got you.
I
got you.
Part
I
one.
need to be. No, but because I want you to riff on this. That's why I'm prepping. I'm prepping here.
Prep away.
Okay, so shit tons of experiences, and then you saw its face, and now you're a believer. Smash Mouth was playing. It was crazy, like all this shit was going on. But no, this is incredibly fascinating, and it's as well as I do, and everybody sitting here, that in the paranormal community, it's really hard to get folks who literally have podcasts dedicated to a fucking subject to actually say, I believe in this. For some reason, people just act like they're fucking 12 years old at their first fucking school dance or some shit. And they're like, I don't know, maybe I like her. It's like, just fucking say it, dude. I'm gonna get the X-Files poster that just says, I already believe. I don't need to fucking lie about this anymore. So you got the strong confidence around that. Now, and this is a very interesting kind of nexus between you've had these intense experiences, but they're with the most fringe of the fringe of the fringe, at least in terms of most North American English folklore, English kind of cryptids and stuff like that. I mean, we get farther out there if we want to talk about how nobody translates shit and they just find out about 40 years later from other countries and other languages. But all that fucking said, you've got this intense confidence. Folks in the Bigfoot community have also an intense confidence after experiences and things. Yeah. What will bridge that gap? What will bring it to the precedent, the paramount of Bigfoot? Yeah. And it doesn't need to be the same as Bigfoot or anything. Obviously, you've spent more time around this than I have. So, where would you like to see it go? How could it get there if you had unlimited resources, right? And what would that world look like? There's my question.
I love this Gil. I like this guy.
Isn't he awesome?
So I always refer to myself as a reformed paranormal investigator. And I don't investigate anymore. I do what's called legend.
You fell off the wagon tonight.
Which is experience over evidence, right? Mm-hmm. So I was writing a book back in the day called Picture Yourself Ghost Hunting. And it's always crazy to me to meet investigators now who go like, "You're the guy that wrote that?" And yeah, because there's no pictures of me in it. So they're like, "Oh my God." So I was big into the investigator. And at some point, because I did not get into this to be an investigator, at some point I started becoming more interested in looking into investigators than looking into ghosts. Because I became obsessed with the dynamics that make what was at that time. Now that's book's about 15 years old. What makes a modern day investigator or ghost hunter? Mm-hmm. And as part of that book, I sent out surveys to probably 50, 60 people who were regularly active in the field.
How old were you at the time?
Different questions, right? And
how old were you at the time?
What did you say?
How old were you at the time?
35.
Okay. For some reason, I pictured you as really young and already at the point where you're I'm going to send out surveys to everyone. And I was some reason, I can picture this.
I'm almost 50 now. I know I look really young. I'm almost 50 now. And also keep in mind, I'm a teacher. And so everything has to be data-based, right? What's your data? So I understand. I actually.
Both of my parents were teachers. I don't believe you.
You got to say it to your principals at least. But I think mathematically a lot, and so I wanted information. And I wanted other people's opinions because who wants to read a book that's just me going blah 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 blah. So I wanted to bring other investigators, and also when you quote people, you can write more. It's longer. So I sent these surveys out, asked a whole bunch of different questions, and then a lot of follow-ups, and I asked these people, why do you do what you do? And most of them gave reasons like, I want to help people and I want to prove that ghosts are real. some of these people you would know, like there are people who are respected in the field and are still are, and names and things like that. But those, it really came down to really a lot of people said, I want to know, I want to prove ghosts are real, and I want to help people. It was good. Every single person I sent that survey to, so 50 to 60 people, every person I sent that survey to, the last question I asked was, if you had a non-believer, what would they need? How would you convince them? And every single one of them said they would have to have a personal experience.
Yeah.
Now, in that time, we now have AI. We now have much more sophisticated visual editing equipment. So you can produce anything you want, and someone's going to come and tell you that it's dust or whatever. Someone's going to come and like very intricately tell you how you could have faked it. So, you know, like it's one of those things where evidence isn't evidence anymore. So personal experience really is the foundation of true understanding. So the answer to your question is, I don't give a shit if people believe or don't believe, right? Like, I always say this. We can debate whether ghosts are real or not, but ghost stories are always true because they move people, right? Like, I study entire communities who believe that this ghostly legend is so strong that they make it the school mascot, that they have rituals yearly to it. Like, I don't think that unless you have an experience or you're just intrinsically in tune with the paranormal and believe it, nothing is going to change a non-believer's mind other than an experience. And so I would just pocket all that money and just do my show every night to bring them more information.
I like this Christopher. I like this guy. That was the perfect answer, and that actually summarized a lot of my field, the vibe that I was kind of picking up, that you were putting down, that I was picking up again, and then we're streaming over here.
I think a lot of problems in the paranormal world come from people who are on the fringe, feeling they have to be so ridiculously earnest that they don't allow fun, they don't allow awe, right? They don't allow to be like, holy shit, something happened. It's like, well, I didn't capture it, so it didn't exist. Like, what are you kidding me? Like, that just happened. Because they feel that what they're presenting is so out of the acceptable world, that they have to be so straightforward and honest and wear black shirts when they're not going to convince anybody. They're farting in the wind.
So yes, 100%. And I have two parts. I learn quick.
Now I'll know to stop.
So firstly, that's a personality trait that annoys the fuck out of me as somebody who does dig into a lot of research. I'm too fucking broke to go out and actually do field investigation, but I'm pretty damn good at the internet. I actually do Google shit for a living. I don't work for Google for a living, but anyway, I'm pretty good, right? So that very intense personality of like the analytical kind of like personality of things. If the world's going to change, those types of personalities are going to be involved in it. And it's those types of folks that speak to their peers who are also that same type of mindset. So it annoys the fuck out of me, but they have a place, and their place is next to other folks that talk like that. And I will say it's those folks that have done that shit historically. When you find old documents from 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, the people that were just anal retentive as fuck about documenting stuff, that is a gold mine decades later for people when they start. So they might be annoying to talk to. They might be, and I love him, rest in peace, Stanton Friedman. Jesus fucking Christ. How many decades were spent on typeface? Why did I read the extended version of MJ12? But it's just, like, I like self-abuse, but at a certain point, it's like I'm abusing my like of self-abuse, and that's just, it's too meta.
This is only a few chapters of the book that I'm working on right now. So, I mean, it's, but here's the thing. It's like...
There's the second part. This is the second part.
You just said two
things. No. We're both long-winded. Kristen knew this would happen. But...
I had to meet.
No, so the other part. Well, you say all that in terms of like having like the confidence and stuff, and you mean it when you say it. I truly believe that from just everything, my bullshit, radar and stuff like that. I'm picking up on that. Where's the middle ground between I don't really give a fuck if they don't really give a fuck? I'm going to talk about it. If folks are down, they're down. If they're interested, I'll chat with them, obviously, as any type of thing that somebody's interested in. If you bring it up, I ain't going to, and I'm going to talk about it, homie. Like that's just how anybody is with anything, whether it's sports or whatever the fuck. So there's that level. Then there's the level of like, I'm over here and I'm doing shit. But you mentioned the thing about like communities kind of coming together and they have these rituals and this, and I really liked how you phrased that and put that. Is there a line that exists for you that annoys the fuck out of you when you hear people say, "I believe that they believe"?
Oh.
That shit drives me fucking insane. And I think it's one of the most demoralizing, diminishing things. Yes, it's technically kind of true in some situations, but it's a very... I can just brush this off now and disregard all credit that I would give this as a conscious adult, a human being, a rational person. That is one of them. I want to punch people in the face when I hear them say, "I believe that they believe." I'm like, you're patronizing as fuck. So do you have that line, and where is it?
I don't not like that sentiment, but that's that phrasing. And so when people ask me, is it true? Like, are these things true? Yeah. What I say to them is, do you think it's true? And they say, well, and then it becomes a discussion of like what they are, as opposed to me trying to force belief. That middle ground that you're talking about, I think, is to find the handle, and that handle is history, right? It's to find that handle. Like, you might not enjoy my story. You're going to love the story of the history that leads me to this conclusion of how these things are connected. And you're going to lean forward because as I'm talking about the murder that happened at that location, you're gripped by that. And then I talk about the ghost part, and that's for you to accept or to not accept. I will say that, and I used the word before, earnest. I don't do a lot of personal interviews. I do no personal interviews on my show, or firsthand sightings. I don't have guests on my show. Like, it's me talking about like these legends. When I'm hearing someone's firsthand experience, I always listen respectfully, and then I always go, that's really interesting, and it adds to the mystique of this place we might be talking about, but it's never the story. The personal experience is never the story of an individual. It's a story of multiple people have had something happen, and it builds the lore. So I don't want to write a book about, one location and the family that got tormented, because there are too many holes in that. And to believe that, you're going to have to believe that all of this exists. However, I can write an entire book about Romeo and Juliet ghost stories that are happening across the state of Florida, because all of these communities think that those weird lights that are in the sky are the souls of two lovers who committed suicide. Yeah. And so they hold on to the story, the ghost story. You're much more likely to believe in a ghost story than you are to believe in a ghost. And most of this, what I'm talking about on a lot of what I do, is there's something unexplained happening. Yeah. This is the story that the community tells of why that weird thing is going on. So you can believe that figure that's in the road or standing on the bridge is a trick of your eye, but that's been tricking everyone's eyes for the last 40 years. And to some degree, what I want to do is embrace the skeptic, right? And say, come along on a journey with me. And because I never along the line force them to try to believe in the paranormal, they become more convinced that it's possible. And that's all I care about, possible.
That kind of
Process that,
answers
Gil.
where I was going with the question. Yeah. Well, because I asked how would you prove it to everyone. Basically, that was the premise of the first major thing, and then it was more or less where's that irk point, right, with things. But this is all on the premise that you come up.
Freshmen and I taught 7th graders. Like I have no.
Dude, I'm barely above 6th grade, dude. Like you got me. You got me.
My patience.
No. Well,
my
here's
patience
the
level so high.
No. The irk point in the sense of like how close to the phrasing and stuff around folks saying I believe that they believe. So what I did was I tried to like see like how would you prove it to the world? At what point do you get annoyed? But this is all on the premise of you write books. You take all of this and there's a passion behind it. And you might sing passionately in the shower, but that's different than going to a fucking studio, putting it into a CD and publishing it online. You know what I'm saying? Like doing all of the shit, because there is a passion that drives behind that of where you want to go with things, right? Or how the impact you would like things to make.
I'm good at reading people, right? And so I do.
Please.
I do a ghost.
I'm
tour.
bad at explaining, so
I do,
read me.
I do a ghost tour, right?
Yeah.
And we go throughout. I live in Fort Myers, Florida. I don't live in Fort Myers, Florida, but it's in Fort Myers, Florida. And we go around, and there's this one place called the Mayhendry House, and I've just reopened that story up, like when I started joining the tour, because I thought it was an amazing story. And outside of the Mayhendry House, on the sidewalk where I tell the story, there's a street light. And during my training, I started training in January. During my training, and probably for the first 2 months that I was doing the tour, that light would very clearly respond to what I was talking about. And it was out for most of the time, and then it would flicker on, and then it would flash, and then it would turn out, and then as we would walk away, it would flash, like, wait, it would come back. It was, it's obviously me interpreting, technology, a light flashing on and off. But it would then go off, and it would stay off. So it was only during the time that we were there talking about the house, talking about how the ghost is no longer allowed in the house. So where's the ghost going to go? It must stay in the street. And then the light would go, yes, I'm here in the street light. I would look during the tour, the beginning parts of the tour, and I could tell the people who were non-believers, who were on the tour because their wife wanted to go on a ghost tour and they wanted to make their wife happy, and they're going back to Wisconsin tomorrow, and so this is the last thing they're doing, because most of our people are tourists. I would make that person, I'd say, come here for a second, put your hands on this light, and we're going to ask it some questions. We're going to say, blink once for yes and twice for no. Every single time, whether that light went on or off, or it didn't, every single time that non-believer was caught up in the mystique of what was going on so much that they hesitantly put their hands on that light. So here's my answer to what I think you're asking. I have no irk line because I bring them to the point where that part in their brain that thinks that it might be true or could be true is brought to the forefront. And the look on their eyes when that flashes, and it could be completely natural, it could just be bad electricity, they're a believer for at least that moment. And I always pick the one who was clearly not believing, not into it, maybe liked me as a storyteller and was enjoying that part of it. You can say you don't believe in ghosts. You can say you don't believe in the paranormal. When you walk into a location that has a deep haunted history, you feel it. And that part of your brain that rationalizes everything is somewhere down in your throat. It's easy to be a non-believer from over here, right? Like.
Mm-hmm. Very well said, sir.
Thank you.
Very well said.
I've been practicing all
smart,
day.
Right? Wicked smart.
Wicked smart.
Boston.
Wicked smart.
Oh, all right.
Any questions for the audience, or they all go away? Are we hanging up by ourselves?
We got a couple left here. We could throw it out there, but I would say maybe let's carve out just 4 minutes here to kind of open the lines. but also I want to be sure to give people the information to your show and all of that. So let's just throw the phone number up real quick, and let's say we can take one call if anybody's got any questions about urban legends, about puckwudgies, about ghost lights. I have questions about ghost lights. I'm gonna be writing you. The puckwudgie connection. Anything like that you've heard Mr. Balzano talk about tonight, give us a call. We'll take at least one call for the guest call. It's 208-717-1611.
By the way, we were joking earlier on Messenger. I look damn hot in this lighting and with your camera. I am gonna just walk around. Yeah, I'm just gonna be on your show all the time. Like
he was gonna bring the sexy, and I mean, you guys, proof is in the pudding.
I don't know what it is, if it's this lighting or what, but damn hot.
I think it'd be a good call to if you could just make a plug real quick about where people can reach you with questions.
Sure. You can follow me on all social media, wherever you listen to podcasts. It's Tripping on Legends is the name of the podcast. On Instagram, I'm at Spooky Tripping. At Facebook, facebook.com/Tripping on Legends. On TikTok, Tripping on Legends. So if you type in Tripping on Legends or you type in Christopher Balzano, you will find me.
Awesome.
Yes.
So we've got,
as my students often do, and they find really bad pictures of me from 20 years ago, like in haunted caves and stuff like that.
Really bad photos of me in haunted caves.
It's
like, I'm sorry, the cave was haunted. Maybe I didn't look my best that day.
No, it's like me and my mouth is open, and I have like a flashlight, and then there's this one from Jeff Belanger's old show, and I used to shave my head, and it's really close, so I look like a serial killer.
Oh, God.
Well, all right, y'all. Somebody's going to be the lucky person. Got a few minutes left. We're going to keep the lines open. If Kristen doesn't, I don't know what are those cat ears?
I bought this back when I talked
cat
to Chris.
ears and a book.
Ocala National Forest. There you go.
Yes, it's a great friggin' book. Great friggin' book. It gave me every. I just pulled from the chapters because they were all so good.
That was
And
cherry
now I have
picking.
a
All of
kid's
Florida's
version
haunted.
Of it.
Ooh.
True. Too true.
Where's it right here? I also have Haunted Florida Love Stories.
Oh.
It's really cool because my publisher asked me, the Ocala book was really popular, and so they asked me to write a kid's version of it. So I got to take what I do and like mix it with Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, and it could be my favorite book that I've ever written, because I got to be like, didn't have to worry about the history, just got to tell like a really in the moment cool ghost story in that kind of voice. And my students aren't hating it, so that's about as good as I can ask for.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get that. I was such a fangirl of Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. All three. I loved
Beautiful.
it.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, you're the best.
Beautiful. Along with a little card that says, "I survived the Ocala National Forest." If you read the book and you didn't die.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. All right. Well, we've got 7 hanging out in the thing. I think they're just enjoying it, and they wanted to be able to say we stayed until the end of the 5.5 hour long marathon telethon. We survived. All right. You got the plugs in for Chris? All plugged? I don't think we're going to get a call this late in. I will be honest.
All right.
That's right.
Anybody? Any night owls? Any owl nights? Any nowls nights now?
I see no movement. They're all asleep on their keyboards.
Fine.
They're with Joey.
I'm
We did
always
this for
amazed.
you.
I'm always amazed when people say I put on your show to fall asleep. And I'm not
That's a
sure it's a
compliment.
compliment, but I
is
have
a
to take it as
compliment.
like
I
they're
think it's a
presenting it. There's your they're presenting it as a compliment that I put them to sleep. So I guess I have to take it that way. I believe that they believe I put them to sleep.
I get it. It's the compliment. Your voice is so soothing.
I so hate my voice.
Rolls me
Just
to
like
sleep.
4 years ago, people stopped calling me ma'am on the phone. So I find it really weird when people say I have a good voice for radio. I'm like,
It's melodic.
thank you.
All right. Well, we did it, y'all.
Congratulations,
Thank
guys.
you, Chris.
Did it.
Thank you for jumping on. We
Christopher,
appreciate
thank you
it.
for hopping on, bud.
This will be replaying if you want you want anything from it. Your
Yeah,
replay.
and make sure that I can find it and I can share it and
Absolutely.
stuff like that. So, and I want to listen to the other people.
I don't know if we're gonna have to break this apart or what the hell we're gonna do with this
think
piece,
that
but
might be a good idea.
I really should be
Let's break it apart.
standalone anyway. Like
not editing. I'm not editing this fucking
No,
episode.
ain't nobody editing.
Ah,
all right,
Damien.
hold on. We got.
Yes.
I know it's a telethon and it's weird, but we still have to close this out
shit.
right. We still have
That's
to do
right.
it right. Okay. I only have a Mountain
I
Dew.
don't even know if I'm still on. This has been frozen for like 30 minutes.
You're not dreaming. We hear
You're
you.
just
We
always
see you.
stoic. We don't know.
All right, Damien. Let's close it out, man. Let's do it.
Well, one thing before we do close it out, our next episode is in like 20 days.
Yep.
From the Night House. And it's going to be ghost stories, shadows from the Night House.
From within.
So be sure to send in your ghost stories.
Yeah.
Just one before
Ghost.beer. Y'all, I don't know how to make it any simpler. It's not .com. It's not .net. Not even .org or whatever the hell's come out these days with you whippersnappers. It is .beer. Okay. .beer. Ghost.beer. That'll take you straight to a page with a shit ton of links and a shit ton of options, including a bunch of different ways to submit. We could take voice recordings. You can make it as long as you want. We could take emails. You can fill out a form if you don't want to give us your email and you want to be mysterious. I set it up so that you could be completely anonymous. You have an option to just be like, I don't want a shout out. And I'm like, cool, homie. Then I even have a spot of, if I don't understand what you said, can I email you? And then you say no, and you don't have to give us your email. We give you a shit ton of options. It sounds really confusing, but I really tried to make it to just be like, yes, no, okay. Like, I want it to be easy for you. Ghost.beer will take you to all that, send you all the links of all the places and all the fucking things. And if I ever got something, hey, that's the place where you can contact me and let me know I fucked up. So please, if you got a ghost story, if you just want to hear your own voice on the air, this is your chance to do it. And if you think we're fucking up, please send your hate mail to Damien. Hold on, let me look up your email real
There's
quick.
no hate mail.
I'm trying to stoke some fires here. It's getting to be winter. We gotta warm shit up. So, anyways, that's where you can find all of it. It's gonna be fun as fuck. Please, Damien, continue.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. And until next time, here's a toast to the ghosts in your hall.
The Bigfoot hiding in your yard.
The gray waiting for you to fall asleep. And everybody, please drink responsibly.
Joey.
All right, that was
Good
for
night.
Joey.
Cheers, everybody.
Good night, everybody.